Okay. That should be done. Should be online. Mic check, mic check. Alright. Might be in there. Oh, it appears we got a little bit of a comeuppance of the bracket, huh? Hey, what's up? 180. Hello, Buck. You guys let me know. Does everything sound good? Everything sound good? Just want to do a quick check on everything. Make sure we're good to go. Nice. Alright, let me go see what the updated bracket looks like, see what kind of matches we got playing. And then I'll do the intro. Okay. Alright. Tell the people where I'm going. Let's see. Is there anything else I need to do? Should have them added. Let me make sure that I have. So I have that person. I should have LZ. He did check in, right? He did check in. Alright. LC knows. Yeah, I added him. Hopefully we can invite, we'll get things going. I'll run the intro. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Or afternoon, depending on your time zone. For those of you that are in here a little early, right now we're waiting for an invitation so we get started in our first lobby, and then I'll run the usual intro, and then we'll be underway. Oh, he doesn't have NPC. That'll do it. That'll do it. Oh cool, I got lights. Stop that. Don't care about those. Alright, I got lights on. Hey, alright, cool. Invitation from Light. Oh, yeah. We've made it to the lobby. So now we're on the intro. Hey. Welcome back, Titanfall 2 fans. We are here again with the 1v1 Roulette tournament. This time around, we're on the PC battleground. And we've got a lot of killer names in this format. We've got, on our side, of course, where we're going to be spectating, we've got Lightman himself, head of the Discord known as the Lighthouse. On the other side, of course, we have Mr. LSD himself, the winner of the Xbox tournament. Despite his injury, he actually still won a whole 1v1 roulette format tournament. So he's going to be going up with some tough competition here immediately out the gate. Going to go take on the Lightman himself. Lightman, of course, while Northstar's client was around and kicking, established the Lighthouse Discord that kept competitive LTS going for a very, very long time. Both of these players, of course, masters of picking multiple different Titans, and they are going to go head-to-head in a straight-up 1v1 brawl. For those of you that are familiar with the 1v1 roulette format settings, instead of it being 3-round wins, it's a grand total of 4-round wins, meaning that you would have to win 4 rounds in order to take a game. Anytime a player wins with one specific Titan of their choice, that Titan is eliminated from their pick pool altogether. So these players are both going to have to find 4 total victories with different Titans throughout one specific game. Of course, the map picks and bans are still in effect. And, well, we're going to see what we're in for today. We've got a lot of multinational talent in this tournament. Of course, we have LSD here. We've got a few other American players. We've got Person being here in the mix again. We've also got Boyka. We've got Camp. We have Zeri as well. Buck has also decided to join this event. And we've also got some new faces I haven't seen before. We have Antilcidius and Mr. XDan101. Just to let everybody know, there is in fact a $300 prize pool in this event, courtesy of the person of the team I'm on right now, Lightman 2K. I believe $200 goes to first place, $100 goes to second, and you know, like I always say, it's a free tournament. If you want to shine up and you want to see that if you can win some money, you can always try for next month's event. Regardless, that's neither here nor there. Here we are. Right now I'm just going to let them know to start whenever, but anyways, here we are. We're going to kick off our second tournament of the month with a banger match. Right now, both players are still discussing the map picks for what they would want for this event. Now, obviously, we've seen time and time again how numerous top players have their preferences for map picks. We've seen even though he's not here, we've seen how Benny personally doesn't prefer the glitch. Similar in my vein, I don't like the dry dock. But you know it's a map that everyone loves? We're going straight to the classic. We're kicking it off old school, as some of the people would say. And we are going to Boomtown immediately. Lightman on our side, LSD on the opposite side. Game 1, round 1, 1v1 Roulette PC. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe LSD, in the previous Xbox tournament, liked to open the Legion first. He likes to run the SWPC kit, to my knowledge, from what I've seen. So I'm kind of interested to see if he'll stick with that strategy here. You know, don't fix what isn't broken. Or if Lightman is going to be prepared for that kind of tactic. Lightman opening up the tone immediately. So maybe he's seen the VOD. Maybe he's studied his opponent. We're going to see if LSD, in fact, did open the Legion that he has been probably due. Either the alternative pick that could have been brought to the table is... No, it actually is the Legion. I was going to say he might have also potentially brought the Ion, as we've seen the Ion a few times. LSD not going to have another power shot, not going to be able to boost that battery, so Lightman already with a huge advantage. LSD's going to pull in front of this tone, but he's going to get hit by some tracker rocket damage. Matter of fact, he also has no gun shield. This would be a little bit awkward. Lightman successfully disengaging, buying space from the Legion. Legion puts down the gun shield. Lightman still hasn't put down the particle wall, but despite that, he's not going to take that much damage. Lightman uses the particle wall now. Power shot dissuade. Again, if you know how LSD plays, you know he only has one. And speaking of things that are online, Lightman already with the salvo core, not going to all in the Legion. Instead, opts for more cheeky damage. No power shot available again from LSD. Lightman successfully kiting this Legion despite only having the overcore tone. Tried for the mid-range power shot, no dice. LSD looking in a very rough spot versus this tone. He's already down 90% health. Those rockets might surely be enough for the Doom, and they are. LSD has the smart core, but he has to dash and make an offensive maneuver, but it's not going to be enough. Lightman with the clean first round, barely even losing a bar of health. And he's going to ride that one to the bank. Tone eliminated from Lightman's pick pool. Here we are, round 2. We're going to see if LSD opts to... Oh my god! Lightman's already picking Scorch. Here we are in the second round of our tournament. We've already seen a Scorch in play. Honestly, I can't really believe it. I believe the last time we saw this, it was on Complex? I believe... Oh, actually, wow. It will be the Ion pick coming out from LSD. LSD, again, not opting to pull the battery when Lightman does, and now he's going to be stuck in fire. LSD, unfortunately, taking a forward dash, does have the turbo engine, so he will escape the Scorch. Now the game begins. Ion's going to be able to start pelting down the... Ooh, great thermite shot coming off from Lightman. Ion is going to look to use a lot of her long-range damage and essentially harass Scorch and just build a slow but grind game life advantage. Lightman trying his best to approach and trying his best to keep LSD contained. Despite the opening that Lightman had, he didn't get that much out of it, unfortunately. Does get a small splash damage with the thermite launcher. One of the most effective things about Scorch, despite most of his kit not being very great, is when you take the kit that enhances his primary. If we can see one of these thermite shots land, the thermite stick might actually even up the health bars, but it's a very tough spot. Ion, again, allowed to play the slow but grind game laser shot, landing on the Scorch's toes. Again, all this damage slowly but surely just adding up. LSD playing a little bit aggressive now towards this mid-range. Great splash shot with the thermite. Again, Lightman trying his best to make anything he can happen. LSD willing to hang out in this mid-area because of the life advantage that he's gained throughout the match. Lightman unable to call out a single time when LSD is going to want a laser shot. Instead, LSD, I believe, has caught almost every single T203 that's been launched at him. Lightman tried for a stagger. LSD pushing forward because he has the laser core online. Instead, opts to hold mid. Smart decision by LSD. Again, keeping his life advantage. Lightman still unable to find any of the shots. The Vortex Flicker has been really strong. He does find that one. Does get a good amount of damage, but he's going to need a lot more than that. LSD now stuck in this bottom area, but he will make his way up top. Pulls up the laser, tries to find some damage, but Lightman sees an opportunity to pull the battery. He's not going to make it around the corner in time. That laser core is actually going to be forfeit. Lightman now has an opportunity because I believe Lightman has just got the flame core, but he didn't get the dash and he didn't make it over the wall. Lightman tried to make a Galaxy Brain play. Instead, now he has to all in. LSD is actually out of movement, so Lightman is going to do a lot of damage here. I don't think the thermite traps hit the way that Lightman wanted. Unfortunately, 10 seconds remain. I'm not sure who has health advantage here. I believe LSD does. Lightman's going to get out with the pilot and try to look for damage with the MGL. MGL shots incoming. Less than a bar, and LSD will get the melee last second! LSD clutching it out, despite how close the round was. Lightman looked for the all-in. He thought he'd have enough time to at least land a little bit of MGL damage, and essentially not get his pilot killed. It was a very difficult situation. No person on either side could see what the life total was. But after that last exchange, it might have been Lightman. He might not have needed to do that, but regardless, the round counts evened up. And this time, Lightman locking in the double power shot Legion. Ion is eliminated from LSD's roster pool, so the Legion is looking a lot more comfortable as a pick. Of course, LSD can play the tone. He might get the matchup advantage here, but LSD is going to be on the North Star, interestingly enough. Lightman tried to look for the double power shot, couldn't find it. Lightman gets out and gets back in. He's trying to bait a pull, I think, from LSD, and he successfully does. Can he find the Goose? No, he can't find the Titan either. Try to find a little bit of cheeky damage. Unfortunately, not able to find the mark. LSD successfully gets back in, and so does Lightman. No pilot kills on either side. Lightman will take this back house position. He's going to cut through the middle here. He's going to try and see if he can spot the North Star. Now this becomes a game of hide and seek. Once the North Star fires, you immediately know her position because the Legion is not going to be able to move around that much. LSD seemed to have a shot on Lightman. Unfortunately, missed. So now we play... Again, we play the slow game. One shot can decide this entire round. 1 minute 30, half of the time is already elapsed. All Legion needs is a bullets and a good power shot. Double power shot comes out. None of them hit the mark, unfortunately, but the railgun doesn't do justice either. Despite the quick draw we had in mid, Lightman's going to be the one to be aggressive. LSD unfortunately missing another shot. Lightman understands where LSD is. LSD smartly disengaging to not get hit by close range bullets, but the long range damage is about to rain in. Long range power shot does find the mark, actually does do damage. Lightman smartly disengages away from the North Star. Now the North Star is going to be the one that has to make the offensive play. And great patience from LSD, utilizing the window peak spot to even up the life. However, this power shot might change the deal. No, it does not. Can't find a mark again. Lightman and LSD, again, these, aside from that round one, these matches have been toe-to-toe. Lightman recognizing the hover. LSD stuck in a little bit of an awkward spot. Oh, that power shot definitely hit. Now it's going to be LSD on the back foot. He only has 30 seconds to chip down this gigantic Legion life bar. Great smooth moves with the shot. Tries to look for a hover peak, but the North Star life bar is not looking good. Lightman already backing away, playing advantage. LSD has to get the battery, but he's too close to the Legion. Flight Core is going to come online. Flight Core onto Lightman. Can Lightman survive versus this Flight Core? And he will, in fact, bring down the bird. The bird somehow survives, but it's not going to be enough. 2 seconds left, and that's going to be a win for Lightman. Lightman. Again, when it comes to Legion Northstar, the matches can be decided in easily one interaction. Lightman's Legion will be eliminated, but he'll sit at a 2-1 lead. Now Lightman is selecting the Ion. We've seen the differences between the PC and the console play is that the PC players like Lightman prefer the overcore, essentially building themselves their core faster on the Atlases, while Lightman himself has shown to be play a lot more aggressively. Whereas on console, people like the turbo engine, the ability to rotate, the ability to move around and play a bit more passively. Speaking of movement, we've got the Ronin coming out from LSD. He wants to even up the score immediately, but he's going to go up against Lightman's Ion, who is actually taking the fight to him. Lightman had opted not to just deny Ronin the fight. Instead, will try to bully him as best he can. LSD has all the ammo. LSD hits the arc wave. LSD actually has to take a reload, unfortunately. Lightman trying to manage the energy as best he can. Matter of fact, he's going to beat the Ronin to the core. Sword core for laser core. Laser core on PC actually is a lot faster than you're used to for console players, but it will seal the deal. Sword core is still better. LSD clutching it out over Lightman. Round count evened up. 2-2 is now the score. Lightman's Ion eliminated from the pick pool. Now he has to reach further into his pocket. However, he does still have a lot of very good picks available to him. He has his Ion. If he wants to run that back, he can look towards a Strider perhaps. And as I say it, the Strider comes out. He himself will now pick the Ronin. It's a very interesting back and forth game. As we see LSD a bit on the back foot, he opts to select the Ronin to even things up. And now Lightman, in a similar manner, is going to select the Ronin so he can push himself forward. We're going to see how LSD handles versus this Ronin. And he'll select the Monarch. He gets the early siphon. That's huge. Monarch sitting with a lot of advantage. This is going to be a very tough matchup to overcome. Monarch v Ronin, obviously Monarch's favor, especially if Monarch positions correctly and denies Ronin the fight. The early game especially is so strong for Monarch. Those siphons essentially just do what's equivalent to a bar of health of damage. And she herself gets so much shield. Lightman trying to play the slow protruding game, trying to see if he can bait LSD towards the mid, perhaps. Then he can start making his offense. He has the double arc wave, so his burst damage is going to be, honestly, catastrophic if he can land it. The problem with running the double arc wave Ronin over the anomaly is that closing the gap is going to be so much harder. It's either that or Lightman might potentially be looking to exchange bats so he himself can build Sword Core. Actually, no. He actually caught LSD trying to pull his battery. LSD thankfully still makes it inside, so he'll get the bat and he'll survive. But because of the fact that LSD is here, Lightman has a chance to build Sword Core if he plays the Ronin correctly. Arc Wave is good. Has the Sword Core online. Sword Core incoming towards the Monarch. But the Upgrade Core should come into play relatively soon. Great boxes from LSD. Great, another great melee. These melees have been phenomenal. LSD can't find the rip. Yeah, actually he will now. No face to be had. LSD kicking the Ronin down, and he's going to be the one that's going to go up 3-2. LSD got a little greedy. He opted to pull Lightman's battery. Thankfully, nothing went wrong. Successfully made it back into the Monarch. But again, if you're not able to deny the fight from Ronin, Ronin's going to get the Sword Core online. Clutch melees through and through that final interaction where LSD was just able to successfully pin Lightman. And because of that, he's going to sit up 3-2. Lightman's going to run the Ronin back again now that the Monarch is not in play. This means that LSD is essentially on the back foot matchup-wise, because now he has to fight a Ronin. Now, I wonder what LSD is going to select. If he knows that Lightman's going to select the Ronin, I would like to see a Northstar pick out from himself. LSD, I believe, still has the Legion available. He also has the Tone. Lightman, this time, opting to play a lot more aggressively, taking up this rubble side, going all the way towards LSD's territory. Lightman has heard where he is. And LSD, not asleep at the wheel, hasn't heard where the Ronin was coming from. But as I say it, the matchup is Strider for Strider. Lightman hasn't kept up the chase, meaning that the North Star effectively gets to reset cooldowns with the Ronin. But Lightman has done damage. Lightman's going to look to play that slow health advantage game. We're going to see how LSD responds to the situation as Lightman opts to play slow and steady. Again, friendly reminder, this tournament has $300 on the line. This isn't like a small scale tournament where you play for 20 bucks, you play for 10 bucks. This is a lot of money. Being sent to losers means a lot to both of these players. So they're going to want to do everything they can to stay in the winner's side. Lightman understands where LSD is, using the grunt pod to get behind it as a sort of means of cover. LSD, now he's a little close, gonna get chipped down a little bit, but the health totals are, I believe, still slightly Lightman favored. If LSD can find one shot, the life bars will be even. LSD's pushing up surprisingly close. Unfortunately, can't find any shots. Lightman still does some chip damage. He'll find some damage there. No hover. This means the Ronin could actually look to be aggressive, but no, Lightman will still play patient. Still goading LSD in. LSD has to sprint away and reload. LSD missing these shots over and over and taking chip damage from the lead wall. Interestingly enough, Ronin is the one that's allowed to play passive. LSD keeps playing the center hallway, and by missing shots over and over, he's going to get chipped down. Unfortunately, now Lightman is just going to take the health advantage and say goodbye. Never mind, he says, I might go back in because you're going to look for this battery, and it's going to be over. Lightman playing the slow and steady game against the North Star will surprisingly win the day. Unfortunately for LSD, he missed too many shots. He played too close to Ronin. Again, North Star has a lot of different peek angles on this map. He didn't exploit the one that was on the side of the window. He didn't exploit clustering a battery, rotating for a different option. It's just once Light got the health advantage, he kind of didn't know what to do. He also didn't anticipate Light's pathing either. Again, getting caught early as North Star is essentially a death sentence. Lightman didn't even opt to play aggressive. He opted to play more of the passive game. But we're going to move on with the next matchup. We have Tone v Ion. This matchup, still slightly Tone's favor. The main reason being that Tone essentially just out-damages Ion. But Ion is allowed to play the more annoying game. Lightman gets Sonar this time for his troubles as he lands a laser shot to already gain himself a little bit of shield advantage. LSD, interestingly enough, opting to take the fight from this angle. He will have the mid control, and he might be able to bully Lightman out if he hears him coming. Great block on the laser shot. Tripwire's at his feet. Tripwire's thankfully not detonated. Lightman opting to push up a little bit, trying to see if he can catch the rockets, and unfortunately he got hit by a little bit of partials, but overall a good exchange for the Tone. Now Lightman's going to be the one that has to play aggressive, as we've seen how Lightman functions when he himself has the upper hand. Now he has to make the play. Opts to approach Tone because Tone has no wall. Might look for an aggressive option of a laser shot coming around this corner. No, instead he recognizes the battery is up. Great awareness from Lightman to pull. Now he's at full health plus shields. At least he's going to anchor his own pull with his wall, but now he has to heads up fight against the Ion. I do not believe... Great refight from Lightman. Matter of fact, Lightman was going to get the laser core, because I was going to bring this up that LSG's not running overcore, so he's not going to get core anytime soon. And Lightman will take the fight, and he'll outright win it. Ion beating the Tone 4-3. For Lighthouse's own Lightman. Again, we're seeing how the styles are clashing in terms of the kit picks. Lightman often select the overcore, LSD with the turbo engine for more positioning and more tactical reasons. Even though the bad exchange happened, the fact that LSD had to take a heads-up fight versus an Ion, effectively being down 20% core, and the Ion starts at 60 because of 2 batteries, of course. Lightman was able to snowball that entire round. Even despite the early exchange that happened. I should mention also that Lightman is a very good mechanical player. Okay? Of course, he reigns from PC, and we can say all the things we want about PC. You know what I mean? Better frame rate, a lot of better things. But we've seen how, in his tournament history of being in the recent tournaments, I should say, how aggressive he likes to be, how in your face he likes to play with the Legion, the Ion, pretty much almost all his picks. And we can see how well that's translating towards his 1v1 gameplay. Zian and I, when we used to discuss how we view 1v1s, we view 1v1s since we like to just outright fight each other as a test of mechanical skill. Dino Rush, of course, favors more of the tactics, but if you're trying to heads-up fight someone, you're going to need mechanics. And now we're going to go towards Game 2. We are on Colony. Stick with the overhead cam to see what people pick. We have Tone on the Lightman side, Ion for LSD. Again, LSD rocking the turbo engine on the Striders, and he's going to the spot that he saw a lot of success with. Early damage is already on the table. Tracking rockets are now in play. Lightman fires a barrage forward, uses the flick to flyer some upwards. That would have been a very hard catch. Regardless, LSD is going to mitigate a good amount of damage. However, the harassment for the Tone is strong. However, Lightman actually gets greedy for the battery pull. LSD not looking for it. Now Lightman's in a phenomenal position to get Salvo Core online. Back turn curve, not on the money. But LSD has to disengage. If he continues to fight this Tone, what's going to happen is the Salvo Core is going to come online. Great rocket curve from Lightman. And the Salvo Core is now in play. LSD too close for comfort. Survives somehow. Starts up the laser core, assuming Lightman's going to push around the corner, and he calls it correctly. Lightman was going to die to one laser shot. Can't find the mark, however. One lock-on might seal the deal. Now he has the tracking rockets to play. Tracking rockets incoming. Great block from LSD. LSD still holding on. Particle wall is down. And the tripwires, unfortunately, Lightman trips the tripwires, was just too close. And the tripwires actually do him in. You hate to see it. Unless you're LSD, in which you happily take that first round victory. We've all seen it. We've all been there. You are about a little bit over a dash distance away. You pop a tripwire, and you think, oh yeah, I'm far enough away. What I think actually did him in was the fact that he was on a height. Tripwires have a gigantic vertical hitbox. So that might have been the cause of death for Lightman. But he's going to lock in the Legion this time, and now LSD is now on the Tone. LSD with the discipline to not panic drop the wall. He'll drop the wall now, but he needs to make it off of this balcony without getting power shot himself. He'll make it, and he sees Lightman. Tracking rockets are good enough. Letting any amount of damage his Tone in this matchup is great damage. But now Lightman is just pushing in on the gas, as it's going to be LSD versus Lightman, and LSD wants no part of actually fighting Lightman. Lightman actually just recognizes that it's over. He'll take the eject. LSD going to take the round. Welcome to roulette format, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you win the matchup. Coin flip. Or dice roll, I should say. LSD gonna lock, of course, gonna lock in the Tone. Tone no longer gonna be available to him. But Lightman still has everything he wants. He's going to lock in the Legion again, and this time we're going to go towards LSD. LSD with the Ronin. Again, LSD has taken this specific pathing even in the previous tournament. He really likes the ability to see over the buildings and see what Titan his opponent has selected. I wonder if he's seen the Legion. He has now, so he'll be fully aware the Legion's in play. Splash Power Shot going to do a little bit of damage, but not much. LSD opts to respect the gun shield. One Power Shot should be coming back up for the Lightman. And there it is. Ronin v Legion. This matchup is very interesting. As I say it's interesting, both players opt to just slug it out, in which the Legion is more than happy to oblige. And he's going to do a ton of damage because he's already landed so much Power Shot damage. LSD trying to take the heads-up fight, already missing so much of his health bar. As a matter of fact, he's 1 HP, and Lightman will just get out as a pilot and finish the job. 2-1 to round count. Legion Ronin, as I was going to say, is a bit more of a interesting matchup. You can play the matchup in a variety of ways of the Ronin, but the thing with Ronin is that Ronin can't stick around in front of Legion. Batteries, of course, a different story. But even though you're holding sword block, you can still get crit through sword block. And if you decide not to block at all and throw laggy moves in front of the Legion, he's going to eat you alive. Playing passive is also kind of difficult because of the fact that, well, he gets power shots. He gets the burst damage you for free. On this end, though, it's going to be LSD with the Ronin, trying to see if he can secure himself a 3-1. We've seen this before. Oh, Lightman with the cheeky arc grenade on the pull, actually going to do half of LSD's shields. This is a huge win for him, and he's going to siphon the rest of them as well. LSD has to be on the back foot versus this Monarch now. Respects a lot of the Monarch's damage. Matter of fact, lands a good burst of his own, but Lightman's more likely going to come around this corner and just start bullying the Ronin down. So core in play. He's going to see if he can bait a melee from Lightman. He does get one melee. Lightman with some very good boxes. However, he tries to all in. LSD trying to scrap with this Monarch, but that phase melee, actually him missing it's going to save him, but he will go back in and he will get the rip. LSD clutching up the matchup over Lightman. 3-1. Here stands LSD, trying to make a 4-1 victory over Lightman. If LSD wins this round, the set score will be 1-1. But, again, Lightman has a lot of stuff available to him. It's going to be on LSD to win, essentially with not that many picks left. LSD going to take the Monarch, but the problem is, exactly, Lightman is going to lock in the tone. This is going to be an uphill battle for LSD. Especially with the fact that Lightman has selected the Pulse Echo kit. This essentially means that, well, unfortunately misses that Siphon. This essentially means that Lightman has the ability to play passive if he wants, but he's going to lack some of that upfront damage. LSD opted to just take the fight straight to the tone, hanging out at this mid-range. Unfortunately, going to eat some tracking arc and damage of himself. Now, Lightman is in a power position where he can just bully this Monarch out. As a matter of fact, I believe that should be enough health to get him the Salvo Core online. Can't get the rip, and now LSD is going to be the one that's in danger, but instead he'll go turn around, and he'll put a fist through the Toad's cockpit. And he'll be the one to take 4-1 on Colony. LSD evening up the set score. Now, here we are, 1-1 being the set score. Lightman has the map pick. Eden and War Games are the bans from LSD. Lightman now has choice of map. If he wants to bring him to actually, wow, he decides to bring him to Crash Site. I thought he would bring him to maybe Complex, but actually this map pick is perfect for Lightman. We've seen how aggressive Light is, being in your face, being pushed up, and he's trying to just scrap with his opponent. Essentially taking a more bulldog muscle approach to the game, whereas we've been more used to seeing the tactical / patient side. Bringing LSD to Crash Site, where he can essentially force that CQC, I think is a great decision coming out from Lightman. So we're going to see, how does LSD adjust to the tempo? Lightman locking in the Overcore Ion once again. Just going to go scout out this bottom battery. And it will in fact be a fight on the bottom. Laser shots have already been exchanged, but I believe LSD is going to be... Yeah, he actually will lock in the battery for himself. Lightman dropping trips, trying to see if he can slow LSD's advantage, and he's going to see if he can make up the hill safely. LSD does have the turbo engine, but we're going to see if he get the punish. Doesn't make it in time. Lightman safely in, thankfully dissuades LSD's aggression. The match is essentially even. However, LSD is the one without the tripwires, and Lightman's going to be the one with the laser core first. LSD stuck in an awkward position. Somehow, actually, never mind, he will get doomed. Another laser shot lands, laser core comes out. Lightman decides to play it safe because he has no cooldowns available. Now Lightman, essentially with all the advantage in the world, this is looking like an easy round 1 for the leader. It's Lighthouse Discord. What a starting strategy. Both players fight bottom. LSD, of course, with the closer spawn to the bottom, decides, okay, I've zoned Lightman out. I'm going to pull the battery. Bat for bat exchange happens. Lightman goes to his side. LSD tried to find the punish with the laser shot, but also through his tripwires, meaning that he was already down a cooldown. Lightman, of course, he's willing to take that fight, and he'll win it. Laser core online first, and now the Monarch shows up to bottom, and it's gonna be Monarch v Tone. Lightman opts to disengage, tries to see if he can catch LSD being a little greedy. Instead, LSD will land the rockets. LSD is more than happy to hang out here. This is a great area for Tone. Instead, he'll opt to push out and eat a lot more damage than I believe he should have. He could have just actually held the cave area, and the Monarch essentially would have had no options to improve. Instead, it will be LSD opting to just fully chase down the Monarch. Great rocket damage there. Now Lightman is stuck in this middle ship area. LSD has two options. He can either go towards hill and take hill for himself, or he can go back towards the bottom battery. It appears that Lightman may have faked out LSD. Lightman's going to get a good disembark. Lightman's going to get the battery. The Tone's going to come around the corner, though. Siphon. And again, here comes Lightman. Lightman playing super aggressive. Again, LSD does not have the overcore, so he's not going to get salvo core in play. Great mitigation of damage from Lightman. He might be able to make it down this hill. He might be able to get this battery as well. The problem, however, is that he still has to make up a decent amount of life. He can't keep playing passive because here comes the salvo core. The Monarch's reign more than likely over. Gets another shot at life. Has the arc rounds. Arc rounds doing a ton of damage. Rockets incoming. A rocket seal the deal. LSD will even up the round count 1-1. Now, honestly, I think overall, this might be a gigantic net win for LSD. Not having to play the Tone further into the match and potentially face a Rodent on Crash Site with how little options there are to move around. Honestly, that's a great first pick win. And once again, here we are. Lightman locking in the Scorch. Takes a quick shot at the battery, doesn't look for any further aggression, instead will happily hold his hill position. Lightman, oh, unfortunately gets a bad disembark, and he's gonna come face to face with the Ronin. The Ronin with the battery versus Scorch. However, he does make it up here, so now he can no longer be arced. The problem, however, is that opts to play aggressive. Now he no longer has that position. Now it will be LSD with the position. The problem with this matchup is that, yeah, eventually you're just going to get chipped down by the lead wall. Not exactly a whole lot the Scorch can do. Unfortunately, he got a bad disembark. Couldn't get the battery. If he got that battery, he could have been allowed to facilitate a bit more, playing the hill position, playing the box. But once you take that normal life damage from that range specifically, from the lead wall, it's going to do chunks.
The sword is yours, pilot.
And because of that, LSD 2 rounds up to Lightman's 1.
We haven't lost yet. Let's show them what the
Lightman, of course, by no means out of it. He himself will lock in the tone. He sees that the Ronin is no longer available. This is a great pick. Not a whole lot of options and not a whole lot of picks on LSD side to shut down the tone, and it will be Tone v Ion. Tracking rockets unfortunately fending the vortex shield, and the refract from LSD is good. Already Lightman below half health, and the round has already just started. Another reflect comes out, gets some partial damage, and it will be LSD also securing the battery. Despite the fact that I said the CQC would favor Lightman, instead it's completely gone the other way. LSD is going to be the one who's going to put the aggression onto the Lightman. Particle wall dropped. Unfortunately can't hold it very long because of the tripwire placement. Feeds the vortex again, another great rocket reflect, and LSD is going to clothesline the tone and put the tone away, taking 3-1 on crash site. One more round and he will win the set. Unfortunately, sometimes you just have those rounds where you just coin flipping a vortex wrong. Interestingly enough, again, we've seen Lightman take this pulse echo kit instead of the rocket barrage, but reflecting damage's vortex is a death sentence. If Ion can't do a lot of damage to you, she'll just reflect your damage back at you. Lightman again gonna lock in with the tone. He's sitting on his winner's bracket life with this pick. He really wants to win the round with this. And he'll come face to face with the North Star. Great job from Light. Actually, great aggression from Light as well. But LSD will return the favor with the shot. I'm in a bit of an awkward spot here because the railgun is primed. LSD could look to be aggressive, and he will assert dominance on that battery with the cluster missile. Outranges the pulse echo. Great stuff to LSD. LSD has elected to trade the battery with Lightman. This is going to favor North Star heavily, because in a core duel, while obviously flight core takes a while, North Star's just going to have a largely easier time getting flight core online. Lightman saw the tether, so he knows exactly where LSD is. LSD goes for the shot, unfortunately misses. Now he's going to have a great power position, and it's going to be LSD looking for another aggressive shot, but he's going to miss both. He's going to try for a third one here. I believe he dashed forward, but Lightman, great discipline. Knows exactly where he is. Used the particle wall. Unfortunately, LSD misses the shot again. LSD slowly but surely getting pelted by this tone at the mid-range. It's going to be LSD looking for more aggression, but great jukes coming out from Lightman, using the terrain phenomenally to his advantage to mix up exactly where his tiny hitbox is. Those tracking rockets are also going to land. Lightman takes this bottom position now instead. He's going to advance forward, and he's just going to continue to bully the North Star. Tracking rocket's going to come out and more than likely going to hit him down this hallway. No, instead, LSD smartly disengages towards the ship. All LSD needs is one crit, and this matchup is effectively even. But, however, it's going to be Lightman. It's going to come around the corner, and he's going to get the doom. Tracking rockets come up out of the North Star, and despite the flight core being in play, LSD and the bird will die. Lightman clawing his way back into the game. Now, this is a bit of an awkward situation for LSD. He has to potentially keep locking in this North Star unless he opts to pick something else. And Lightman decides, hey, if you're going to play North Star on a CQC map, I have just the thing for that. Lightman gonna walk up with the Legion. He heard the Strider dash, and now he's gonna crouch, and he's going to... Actually, no, he heard the Monarch dash, excuse me, and he's gonna get a power shot early. LSD looking for a Siphon, but he's sticking around way too long. He's gonna opt to trade with the Legion, and the Legion is more than happy to provide. LSD still trying to fight back, but now he has nowhere to go. This Legion's definitely gonna make it around this corner. He's definitely gonna get this Doom here. LSD thankfully avoids that power shot. But, again, Legion is happy to make the trade. He's the one sitting with the life advantage, and he's the one sitting happily on top of the hill against the Doom Monarch. LSD with a great Siphon, that's definitely going to give him a lot of shields and siphon away half of Lightman's. The problem, however, is he has so much life to chew through. Long range power shot again. While both of them don't find the mark, those put fear in LSD's heart. LSD pops the upgrade core. Now he has to fight heads up versus the Legion, but he does not have the life or the shields to keep on fighting. Lightman evening up our first game of the event. 3-3 is the score. One round for either of these players, and they will advance further in the bracket. Lightman opts to select the Ronin. And with that in play, we're going to see if he can settle this once and for all with the pick. He'll run straight into LSD's Monarch, but this is a happy time for the Ronin, able to land an Arc Wave and a Shotgun Shot. However, LSD opts to just all-in fight the Ronin instead. Now he's going to be the one taking a lot of shotgun damage. However, Lightman now has to find a place to reload. In fact, the Lightman will happily try to exchange bats, but no, instead LSD will deny him. Great shotgun shot damage returning from Lightman. The problem, however, is that Sword Core is definitely undeniable. Ooh, Siphon coming off from LSD. He's in fact in mid. He's not going to be able to contest this battery. Lightman should be able to get this for free. Instead, LSD smartly decides to go for top bat. Lightman taking his time. I wonder what he's looking for here. Maybe trying to see if he can bring the Monarch closer. And the Monarch will show up around the corner as he gets one Siphon and dashes away. Very nice movement from LSD, successfully able to disengage. Got a Siphon, which is going to matter. But the problem is that Sword Core is incoming, and that Ronin has a lot of health. We saw it before how LSD was able to successfully melee box Lightman effectively for a majority of his melees. Great Siphon again. Gonna take off the entirety of Ronin's shield, so now we'll be able to actually do damage. But the question is, can he do it again? Lightman again playing patient. He's trying to goad LSD towards him. Both Titans at a complete standstill. LSD unfortunately misses that Siphon. Arc Wave, unfortunately not good either. Lightman missing a lot of damage. Arc Wave tries to find the mark. Sword Core is online, but the chip from the Exo-16 is really good. Lightman trying to wait for cooldowns. He's trying to back off. The problem is that Lightman slowly but surely running out of time, but LSD used a dash forward, and with that, he will call the aggressive play correctly. He's going to get a lot of damage with the Sword Core. Sword Core incoming gets the Doom. Punch is good. Lightman opting to back out because he got the Doom, and he doesn't want to get doomed himself. LSD trying his best to barrel towards the Ronin, trying to get the Doom. 20 seconds on the clock. Lightman, does he turn around and look for a cheeky play? No, he doesn't. Lightman's just going to keep running. He's going to run the clock. He's going to keep going. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. LSD ejects, and it's over. Lightman clutching it out over LSD. 4-3 the score. 2-1 the set count. What a phenomenal way to start the tournament. LSD and Lightman, very close showing, but it will be Lightman that advances further in the bracket. Hey, person, you're in the chat. Player match. Invite me so we can get that underway. Because, or actually, I believe that should be been done already. So here we are, we're looking at the bracket, looking at some standings. Until Sidious versus Zeri. Zeri will happily win his first game, so he's going to advance further on. Alright. Your opponents haven't finished the game yet? Okay. Let's see what else. Boyka versus Camp has just finished. Boyka will advance over Camp. He'll move on in the bracket. So with that being said, we will... Since person hasn't had to be able to play his game yet, we can go find another match for us to spectate. I'm going to keep the tournament action rolling for everybody. So we can either watch Lightman Boyka right now. We could watch Lightman Boyka right now. We could do that. Yeah, we'll just do that next. So we'll do that next. We'll go back towards Lightman. And we're going to go watch him play versus Boyka. That's going to be what we have coming up next for those of you that are unaware. Again, Boyka took it 2-1 over Camp. Camp actually in the tournament this time because, thankfully, he got himself a new controller. Meanwhile, on the other side of winner's bracket, we're still waiting on, I believe, Dan versus... Thank you, Lightman. We're waiting on Dan and Buck to finish their match, and then the winner of Dan and Buck will go on and fight Person. And then the winner of Person and his potential opponent are going to go take on Zeri. Zeri advancing over his opponent. He'll move himself further towards the winner's side. Right now, the PC players are looking really strong in these 1v1s. But up to bat, we're going to have another PC versus console matchup. As soon as Boyka gets in the lobby, we're going to have Boyka take on Lightman. Obviously, I've done a little introduction for Lightman already. When we've just seen his match, we've seen how phenomenal he can play the game. And on the other side, we have Boyka. Boyka last week, as we saw, he got, I believe, second place in the Xbox 1v1 Roulette format. As we've seen how more tactical LSD is when it comes to playing the game, Boyka is more of an aggressive style player. So we're going to see, more than likely, a bunch of clashes between Lightman and Boyka, as we've seen how they like to just take the fight to their opponent. Lightman, however, we've seen how crafty he can be, especially in that last exchange where he decided to essentially play very carefully against LSD's Monarch. LSD using the dash, Lightman understanding he's out of movement. He has to use the rearm plus whatever else the Monarch has left to defend himself against the Sword Core. Lightman decides to play the health advantage game, and because he decided to play the health advantage game, he successfully evades LSD's Monarch. Lightman will win the game for himself and advance further in the bracket. Meanwhile, we have Boyka. Boyka, of course, no slouch, topping many different events. He's also got a tournament win under his belt within recent memory. However, he's going to go, I believe, honestly, I think Boyka might be the underdog here. While both players have been around for a long time in their own rights, Boyka, while he's going to want to go heads up with Lightman, I would say that Lightman's mechanics more than likely have the edge. But we'll see how it goes. Right now we're waiting on Boyka to get into the lobby. I am hoping that both players are just discussing map picks and bans. That way we can get underway. Here he is. Boyka has arrived. I'm going to go ride with him for this first round. Boyka obviously representing the network known as Sin City. Sin City has a bunch of members consisting mainly of Xbox. Actually, I should say, not even consisting mainly of Xbox. It's a kind of combination of Xbox and formerly PlayStation players. Sin City themselves, we've seen their teamwork, absolutely phenomenal. But now we have to see how do their individual members go about this 1v1 roulette format. Again, most of the 1v1s we're used to were, I should say, most of the 1v1s that most of the LTS players typically rock is usually they rock a specific matchup if they want to grind it out. Most common pick in LTS competitive is the Ronin, so obviously most players are going to rock the Ronin and try to grind out their Ronin and iron out their techniques, especially versus other Ronins. But with it being roulette format, it's such a huge test of how far can you stretch yourself. As well as apply 1v1 tactics into the matchups that you essentially have no idea what you're getting into. It's not until you're actually there that you know what your opponent is going to pick. Unless, of course, you try to pre-plan as much as possible. We saw the previous Crash Site game where LSD locked in the tone against the Monarch. I would like to think that the reason why Lightman locked in the Monarch was because of the fact that he noticed that LSD liked to try to even up the set score with the Ronin, so he tried to push him down further. However, LSD changed tactics, picked the tone took out the Monarch, and that match was looking mainly LSD's favor up until he finally got locked into the North Star plus Monarch picks. And with those 2 picks in mind, he had to go up against the Ronin at the very, very end. In a very close fight, but I don't know, sadly. So we're going to see what Boyka has to bring to the table here instead. Map bans. R. I'm going to go type R. I really know. Map bans have been selected, and the map itself has been selected. We are going to Boomtown for our first map pick. Boomtown, of course, is as good as it comes. Anyone who's anyone can tell you that this is probably our favorite LTS specific map with the variety of strategies and variety of picks that are available. We're gonna go right with Boyka, and we're gonna see what he selects for his round 1, and he's gonna go straight up tone immediately, taking the turbo engine. Or as we've seen, Lightman favors the overcore on the Atlases. Boyka's gonna go for the battery pull. But he has to be careful because this isn't a free pull. Lightman could look to goose the pilot, and he does get the sonar, does get the double pulse as well on the tone. That means that he's going to get the early lock advantage. He's going to know exactly where Boyka's going. Sonar for sonar, 1 for 1. Lightman trying to look for some cheeky shots. However, he does drop the wall, so Boyka now will have the wall advantage. Lock-on's incoming. Boyka does dodge. Great return shot from Lightman. He's going to play this kiting game. And now Boyka's going to be the one to drop the wall. Now it's going to be Lightman going to be playing aggressively. Rocket barrage for Pulse Echo. The thing is that Lightman has the overcore, Boyka has a turbo engine. The thing is, while Boyka is going to do more damage than Lightman, the rockets are going to come up more often for Lightman. Both players opting to hold mid, but Lightman has wall advantage. Boyka's going to be able to break it, and the heads-up fight starts. Lightman thought he got the lock-ons, unfortunately couldn't get it in time. Now it's going to be Boyka with no dashes, has to dodge this rocket curve, and can't seem to make it. Rockets for rockets, salvo cores on both ends. We're going to be looking at a very explosive match in a second. Boyka can force aggression with the salvo core plus turbo engine combo. Instead, Lightman and Boyka will continue to play more neutral. Salvo core comes out from one player. Boyka throws it back around. He's trying to fight Lightman, but Lightman has smartly moved forward. And that's going to be the salvo core out of play for Boyka. Boyka smartly blocks most of Lightman's salvo core. Doom for Doom coming out. Striking rocket curve is good from a Lightman. Lightman will win the tone mirror. Boyka unfortunately not able to dodge the last curve. And Lightman will take the first round.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Boyka tried to be a little too end with his. He tried to be a little too high end with his salvo core. Threw it up in the air. Couldn't find where Light was going, and because of that, Light will happily take the salvo core advantage. However, great block by Boyka. Because he was able to block the salvo core, it still bought him more time, but even though it got him more time, it wasn't able to seal the deal. Lightman will clutch it out over Boyka. This time around, Boyka with the North Star, instead opting to look at Lightman's battery, staring it down. Instead, he hasn't noticed where Lightman is. Lightman more than likely has been holding still, and he will surprise him with the Scorch. We have a Scorch-free North Star in play. The thing is, however, is that if you've watched older footage, especially of the PS4 tournament where Dino Rush has won with the Scorch, you'll know that Scorch at this range can actually turn around the matchup, especially if Boyka keeps hanging out in all this fire. Boyka losing a ton of health, getting cooked alive, already down to less than 15% of his health bar. Lightman playing the peekaboo game with the Scorch, has the launcher. At mid-range, the launcher can win versus the railgun, provided he blocks the shot. Lightman doing his best to bait a railgun shot out of Boyka. Will bait it. However, the cluster missile is good. Tether comes out. Great toe shot from Boyka. He's going to get a lot of damage with that one. And unfortunately, the thermite shots, again, not being able to find the mark outside of the great early exchange. Boyka opts to play aggressive. He's going to go for the hover peak. Boyka can't find it. Cluster missile is now on the ground and in play. Scorch has to back away slightly instead. And unfortunately, Scorch is a very big Titan, so he'll get partially. Lightman decides to play aggressively a little bit. Blocks the tether, and now Lightman can potentially get the Doom on this North Star, and he will. Boyka gonna go in. He's gonna opt the flight core. Lightman unfortunately misses the shot. Now has to take a slow reload in front of Boyka. He misses another shot. Boyka will still survive. One railgun shot, one TO3 in a dream. Can Boyka find it? No, he cannot. Neither can Lightman, however. Monster missile not gonna find its mark. One good TO3. And the life bars are essentially even. Great block from Lightman. However, the flame core is in play. Lightman opt to completely disengage, and he'll find some partial damage. And now the pilot is incoming. Boyka, can you defend against Lightman? And you can! Yes, sir! Shot is on delivery. Amazon Prime exclusive to your location, pilot. 1-1 for Boyka. That is another round where we saw someone almost cooked alive by Lightman's Scorch. There's a few times where the shots are just barely off the mark, but he survived the flight core. Regardless, Boyka is going to be happy to take that round and even up the set score. He's going to go right back to the tone. Now we're going to see, what does Lightman opt to lock in? Boyka playing aggressively on Lightman's battery again. There will be no battery exchanges, says Boyka. I am here to play the map control game. Legion v Tone is the matchup. Lightman going to engage versus this Tone. And Boyka's not going to be able to find the lock on. Boyka's going to walk up slightly. This is a very dangerous game that Boyka's playing, because if Lightman spots him out right now, Boyka is in a lot of trouble. Boyka baits the gun shield. Lightman's going to block most of that damage with it. Particle wall down. Lightman with no dashes. Lightman was stuck on a reload, but the problem is that he's hanging out way too close to this Legion. Opts to walk down the hallway. This should be a free power shot. No, Lightman can't find it, unfortunately. He's going to find that one. He's going to find the next one. Boyka now opting to just stand and fight. He's going to break the gun shield, but the problem is Lightman's got another power shot with his name on it, and it's going to find the mark relatively soon. No, it surprisingly does not. Salvacore in play for Boyka. Lightman is doomed. Salvacore incoming. Can Lightman block and survive? And he can. Actually, never mind. Some salvo rockets make it through. And because of that, Lightman will fall down. Boyka taking the lead. 2-1 on the Boomtown.
Pilot control initiated. Focus. Plan. Attack.
Surprisingly, despite how close Boyka hung out, Lightman unfortunately wasn't able to capitalize as much damage as I think he could have gotten, but hitting the double power shot especially even up the life totals. But Tone v Ronin Tone v Legion is such a hard matchup for the Legion. And we're gonna move on to another matchup. We're gonna have the Ronin versus, actually I'm not sure what Lightman will select here. Does he lock in the Legion again? Does he pick the Ion? Does he pick? Oh, he picked the Monarch. Boyka got out for the battery in front of Lightman's Titan, but he got Auto Titan melee twice. That's actually a decent amount of damage. Now Boyka's attacking the all-in with the Monarch. He still might be able to build the Sword Core, but he needs to keep up the aggression, despite the fact that he's in a bit of an awkward spot. Great shotgun shot from Boyka, trying to do as much damage as he can to Lightman on offense. Great melee, great arc wave, and despite the fact that Lightman got the jump on Boyka for pulling the battery, Boyka doesn't get goosed, and because he didn't get goosed, he runs the matchup completely the opposite way. Thankfully, the Auto Titan decided to enact Protocol 3, and he definitely protected the pilot. The double Auto Titan melee coming out, pushing the Monarch away. I'm not sure if Lightman still had an opportunity to goose the battery, but he doesn't go for it. Goes straight for the punish instead. Boyka's going to take 3-1. But now Boyka's starting to wind down to the few picks he has left. Boyka's going to be the one to lock in the Monarch. Probably predicts a Ronin pick coming, but Lightman has shown that he won't lock in the Ronin last round. Bat for bat exchange is going to be the call this time. Monarch happily willing to take this kind of trade because Energy Siphon will essentially do a ton of shield damage. Ion will be locked in from Lightman. Now this is a bit of a scary situation because Boyka missed the Siphon, and unlike most Ions, Lightman takes the Overcore. Great angle from Lightman to secure himself a little bit of life advantage. Now it's on to Boyka to opt to push. Lightman has no energy, and Boyka could look for aggression here. But Lightman more than likely going to hold this corner. Yep, dissuade aggression with the tripwires. And now he's going to try to run away, and he's going to try to block as much Siphons as possible. Lightman doing his best. Again, stalling with the tripwires in play. I like the way Lightman is playing this, essentially trying to zone the Monarch off. And now he's confident in getting the Laser Core, and he will get it. Laser Core comes out. Boyka does make it around the corner, doesn't get doomed. The problem, however, is that he is so low on life. Again, we can see the overcore difference. Now that Ion's able to get her core online, she's able to take off the Monarch and fight back into this game. 3-2 round count. Lightman taking that one.
Transferring controls to manual operation.
Again, Boyka only has so many things left he can select, but he has to find one more victory with one Titan. He's gonna lock in the Ion. He might count on Lightman locking in the Legion, in which then he can play the Legion Ion matchup. Since he has the Turbo Engine, he's able to rotate away from Legion and play a bit more of a slower game. But it's gonna be Lightman on the Monarch. Huge laser shot coming up from Boyka, but the bat for bat exchange is gonna be good. Might be able to find another one. Arc Grenade at his feet. Dodges the Arc Grenade. Great stuff to Boyka with the recognition on the situation. Tries to find a laser shot against Lightman. Lightman will instead time his Siphon correctly. Catches the Ion melee canceling. Great awareness from Lightman to get himself a ton of shield advantage early. Now will be Boyka being the one having to play on the back foot on the matchup side. And Lightman gets another great Siphon. Huge plays coming up from Lightman. Lightman opting to just play aggressive now. He might look to take the fight versus the Ion. That's already one laser shot down. And the second one's going to go down as well pretty soon. He's going to be using a lot of energy to defend with this Vortex Shield. Great punches coming out from Lightman, blowing out the Ion. Lightman no stranger to this 1v1. Tries to punch him off the bridge. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. The Exo-16 chain gun doing a lot of damage. Boyka doesn't split his rifle. He got a laser shot. And he will have to actually pops the laser core onto Lightman. Lightman trying to get the upper core online. Upper core comes out a little late, but the arc rounds don't seal the deal. Boyka actually just runs forward towards Lightman. He all-ins him, and the bet pays off. Boyka 4-2 over Lightman on the Boomtown. Boyka put it all on the line, and it paid off big, shutting down Lightman from this game 1. Despite the fact that he had the turbo engine, still got the laser core online, the Monarch didn't opt to leave. And because the Monarch didn't opt to leave, laser core comes through, dooms him before he gets the upgrade core. Huge deal. And because that happens, I'm not sure if Lightman finished his reload or not. But he didn't have much to throw more at Boyka. And Boyka, instead of playing more instead of playing more passively, he opts to just all in. And he got it. Most people in that situation, of course, they're going to look to disengage. They're going to look to play that cheeky passive game. But Boyka decides, I want to settle things now. And so, we now get to begin our game 2.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
And we're going to crash site. Lightman taking the overcore Ion early. Gonna see if he can meet Boyka in this bottom area the similar way that LSD did. Laser shot comes out. Laser shot for laser shot exchange. However, the battery is gonna heal that right back up, no problem. Again, we saw how this played out last time for LSD. LSD took a fight versus Lightman, but one Ion had 60% core, while the other one didn't. Full codons on both sides. Boyka opted to just straight up punch Lightman and actually gets huge tripwire damage. Again, though, the problem is Lightman's gonna have the laser core online. Laser core for laser core incoming. The problem is that Boyka can't shield anymore, and Lightman will win the day, saying, "This land is my land. You do not belong on top of my crate." Even though Boyka won the early trade, again, Lightman is taking the overcore. He's going to have 60% core round start. If you try to all-in him, he's going to pop core first, and if your life advantage isn't good enough, he will just kill you. Boyka needs to play a little bit more passive, but again, that's why Lightman likes bringing people here. He wants to face you down. Lightman gonna take the Scorch once again. Again, we've seen him rock this Scorch again and again, round 2 consistently. And here we are, Scorch versus Ion. The problem with this matchup is that Ion can play the slow and pokey game, but Ion is the one that's stuck behind the wall here. Great shots coming out from Lightman, hitting thermite shot after thermite shot. Great reflect from Boyka that time. Life advantage slowly but surely. I believe it's slightly even. Boyka can land one laser shot. He will even up the life totals. Lightman trying to kite Boyka forward. Great catch again. Boyka playing patient. Unfortunately can't find the fadeaway. Both Titans stuck and fighting each other in this mid area. Boyka takes a little bit more thermite damage. Again, the life. Look at how close the life is between these two players. Boyka tried to go aggressive. He gets the laser core, but Flame Core's gonna come online, and Flame Core's gonna take him out. The Scorch has won the round for the Lightman. 2-0 so far on the map pick of his choice. And plus, the other thing too that's huge is that Lightman has won with the Scorch. Meaning that he has a lot of picks to his name. Lightman gonna lock in the Monarch once again. And he is going, again, both players, interestingly enough, are meeting at this position instead of one person going hill, one person going bottom. This time around, that seems to be the case. One person has gone hill, the other person has gone bottom. Ow, and it's going to be the Monarch versus the Ion matchup. Again, Lightman has landed both siphons. This is going to be a huge advantage for him. He's also gotten the life advantage. Opts to disengage and play the battery game. Especially due to the fact that Ion's going to be the one that has to make the play. However, playing the battery game isn't the end of the world. Mainly due to the fact that there hasn't been like a definitive, I have done this much damage. Both Titans obviously still, if they exchange batteries, will be at full health. However, the one thing that is a little scary for the Ion is that the Monarch will be able to get the Core 1 online. Lightman, he's just waiting for the battery to respawn, and will get back in his Titan. He might look to try to bum rush this hill before Boy can get him back in his, but I'm not sure if he'll make it in time. Boyka more than likely going to be back in his Titan, and he will, but he does find the Siphon, which is huge. Fortunately, Boyka not going to take the overcore, so with that, he's not going to be able to have that 60% core from the same round that Lightman did. However, he does get the laser core on. Laser core is popped. Lightman takes a lot of damage. He's able to make it around the corner, though, so he will not fall down. Unfortunately, Lightman hasn't been able to get the arc rounds, but the arc rounds should be coming out relatively soon. Boyka has to do his best to mitigate damage from this Monarch, because if this Monarch gets any more damage, she might get upgrade core. She's going to get the arc rounds. The arc rounds might spell doom for the Ion, but and here we go. The extra bar health coming in right before Lightman gets doomed. Boyka trying to punch. He's trying to fight for his life here. Tripwires all in one spot. Tripwires don't do the job. The reflect is good, and the punch is better. Boyka will put Lightman down, and he himself will secure a round on the board. Very well played from Boyka. Even though he got siphoned early, he did a very phenomenal job of mitigating damage from the Monarch. He denied upgrade core, and because he was able to deny the upgrade core, he got the laser core online. Lightman, unable to disengage, takes a lot more damage than he assumed, and because of that, Boyka able to successfully secure that round after a fierce back and forth. Lightman now going to take the Ronin. He's going to advance straight up the hill, see if he can catch Boyka, and Boyka's going to have to play the Tone v Ronin matchup. Both arc waves are down. The good news for Boyka is that Boyka is very well versed in this matchup. He could play aggressive here actually, but actually decides to disengage. Lightman understands he's nowhere near him, so the bat for bat exchange is going to happen. Unfortunately, this doesn't really favor Boyka's Tone that well. Lightman opts to go towards back his spawn. I wonder if Lightman is looking for a long roundabout flank behind Boyka. All he needs is one good rotation of abilities and he will secure Sword Core, and that Tone is effectively doomed. And so, the stare down happens. One shotgun shot is good. Arc wave is good. Second arc wave is better. Phase is down, but now I think Boyka has safely held all his cooldowns, but even if you hold all your cooldowns versus a Ronin like this, the Ronin is now allowed to play the passive game. And Lightman will happily do so, as Boyka is going to be the one that has to advance towards Light. Boyka successfully dodges another arc wave. Lightman has no phase, and Boyka unfortunately drops the wall. By dropping the wall, he's not going to have any defensive to defend from this lead wall, and because of that, Lightman will get the Sword Core, plays patient for the rockets, actually uses the phase, goes back up for another battery, wants to see if Boyka will take his battery, but instead, Boyka will walk up, Boyka will meet face to face with the Sword Core, Lightman doing his best to mitigate damage as much as possible. Great stuff coming out from Light, another phase to survive. Boyka somehow doesn't get ripped! Lightman stuck in a bit of an awkward spot because he has to take a reload here, but Boyka is now out of options. Lightman dashes forward, gets one shotgun shot, misses the next one, but he will secure the deal, and he will win the matchup. Lightman 3-1 for Crash Site.
For yours, we are stronger united.
Unfortunately for the Tone v Ronin matchup, obviously, aside from all the things that Ronin can do to Tone, one of the things that is unfortunate is that when the Ronin pokes you as Tone, you essentially get put in a darned if you do, darned if you don't kind of game. If you don't engage the Ronin just has health advantage, he gets all his cooldowns back, and he comes back and kills you. If you do engage the Ronin, then you have to outfight a Ronin as Tone, which is not ideal because the lead wall will kill you. Lightman opts to exchange the bottom battery for top battery, as he decided to play the slower game. I wonder if Lightman heard a Titan that he didn't like. Siphon comes out, melee cancel. Waiting for a peek coming out from Boyka. He recognizes Boyka's coming from the ship, and it's going to be Boyka's Ronin. Misses the second Siphon, but one Siphon is good enough. Arc Wave. Unfortunately, the Arc Wave gets eaten by some terrain. Lightman exhausted all his resources. Now Boyka's going to get a lot of damage. Boyka opted to sword block most of the mag. However, he's eating a lot of crits. He has to be careful. Boyka, unfortunately, can't find enough damage. Does get the Sword Core online. Sword Core is good, but the problem is Upgrade Core in this situation is better because the Ronin's down too much on life. 4-1 for Lightman. Taking it. Crash Site for himself. Unfortunately, 2 Arc Waves got eaten by the Crash Site terrain. Those saved Lightman a decent amount of damage. They would have taken away his shields. And because they were still in play, Boyka not able to find enough damage. The chain gun ate through his life bar. And so Ronin falls down. But the score is only 1-1. And Boyka has locked in Angel City. As a resident of Sin City, as I've said time and time again, that's his city. But Lightman is going to see if he can make Sin City go lights out. Here we are, approaching the final game of our second set of the 1v1 LTS Roulette format. We're going to have Lightman and Boyka duke it out. All of this just to advance further into winners. So here we are, riding with Boyka. Boyka locking in the North Star early. We're playing on AC. I believe our first match of the day with a 3 battery spawn rotation. Lightman sees the North Star, does block the North Star railgun. However, Boyka is a bit of an awkward spot. Gonna eat the laser shot. Overall, relatively even trade. Lightman opts to block with the Vortex Shield, recognizes he can get the battery. Unfortunately, Boyka tried to use the Pico to get some damage, couldn't find it. Lightman's going to more likely push around a corner of his choice, and he's able to lock down the North Star. Thankfully, Boyka doesn't take too much damage. Not really sure if that laser shot landed at all. Boyka tried to call out the timing on the melee cancel. Unfortunately, he missed it. He's going to use his middle building as an excellent peak spot for himself. Finds another great shot with the railgun. Boyka at this angle has a very good position to contest the battery. Trying to call out Lightman's options. Lightman doesn't opt to approach, instead opts to play the slow game. The good news for Light, Light takes an aggressive laser shot peek, and he's going to get punished for it. Takes another one. Matter of fact, it will be Boyka with the dash peek. Does land a damage. The problem is that Boyka doesn't have an angle on this battery anymore because of where he's decided to position. Opts uses hover, tries to dash out, and actually doesn't even use his dash. Smartly doesn't use it, because if he had looked for an all-in there, he would have got all-in himself with the laser core. Flight core and laser core going to exchange. However, the problem is that laser core is very good about taking out the bird, and it will take out the bird. Lightman, first round. AC goes to him.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
What the position that Boyka was in is that Boyka needed to build up a little bit more health advantage. And had he been able to do that, he could have then looked for the kill on a light man. One of the issues is that Boyka gave up the position where he was able to contest the field battery once he recognized exactly where Boyka rotated. Lightman pulled the battery, relatively free of charge. Lightman again locking in the Scorch. He's going to try to take the Scorch on. He's going to try to take the Tone on with this Scorch. We've seen him come very close to absolutely demolishing players with it. Boyka used both his dashes. As a matter of fact, he's going to use everything he's got. Lightman is very close. We've seen the Thermite Launcher put in damage after damage. Boyka going to successfully get the battery. Again, I don't know how Boyka gets away with these pulls, but some divine power has ensured that he survives. That's a huge pull from Boyka. Boyka now has shields to work with against the Scorch, and he is just beating him down with the 40 mil. Boyka and Lightman. Lightman does successfully pull the middle battery, so the good news for Lightman is that the Flame Core should potentially come online. However, the Tone itself is very close to the Salvo Core. So we might be looking for an all-out fight relatively soon. Lightman gonna push aggressively against the Tone, but the Tone will drop the wall and dissuade any aggression. Boyka gonna do his best to waste more of that Thermal Shield timer. Thermal Shield, unlike Vortex Shield, has a higher activation cost. So maintaining it constantly is going to be a very difficult thing to do while piloting the Scorch Titan. Boyka tried to trust the hip fire of the 40 mil, not going to be able to find the mark. Shot from Lightman is good. The problem now is that if Boyka looks for an all-in, this could be a very difficult Salvo Core to hit. And Lightman again evades the Salvo Core. Flame Core is now on the table as Lightman is pushing forward. Flame Core might be dropped soon. No, he doesn't. He opts to hold it. Boyka needs to get away from this Scorch. Flame Core is dropped. Boyka successfully evades. Particle Wall comes up relatively soon. Lightman tries to do damage where he can, but can't find it either. Cores have been exchanged. Boyka is going to be the one that pulls out ahead. 40 seconds on the clock. Lightman still trying to do what he can with this Scorch. 30 seconds remains. That tracking rocket burst is going to land. Huge damage coming up. Lightman slowly but surely going to get doomed. Boyka looking for the punch, and he'll find the execute. Boyka taking another round. Evening it up 1-1. The Scorch, unfortunately, not able to find the round that Lightman was looking for.
The rodent sword transferred to pilot.
Unfortunately, both players whiffed the core. I'm surprised how many high-end cores Boyka's looking for on this Tone. Instead of opting to play a bit more of a safe game, instead of opting to play a bit more of a lower execute kind of game, he's trying to find these very Galaxy Brain cores, but Lightman just doesn't play that game, and he will now select the Tone himself versus the North Star. Great shot. Actually, no, I believe that still hit the particle, unfortunately. And Boyka is gonna all-in Lightman with the North Star. That tether's not gonna do anything. That tether went straight into your E-smokes. That tether is effectively destroyed. Pulse comes out. He might get goosed by tracking rockets. No, they hit the building. Unfortunate. However, Lightman's going to get mid, and he might look for this field bat. Boyka's in a bit of an awkward position because the Tone is in mid. Because of that, the particle wall will stay up. Lightman playing very well with the Tone to mitigate the North Star's damage output. North Star has to stay for movement for when the Tone decides to shoot the tracking rockets. Tone hasn't fired the rockets yet. It said she'll get a lot of free 40 mil damage. This is ideally what she looks to want to do. Boyka opting to play aggressively forward. But the Pulse Echo is going to guarantee another set of rockets for sure. Boyka more than likely going to try to use the top of the Star building to mitigate damage, but he's going to get partials as at least coming out from Lightman. Lightman blocks another railgun shot. Boyka playing aggressive, trying to find a shot on the Lightman. Lightman playing extremely evasive despite having only the one dash. Tracking rockets come out. Tracking rockets don't find the mark. Particle wall is back in rotation, so he's allowed to play very aggressive versus the North Star. Boyka misses another shot. Lightman's gonna be the one with the salvo core. He's gonna recognize where the North Star is. Actually doesn't even opt to pop it. Decides to play slow once again. Salvo core for flight core. No, instead Lightman is gonna be the one that decides to evade. Great decision from Lightman. As a matter of fact, he'll happily pop the salvo core coming out, and the salvo core is on to Boyka. Boyka survives somehow. Lightman playing aggressive. Lightman opts to take another set of rockets happily. He shoots through the hole. He's going to get another set of lockouts, and he's going to hit him over the wall. Great awareness from Lightman. Actually, he goes for a nice side curve. Very great awareness. Very well played by Lightman. He effectively mitigated almost every single railgun shot from Boyka, and even though Boyka got the flight core online, Lightman decided not to fight into it. He instead decided to continue to mitigate damage. Boyka pulled the battery in mid. Boyka gets punished by salvo core. Thankfully survives, but at that point, what are you gonna do? Lightman out here winning one of Tone's honestly worst matchups. It's gonna be Boyka fighting against Lightman's Ronin. Boyka decides to exchange batteries with Lightman. I'm kind of surprised this is the play, especially with the fact that you can't... It's going to be very difficult to deny Ronin the sword core. Boyka gets the second battery, so he'll have 2 bats to his name, so he'll get that upgrade core online relatively soon. But we've seen how Lightman likes to play with the Ronin. He'll get the battery, and then he will wait. He'll play patient. Try to goad the Monarch forward, and try to make things happen that way. This, however, is not a great situation for the Monarch. Mainly due to the fact that if Boyka waits for another battery and Lightman gets another battery, he's going to get sword core. At that point, there is no way to deny the Ronin getting sword core. You have to box for your life and essentially pray that you don't die. Ronin all-in incoming. One siphon is good. Second siphon, unfortunately, doesn't find the mark. Lightman already all-in Boyka, and now Boyka is in trouble. Boyka's going to eat another set of lead wall mags relatively soon. Lightman, again, we've seen time and time again how Lightman decides to just mitigate damage first. Boyka will get the upgrade core, but the melee swings from Lightman are good. He gets the Doom as well. Lightman opts to completely disengage away from Boyka, trying to see if he can get this dockside battery. Boyka tries to see if he can find a snipe on a Lightman. Unfortunately, he cannot. He has to reluctantly accept the battery. And now it's going to be Lightman that decides to disengage, but one siphon is good. Does he find the second? Or is Lightman going to turn around for a cheeky rip? No, he will not. Boyka decides to give chase, but he has to be very careful. Yep, and he understands it's over. Boyka takes the eject. Understands he cannot chase Lightman. Lightman with the Beta Moto Classic. Health advantage. Goodbye. Despite a great showing on Boomtown, Lightman has to, or not Lightman, Boyka has to be the one to make the comeback.
We're taking a beating. Come on, we can still win this.
And we're gonna see what kind of energy he can muster. He locks in the Monarch again. I don't think this is a good decision. I believe Lightman still has the Legion available to him. And it will be actually the Monarch mirror, interestingly enough. If Boyka could find the win here with the Monarch, this will be a huge play for him. Gets siphoned from under the wall. There's a lot of, again, there's a lot of cheeky peek spots in mid. The bad news with grabbing this battery is that Boyka has forfeited mid, meaning Lightman gets 2 batteries to Boyka's 1. Unfortunately, Boyka, again, he decides to forfeit these advantageous positions he's given, and now he's going to be the one to fight on the back foot. He's going to outright fight Lightman, but again, Lightman's going to get upgrade core online so much sooner than he is. Lightman throwing a melee. That's going to stall his reload, but that's not really going to matter too much, especially with the fact that he has the Archons online already. Archon's going to tear through the shield for sure. Another mag incoming relatively soon. Boyka does find the Archons himself, but at this point it's too little too late. Boyka's going to get doomed. Boyka's not going to get ripped yet, but effectively Boyka's out of health. He's trying to spray and pray as best he can, and Lightman putting down another Xbox player. Lights out for the Sin City gang. Lightman advances further in the bracket. 2-1 over Boyka. Right now, we're going to go take a look at the bracket once again. Lightman, of course, sitting comfortably all the way up in the winners finals. On the other end of winners, we're going to have Person versus Zeri, which is currently underway. In losers right now is looking kind of like a shark pool. We have Buck in, I believe we have, not Buck. Yeah, we have Buck in losers. We have LSD in losers. I believe Camp is also in losers. Boyka beat Camp earlier. So now, things are slowly but surely coming underway. Now I'm gonna go find out what matches are currently underway, if any. Is Dino D in the chat? Dino, are you here? Alright, the bracket is being updated. Nice. I'm gonna go ask Camp if he started yet. So I'm thinking we could go do a losers match while Zeri in person's going on, and then after that we could run winners finals, and then after we run winners finals we can go back to losers after that. Those two started. Sidious and Buck is happening. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're just trying to figure out where we're going to go next, because right now, currently, all the matches are in the middle of being underway. Again, we just saw the conclusion of Lyman and Boyka. Boyka will be sent down towards the loser's bracket. Person and Zeri is currently going on, and once that's finished, we're going to have our winners finals coming up. On the opposite end, we have LSD versus Camp, and we have Entel versus Buck. I should have told Person and Zeri to wait. That's okay. So, Joe, we apparently seem to have a little bit of downtime, as currently all the players are in the middle of a match. So since we have a little bit of downtime, highly recommend take a stretch, get some food, drink some water, whatever you gotta do, do it now, because once we come back, we are locked in for the rest of the event. Okay, I have locked in where we're going. That way I can make sure that things run a bit smoothly. I can go over there. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an update. We're currently waiting for Game 1 of Camp versus LSD to finish up. Right now they're locked in a 3-3 set score, a 3-3 round score. Once that finishes up, we'll set ourselves up into that lobby. We'll watch a little bit of losers action. And then once that game concludes, we'll run winners finals right after that. So our schedule is going to be a little bit of losers, winners finals, losers all the way through, whatever we can watch. And after that, we will obviously conclude with grand finals. Got the invite. Alrighty. I am officially set up, and we're in here. So to refresh and reiterate what's going on, we're jumping straight into the middle of a losers match right now between Mr. 10-point test 97.3, aka Camparius, versus LSD. Currently, the set score sits at a 1-0 versus for Camparius' favor. LSD going to be the one that has to make the comeback here, as he decides to select a colony for himself to get himself comfortable. Camp, the other representative of Sin City. Right now, we're in the middle of waiting for the other side of winter semis to conclude, which is Person and Zeri. And once that's over, we'll run the winners finals. However, Camp sits with a 1-0 lead over LSD. Again, LSD won the tournament last week. We have been looking at a different story. Had Camp been around? Only one way to find out. As we're going to play the second game of this losers match on Colony. North Star Hover Peak early coming out from Camp. Couldn't find the damage. Couldn't find that shot either. He does spot out the toad. Unfortunately, some of the 40mm shots are getting blocked by these poles. Camp technically with the health advantage, as LSD is spending a lot of 40mm ammo, but he will establish a lock-on with this sonar post. Camp has to be very careful because the rockets are inbound to his position. Camp didn't mitigate that much damage with it. He tried to find the dash shot, unfortunately cannot. LSD is now very close to this North Star. He's going to do a lot of damage. Camp does a lot of return damage, actually. And with that, he's going to build himself a nice chunk of that flight core meter. However, LSD gets 2 shots to his name, looking for a third. Camp tried to find the dash peak. Unfortunately, the rockets don't find the mark. LSD and Camp fighting neck and neck for this first round lead. Unfortunately, the rockets go into the rooftop. LSD is going to secure the battery. He's going to get himself a Salvo Core online tether, as he may be. Salvo Core for sure coming into play. Nice dash shot again from Camp. Another great shot from Camp. Camp has the flight core before LSD has the Salvo Core. Camp showing his history. He played a lot of Ronin. He was a North Star main first. Hover Peak coming out. Hover Peak from the left side. LSD getting slightly mixed up on where Camp is going to be. Great mechanics coming out from Camp. Camp unfortunately can't find that shot either. I believe Camp is technically down in life, so all he needs is one good railgun shot. That's a great tether placement. LSD caught looking at the tether instead of at the North Star. He's going to eat another. And matter of fact, he's going to eat 2 shots. A third one as well. Lock-ons have been established, but Camp should be able to get out the way, no problem. And he does mitigate. LSD stuck in a very difficult position because all Camp needs. Oh my god, that almost was it right there. One more shot will spell the doom for LSD. Again, Camp with these hover peaks, utilizing the cover that is the upwards map geometry. Camp. Thankfully, not going to get splash damaged here. He got LSD, does get a lock-on. Lock-ons are in effect. Does find the doom. Sonar Pulse is inbound. 30 seconds remain on the clock. Salvo Core is in the air. Camp not in a hover spot, however. LSD can look to curve it towards him. Curves it upward slightly. Tries to find Camp. He does find Camp. The Salvo Core does find the mark. And LSD will clutch it out over Camp. First round victory on Colony. LSD this time opts to take along with him the Ion. Camp still running back the North Star. He played very well that first round. He's going to see if he can potentially catch LSD holding down Vortex. Instead, LSD will exhaust the energy and continue his pathway very strong. Going to trade Laser Shot for Railgun. Overall, not a bad trade for the Ion. Dash Peak. Again, Camp played very aggressive with the North Star. I think he's very confident in building the Flight Core and just outright killing the Ion. Camp is now in the field. Unfortunately, he's been a bit of an awkward spot because he doesn't have a lot of cover or peak angles to work with. Another great laser shot from LSD. LSD mitigating Railgun after Railgun with this Vortex Shield. However, a great return shot comes out from Camp. If he can find one more of these, he can get the Flight Core online, but the problem is that it's going to be very difficult to stop LSD from getting the Laser Core at this point. LSD smartly decides not to return the not to take the battery. And Camp also, again, another great deterrent from the battery. Gets a nice shot there. LSD tries to play return to sender with the tethers, but the tethers that Ion has returned aren't able to catch the North Star. Melee cancel. Camp was right there with the dash peak. Understood what was going on. Tried to kill him for it. Camp. He's going to share with the laser shot. No, actually, Camp won't even share with the laser shot. Camp will happily take the free shot, and then he'll take the Flight Core to follow up, evening up the round count. 1-1 for Colony. Now, I believe the Tone and the North Star have been completely eliminated from the pick pool. Obviously, Camp taking away Camp's North Star, I think, is a huge boon. And now it's going to be an Ion Mirror from the looks of it. I wonder what kit Camp elects to take with the Ion. Laser Shot exchange happens, but it's going to be Camp coming out on top with that one. Alright, brawl in mid happens, but it's going to be LSD, I believe, evening up the trade. Camp going to rotate towards the battery. Isn't going to pull, however. We can see how Camp's North Star gameplay affects his Ion as LSD decides to grab the battery in front of Camp. Camp will do some damage, but the problem is that he's in a very awkward spot. LSD will get the Doom. LSD tries to find the Rip. However, the Laser Core will seal the deal. LSD took a little bit of a risk, but he understood that the tripwires were no longer available. Ion's burst damage is limited by her tripwire cooldown, and, of course, as we all know and love, the energy gauge that she has built in. LSD recognized the situation. He decided to go for the pull while covered with the E-Smoke. He gets back in safely. Camp, unfortunately, no way to rotate out, and doesn't go for the exchange either. He's going to lose the mirror. LSD taking the lead in the round count.
Let's leave them in the dust.
And we're going to see what the next matchup has to unfold. LSD locking in the Monarch, and on the other side, we're going to have Camp on what? Monarch mirror, surprisingly enough, is happening. We're having another mirror match in the roulette format. Not something you get to see very often, but here we are. Two console players duking out against each other. LSD acknowledges he's got more than enough of a trade going on, and he will elect to trade batteries with Camp. One of the issues with the trade that he's decided to elect is that exactly he doesn't have the siphon. Because he doesn't have the siphon, Camp will happily siphon him twice and secure a little bit of a shield advantage on LSD. Now LSD stuck reloading in front of Camp's Monarch. Camp unfortunately misses that siphon, so the life change isn't as good as he would like it to be. However, LSD's going to miss that siphon. LSD's going to miss the second siphon. Camp with a huge advantage over LSD. Look at the life differential! Camp tries to seal the deal with the rocket cell. Unfortunately, can't find it, and now LSD's going to be the one in the awkward spot. LSD does get the upgrade core online. He tries to keep fighting, but he can't keep going. The life total reduced to 0, and it's going to be Camp winning the mirror the second time around.
The Ronin sword transferred to pilot.
Two is the score, and a friendly reminder that Camp is currently 1-0 in this set. If Camp wins 2 more rounds, the set is over. LSD will have been eliminated from the tournament, but if LSD wins the 2 rounds, then he can continue onwards and go to a game 3. Camp on the Ronin, LSD on the Monarch. Camp, of course, no slouch on the Ronin. I wonder what kit Camp has elected to take here. Using his phase relatively early, playing the slow and pokey game. This isn't exactly what you would look to do as a Ronin versus Monarch. But Camp has done an excellent job mitigating damage, but LSD doing an even better job staying outside of lead wall range. LSD gets more shields for himself. Camp playing surprisingly passive against the Monarch. And because of this, the Monarch is just allowed to chip him down slowly but surely. It hasn't been anything major yet, but the fact that Camp hasn't done damage means that upgrade core is nigh but guaranteed. Camp trying to sway LSD away from the battery, but he's going to eat a ton of damage for it. The siphon is slightly mistimed, but however, Camp actually going to get 2 batteries to his name. Very cheeky play coming out from the Ronin player. And because of that, now Camp has a ton of core coming into this fight. The siphon is good, but Arc Wave is going to put LSD in place. Now Camp can look for whatever aggression he wants. If Camp can find just even a slight amount of good lead wall damage, he will be able to put LSD down. Unfortunately, the phase is not exactly where he wants it to be. Neither does the Arc Wave. LSD doing a phenomenal job denying this Ronin the fight. Phase incoming, shotgun shots. Unfortunately, mostly blocked by the tree. Camp still not able to get the sword core online. LSD running for his life. 1 more minute remains on the clock. Can you keep mitigating this Ronin? Ronin coming through. The problem now is that Camp doesn't have the overshield to work with, and he's running out of health. Is Camp gonna look for the battery? No, he doesn't. He's less than a bar, so his sword core play is going to have to be phenomenal, especially with the fact that the time is winding down. LSD opts to go for the battery in front of Camp's Ronin. Sword core activated. 1 swing is good. Upgrade core online. Shots are being fired. Another great swing. Camp misses that one, but he'll get the doom. LSD's greed being hard punished before our very eyes. Camp will steal the round away from LSD, and he'll put himself in a position where all he needs is the last round to win the set. LSD got very greedy for the battery. He didn't verify the exchange. He decided to pull in front of a Ronin that effectively had sword core, throwing away all his advantage in one fell swoop. The sword core is good. The time was on his side. LSD going to be the one to take the swings with the Ronin instead. Gets stuck a little awkwardly in the field, but he is fighting against a Tone. He does have the matchup advantage here, but I like this position Camp's hanging out at. He tries to box him away. The Arc Wave is going to be very difficult to get off, but the Tone has now descended off the platform. Tone trying to get the reload off. And unfortunately, the Arc Waves, like I said, they are difficult to hit on top of the platform. You have to be right up against it. Great block from Cap. Rockets on the Arc Wave punish. Cap is winning this matchup. Incredibly strong. Swordcore has to be popped. Arc Wave doesn't find the mark. 40 mil reload is good. Does Camp look for the melee? No, he doesn't. He plays patient. LSD somehow still alive with 1%, literally to his name. LSD is going to disengage. He has to get this battery pull. That's the only way he still stays in the game, and he will get it. But Camp might be able to look for exchange of his own. Camp still has a ton of health to work with, and Salvocore is coming to play. Camp trying to back out onto this platform again so he can't get ripped. LSD tries to find the melee, and Camp will Salvocore. His hopes and dreams of this tournament continuing for LSD. Camp shuts him out on Colony. 4-2's the score. Even with the matchup advantage, Camp pulls through. Unfortunately. Camp played his height advantage, and he played the matchup well, catching LSD a lot with the rocket punishes. Him not having the battery, of course, you have to mitigate a lot more damage as Ronin. Taking all that fight versus a Tone, of course, Ronin's still going to have favor, but if he can't effectively land his damage back, then you're going to fall over. The key thing that he mitigated was the Arc Waves. Having the double Arc Wave, not being able to use his kit for most of that engagement, and then eventually one of the Arc Waves hitting the wall. And the second Arc Wave getting punished by tracking rockets will spell doom for him. And the other thing that did him in was the Monarch round. I'm so surprised that LSD opted to go for that battery. He had 30 seconds left on the clock. He had effectively a 90% health lead, which of course can be changed due to Swordcore being Swordcore. But he opted to just completely throw away his advantage in one fell swoop. And he lost that round as well. And it all just went tumbling down for him. With that, LSD is going to be eliminated from the tournament. Camp will move on. And we are going to go towards our winners finals. I'm going to let them know that I need an invite. You did what? Oh my. Okay, cool. Thank you for the invitation, Lightman. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're returning back to the winner's side of the bracket. We're going to go straight into winners finals. Friendly reminder, winners finals is 2 out of 3. Only grand finals is 3 out of 5. Losers finals as well when we get there. I'll say it again when we get there. That it's also 2 out of 3. Again, only grand finals is 3 out of 5. And in our winners finals, we have a Lighthouse Classic. On one side, we have Lightman, head of the Lighthouse Discord. And on the other side, we have his partner in crime, Zerito. We've seen them tear it up in the 2v2 tournaments. As a matter of fact, multiple tournaments that we've had on the PC side of things. But now this time, they have to fight each other. Lightman and Zeri, of course, have been extremely active, you know, being resident heads of the Lighthouse Discord. Zeri plays a phenomenal Ronin. Lightman, of course, has a ton of flex picks. We've seen it. We saw the set versus LSD. We saw the set versus Boyka, and how mechanically adept he is at using every little thing in order to secure his wins. And he is the man who put his money on the line. Again, there is $300 in this tournament. $200 for first place, $100 for second. And whoever wins this match is guaranteed a piece of that money. And so, we're going to see where we go first. I'm interested to see Zeri play other Titans besides the Ronin. Usually we see Zeri rocking the Anomaly Ronin. It's typically what he's known for when he plays with Lightman. Lightman being the one with the flex picks. But now it's going to be Zeri going to have to play stuff like the Tone. Going to have to play stuff like the On. Who knows? Maybe Zeri might pick Scorch himself. But these guys being teammates, having to square up against each other once again. I'm sure there's going to be no surprises between the two of them. They know how they like to play, and they're going to take it to each other right now. Boomtown is going to be the first map for the winners finals. Surprisingly enough, people have not been banning this map this time around. I believe we saw Person last time take away this map as a comfort pick, forcing players to play more on maps that they're less suitable on. But instead, Lightman is more than okay with taking people here. And we're going to see what Titan Lightman locks in first, as we're going to ride with him for Game 1. Winners Finals not currently underway. Lightman going to select the Tone. Tone on this side is actually not too bad. Mainly due to the fact that you have this hallway to play around and place your particle wall down. He's going to spot out Zeri's Ion. Doesn't find the 40 mil shot to get the lock-ons, but he will get the battery. He's going to get a little late, so he might eat a lead shot for his trouble, and he will. But it's going to be Tone v Ion matchup all this time. Slightly in Tone's favor because the damage output definitely favors her dramatically. Zeri going to do some damage, but Lightman going to answer right back. Get some partials with the rockets at his disposal, but we've seen Lightman rock these Overcore plus Pulse Echo kit. Lightman going to walk up mid, catching Zeri, throwing a laser at him, and the 40 mil damage. Again, you can see it. The 40 mil damage adding up, eventually building him the Salvo Core. Salvo Core doesn't do a ton of damage, but the tracking rockets will find the Doom. Zeri understands it's over, takes the eject, and that's going to be 1-0 for the Lightman. We've been more used to this slow, tactical style coming up from these players, but In that round, both players just decided, hey, what if we just fight mid? In which case, if the tone rockets aren't reflected back at her, the ion is going to lose the damage trade, especially with the 40 mils, shot after shot, and the particle, of course, blocking all of Ion's damage, effectively. Speaking of Ion, Lightman's going to be the one to select the Ion this time, as he will take this mid position. He's going to spot Zeri. He does spot Zeri. It's going to be Zeri on the tone this time, but Lightman did land some early damage. Zeri's going to be able to heal that right back up. Lightman trying to see what he can scout up the laser shot. He does find the second laser shot and successfully baits the particle wall. Huge win from Lightman already early. Zeri finds the 40 mil shot, but Zeri is already in mid. He has to fight this Ion. Rocket Barrage is the call from Zeri, but he's going to trip those tripwires. And again, Zeri is playing very aggressive with the tone. Unfortunately, the Rockets don't find the mark. Zeri is still charging down mid against Lightman. Opted to just take the outright fight. The problem is he fed Rockets, and Lightman has Laser Core. Doesn't opt to pop it. Salvo Core online, catches the Rockets, reflects them right back. A little bit of an awkward situation given the fact that Lightman has access to a lot of different areas to dodge the Salvo Core that might potentially be incoming. Another great laser shot from Lightman. Salvo Core is activated. Can Lightman make it around the corner in time? Zeri might be able to find it, but he does not. Salvo Core still in the air. We saw the Rockets. The Rockets unfortunately detonated too early. Lightman doesn't even opt to pop the laser core. He instead opts to mitigate damage. We've seen this time and time again where Lightman just decides to mitigate damage and take his sweet time for the perfect opportunity to activate Laser Core and put the tone down. Lightman taking it 2-0 so far over Zeri.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
Zeri right now on a bit of the back foot. However, he still has all his picks available.
We're doing great.
Lightman will be down, I believe, the 2 Atlases, so he's gonna have to make something else work. And this time, he's gonna try to make one of the Ogres work. He will select the Legion for himself. Gets a bit of an awkward spawn, so he's gonna be forced to walk around this right area. Gonna stick to the long range mode early, see what kind of early damage he can find up this mid choke point. Long range mode engaged. Here we are. Just waiting for Zeri to get off for the battery. Misses the long range power shot. Zeri opts to disembark and get his battery. Lightman couldn't find that goose with the second power shot. Tone v Legion is the matchup. Lightman barely not able to find that power shot either. Preemptive power shot, unable to find the mark. Zeri doesn't find aggression with the tone either, as Zeri is the one who is currently hanging out in mid. Lightman taking this peak spot by the window. I think he heard the tone behind him instead. Tried to go for another preemptive power shot, not able to find the mark. He's going to run face first into Zeri, however. Zeri opts to press melee, doesn't put the particle wall down, and now the power shot's going to come into play relatively soon, but Zeri's going to have Salvo Core online. Lightman's going to take all of it. Lightman trying his best to fight the tone heads up, but Salvo Core beats Smart Core. Zeri coming back into the game. 1 round for himself. We've seen time and time again how methodical Lightman plays his fights. He likes to use his abilities at the perfect opportune time. Doesn't look to scramble, just picks and chooses exactly when. He decided to hold his power shot to see if potentially he could get Zeri doomed first and then execute him with it. But unfortunately not able to do enough damage. Salvo Core going to win Zeri that outright fight, especially with no gun shield to mitigate anything, any amount of Tone's damage further. Lightman this time will lock in the Ronin. He's trying to make this score 3-1 his favor. And he's going to go for the Goose. Does Zeri recognize? Zeri, last second recognizes. He'll get the battery. But Zeri's Titan is getting punished slowly but surely. Actually, Zeri is slow to get back in. So it's going to be Zeri with a slight life deficit on the Ion. Lightman with a good early damage check on Zeri. Actually, no, the life bars are actually even. Lightman going to use all his cooldowns to get in on Zeri. Arc Wave is good. Unfortunately, Zeri couldn't catch it in time. Again, Lightman playing very aggressively. Even arcs the tripwire and takes a lot of splitter damage. Down half, but that's not going to stop him from getting Sword Core online. Laser Core is online as well. Zeri activates. Lightman blocks. Lightman uses the walls to juke and buy more time. Unfortunately, Zeri couldn't find that laser shot that would have given him the doom. Zeri, Lightman. Zeri, 1 HP. Arc Wave is good. Lightman goes up 3-1. But, however, this is roulette. Lightman still needs to win one more round if he wants to take a 1-0 lead when it comes to set count. And Zeri still has a lot of options available. We've seen Lightman crawl back against LSD earlier in the tournament. We're going to see if Zeri can be the one to crawl back in this specific situation.
Bloody well destroying them. Keep it up, 6-4.
Lightman taking his tried and true Legion all the way at the very end. He's going to look to see if he can lock this round out completely. Lightman already engaged. Oh no, actually opts to cancel. Now engages the long range mode. Zeri on the Ion versus Lightman's Legion. Zeri doesn't get caught holding down Vortex. Matter of fact, he'll grab both of Lightman's power shot, and now he's going to opt to play aggressively up in this mid area. Lightman is barreling through the tripwire. Zeri did get out and get back in to refresh his energy. Great stuff from Zeri, understanding exactly how much time he had. But it's a little scary because Lightman has one power shot available and he doesn't find the mark, but he forces Zeri down, meaning that Zeri can't get this battery. Lightman will secure a battery of his own. Now he has a huge advantage over Zeri's Ion, but unfortunately he feeds the power shot to the Vortex Shield, takes an unfortunate reload, and Zeri will laser core him into oblivion. Despite the advantage that Lightman had, Zeri coming back in, catches the power shot, reflects it correctly, and the round then turns on its head. 3-2 is the score now. Zeri trying to get back into the game. Lightman still has the two. Actually, yeah, I was gonna say he has the two gun. He has one gun titan and he has access to the North Star. He's gonna opt to select the North Star for himself here. Wonder what pick Zeri has selected for himself. Zeri understanding there. Actually, no, he does go for the battery and he'll get clustered. Zeri gets goosed on the battery despite seeing the fact that there's a cluster in the way.
Thank you.
Zeri will die. And that will be game one for Lightman. I thought Zeri wasn't gonna pull the battery because of the fact that he saw that the pilot hadn't gotten out, and instead he would elect instead to hold on his battery pull. But instead, Zeri opts to get out, pulls the battery. And because he decides to pull the battery, he will unfortunately perish. Lightman will go up 1-0 in the set score. If he wins this next game, he'll actually have a shot at his own tournament money. Picks and bans are coming up right now. Lightman opts to take away War Games and Exoplanet. Zeri decides to lock in Colony. It seems to me that the two most picked maps for this kind of style of format have been Boomtown, if it's available, of course, and right after the Boomtown pick, Colony follows up right after. And so here we are. We're going back in. Game 2 of Winners Finals. Lightman versus Zeri. Lightman sitting comfortably with a 1-0 lead in the set. But Zeri is looking like he can potentially still even things up. He has 4 rounds to give away before he will be sent to the loser bracket himself, and he'll sit and wait in the losers finals. Here we are, Colony. It begins. We've seen this place before, and we know exactly where to be to see the Titan picks. Zeri is going to select the Monarch early, but he's going to run straight into Lightman's Tone, and we know that Lightman's Tone likes to run the Pulse Echo, so 1 shot equals a lock-on for free. Interestingly enough, Zeri is taking Overcore on the Monarch and not the Turbo Engine. Typically when we see Monarchs selected, they take the Turbo Engine so that they can have the 4 dashes. Great Arc Grenade, by the way, coming up from Lightman, immediately eliminating most of Zeri's shields. However, this isn't going to mean too much because the batteries have been exchanged and Zeri can get the shields with the Siphon. Can Zeri find it? No, he cannot. He does find it now. He's going to use his rearm and try to all-in Lightman. He will. So now Lightman is stuck in a bit of an awkward position where he has to heads-up fight Zeri. The Particle Wall is going to come up relatively soon, but Zeri's going to get Upgrade Core online immediately. And we can see now that the Arc Waves are about to come in and do a lot of work for Lightman. The problem is that Salvo Core is now in the air, but Lightman is way too close to the Monarch. Zeri unfortunately misses. Zeri has a rocket build on, actually. Let me correct myself. 2 sets of rockets come down. The rockets will melt the Particle Wall, and Zeri will kill Lightman's Tone. Interestingly enough, we had Zeri taking the rocket build towards the rocket specialist that is Tone. He was going to find the win with that one. One of the things that Pulse Echo lacks over Rocket Barrage is that the damage diff from you acquiring lock-ons is a huge factor in the matchup, especially when fighting a Monarch. Heads up. The curve miss from Lightman essentially did him in, and plus pushing a melee, especially at that close kind of range, isn't going to help him build Salvo Core to fight back. Well, Zeri missed the rip. He's going to take the round. And now Zeri's up a laser shot, as now the matchup is the Tone versus the Ion. He's going to mitigate as much damage as he can from Lightman. Lightman's eventually going to look for a timing where he can throw these tracking rockets. He finds the timing, gets a partial, which is really nice for him. However, Lightman's in a bit of an awkward spot as he's sitting on a very big life differential versus Zeri. Great rocket timing again by Lightman, not feeding this Vortex Shield. The problem, however, is that the Laser Core is coming, and the Laser Core will put the Tone to bed. A quick 2-0, decisive by Zeri. Again, both these players are opted to just fight each other on their respective side. If these two players are on the same side, the brawl just happens. We saw the bad exchange round 1, but once the bad exchange was over, what happened? Both players just went at it.
We're doing great, team.
We aren't seeing this slow and protruding gameplay. Instead, we're trying to kick it off with a bang here. This is losers finals. Tone versus Tone is the matchup. Zeri already being sonar, meaning that Lightman knows exactly where he's going to be. Zeri hasn't fired off his own sonar yet. He sees Lightman on the left. Lightman will get the lock on. Zeri avoids and mitigates as much damage as he can. And matter of fact, it will be Light who plays aggressive and gets the lock-ons with the splash shot. So now he's going to have a bit of a life advantage. Matter of fact, he's going to have a wall advantage if Zeri decides to peek this way. He will. And Zeri's going to be the one rocking the Rocket Barrage for himself. Rocket Barrage versus Pulse Echo is a little interesting because if the Pulse Echo Tone can play passive enough, the rocket salvos from the Pulse Echo Tone will add up over time. However, Lightman's looking to heads-up fight versus Zeri. In the matchup, in a heads-up brawl, the Rocket Barrage will beat the Pulse Echo. Now the Pulse Echo salvo comes out. Lightman has Salvo Core online. Salvo Core is in the air already. Zeri's going to throw the core right back at Lightman, but he doesn't have the life to take it. Lightman gets enough rotations of his kit And he will win the tone mirror.
Half time.
Smooth, pilot. It is good to have you back.
Now, Tone has been eliminated from Lightman's pool of picks, which is not a bad pick to get rid of early. Now he doesn't have to worry about the Ronin matchup. He doesn't have to worry about Northstar either, even though we've seen him play masterfully versus Northstar. Zeri's going to run back the Tone, and here we are again, taking up this right side position. No one using the height that LXD likes to use. Instead, we're just going to walk right up. Ion versus Tone is the matchup. Lightman this time going to be on the receiving end of the Tone. Tracking rockets incoming. I think he may have caught Lightman trying to do something. Maybe a melee cancel perhaps, but he did get a lot of great damage with that rocket salvo. Establishes another lock-on, fires another barrage, got some partials again, uses the particle wall to block off Lightman's line of sight with the laser, and matter of fact, he also pulls the battery. Unfortunately, the tripwires don't find the mark. Zeri gets a nice cheeky battery pull. Lightman's gonna look for this one. Zeri gonna try to get the snipe. Zeri couldn't find it, however, he'll take the punish. Wow, Zeri fakes the melee, instead goes for a rocket barrage straight on the Lightman's face. Because of that, the salvo core will come online, and then the rockets follow up. The rockets don't seal the deal. Lightman's still alive. Lightman gets the doom. Lightman, barely any health. Zeri's gonna get out. He's just gonna go straight for the MGL. He tries to arc grenade. Oh my goodness, Lightman barely doesn't get the punch. MGL will seal the deal. Zeri with a very greedy play comes out ahead. Another big bet. 3-1 round count. Zeri needs one more win, and Colony will belong to him, and we can extend the set. However, Lightman still has a lot of picks available to him. But I think Zeri hasn't used his Ronin yet, and we're going to see it right now. Zeri rocking the Ronin immediately. He's going to take up this right side. He saved his best for last, and we're going to see if it's going to pay off right here and right now. He's going to run straight into the Monarch, but I don't think he really minds. As a matter of fact, he's just going to phase boost right in towards the Monarch. Fortunately, can't land the arc wave. Gets one good shotgun shot. Misses the second one, but now this is starting to become a little awkward for the Ronin, due to the fact that he hasn't built much core. They're gonna pull up right here in this position, trying to bait Lightman forward. Unfortunately, misses another arc wave. We've seen a lot of arc wave misses from these Ronin players. Lightman is gonna be the one that takes aggression out of the Ronin as the Ronin begins to get doomed. Half a doom bar to his name. Lightman doesn't get greedy, pull the battery. In fact, he'll just play out of the corner and try to go the Ronin in. Zeri running low on health, but lands the movement, is able to secure a battery for himself potentially, but no, never mind. Lightman is already in position to cover the option. There will be no exchanges here. As a matter of fact, I'll take your Titan for free. (3-2). The round count on Colony. However, Lightman has used his Monarch pick. So that means that one of Ronin's hardest matchups is already out of the game. Zeri can still continue to pick the Ronin and force a round victory eventually. We're going to see if that looks to do. And that is what he looks to do. Zeri will continue. But he's going to run into the Ion. We saw the laser shot there. Laser shot, in fact, has a range limit. If you are too far away, the laser will not connect with its target. Zeri's going to look for the pull. Lightman decides to go for the trade. Doesn't opt to go and goose Zeri's battery. Looks for the arc grenade. Can't find that either. Lightman is pulling from a very far away place. He pulled all the way from the field. This actually is going to be a little awkward to get back into this position. Zeri lands all 4 shotgun shots, and Zeri's running the Alamany, meaning that Lightman is not going to be able to build space away from this Ronin. Great shotgun shots coming out from Zeri. Zeri smartly decides to walk back towards the tripwires. Zeri needs 2 more melee. Never mind, he needs a melee and an arc wave. Sorcerer will come online. Zeri just gonna outpace Lightman's melee's playing very patient, get a nice priority melee with himself using the anomaly kit. Zeri and Lightman, of course, being friends. Unfortunately, Zeri ejects in front of Lightman, and now the score, instead of being a win, it's now evened up. I have so many words. Look, the only way I can classify that play was, that was a throw. If I'm a Lightman, I'm not ejecting. You gotta deal with the consequences of your actions, and as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go lock in the... Oh, he locked in the Ronin! He didn't even lock in the Legion. He decided to heads-up fight Zeri with his own Titan. Double Arcwave comes out. Unfortunately, the Arcwaves don't do too much damage. The shotgun trade is relatively even. Zeri's gotta be feeling a certain type of way after that one. Arcwave is down. Now Zeri can use his kit to force offense. Great shotgun shots coming out for Zeri. Another great shotgun shot coming out from Zeri. Even though they are blocked, he is slowly but surely making up damage. Arcwave more likely to come through the smoke. There it is. Zeri slightly ahead of Lightman, but a few shotgun shots can change that. Zeri still looking really strong on the Ronin. Doesn't get the arc over the wall, but he'll land a few phenomenal shotgun mags onto Lightman. We can see how Zeri has been doing a fantastic job of actually shot blocking out of Lightman's options. Zeri will get the sword core activated. Lightman with the melee, and Zeri will secure the round over Lightman. And that's going to be that game from Zeri. It was almost a disaster. By all means, that could have been the throw of the year. It would have been something like, imagine having to tell your friends, yeah, so I lost winners finals. How? By ejecting. Well, I had almost full health, over a 1% ion. I cannot believe that. That is something I have witnessed in an LTS tournament. And meanwhile, things I'm going to have to witness in an LTS tournament is apparently we are just going to glitch. I believe this might be our first glitch game, not just a while, but this is our first glitch game of this specific format.
Welcome back, pilot.
To explain some stuff about glitch, of course, is it's a symmetrical map. Both sides are the same. Both sides have the same options. The thing with glitch, though, is that it's also a 3-battery map, similar to AC. So if one side commits to one pull, the other side has option to pull mid or pull their side battery and fight mid. Lightman locking in the Legion early. He recognizes that the side pull on one of these sides is happening. Oh, actually, it's going to be Zeri on the Monarch having to deal with Lightman on the Legion. Lightman throws a cheeky arc grenade. Try to see if he can catch out Zeri. Zeri, however, hanging out very close to this Legion. He will get away. Actually, Zeri didn't even opt to pull his battery, and now he's stuck getting double power shot versus the Legion. But Zeri's upgrade core is going to come online. But remember, Zeri doesn't have arc rest. Zeri has missiles. Zeri's doomed, and Zeri is dead, unfortunately. Lightman will put him down for good.
Welcome back, pilot.
Lightman right now up 1-0 in our final game of Winners Finals. Zeri tried with the Monarch, but he ran straight into a Predator Cannon. Now Lightman's going to take the tone. I believe Lightman might be taking this purely because he understands. Great laser shot timing by Zeri, understanding that Lightman will play aggressive around the corner. Tried to find the tracking record damage, unfortunately could not. Bad exchange is actually good this time, but the problem is that Lightman is going to immediately go for the second battery, and Zeri's not going to have a say in it. Great laser shot coming out from Zeri. Does get the shields off. Tracking rockets are going to hit a little bit, but again, same thing with the Angel City. It's just, if you pull one side and you neglect mid, the Titan gets the other battery. Zeri tried to look for an arc grenade, and it did land, but it didn't do anything to Lightman's shields. So Zeri's going to be down in the shield war. And plus, Lightman is going to have a ton of core, meaning that Zeri cannot heads-up fight Lightman. Zeri hangs around, tracking rockets, not good on the mark. This is a very, with this map specifically, is that it's a very huge test of your technical skill with Tone, because you can't just do upper curves all the time. Surprisingly enough, Zeri gets core over Lightman, and Zeri gets the Doom as well. Another great laser shot coming out. Tone is now have a Doom bar. Lightman can actually abuse the fact that glitches the skybox. I don't know if the salvo core is going to land, and it will. Zeri will just outright fight Lightman, and Lightman's going to fall down. Zeri played incredibly well, despite the fact that Lightman had the 2 battery advantage. Zeri will win that round. Now, I know he mentioned he used split bug in the chat, but just so you guys know, if you use split bug, hey, we do have to redo the round. But I'm sure Derry did not, because hey, everyone's with the rules. Speaking of things that everyone's gonna read, we're gonna see another tone mirror coming out on the glitch side. Lightman trying to get his lock on. Zeri trying to get his lock on as well. Zeri will fire his rockets and miss, but meanwhile, Lightman's looking to do the same thing. He's going to push aggressively with the rocket salvo. Doesn't find the mark either. Both tones, unfortunately, missing their targets. As I've stated before, the thing with glitch is that you can't really do nice underhand curve. You have to do a lot of different tracking rocket curves because of the fact that you can't vertical curve all the time due to all of the amount of things that are in Tone's way. Tracking rocket coming out from the front. That's definitely not going to find this mark. Very easy to dodge. Good stuff to Lightman, mitigating damage. Zeri, however, is still winning the health trade over Lightman. Lightman tries to fight splash shots over the wall. Zeri happy to just fight in mid. More tracking rockets for him. Matter of fact, Zeri's going to push all the way up. Another set of rockets coming out immediately. The problem, however, is that Zeri eventually has to back off and take this reload. Actually, no, he successfully goes Lightman forward, gets the Doom. Zeri has Salvo Core. Salvo Core's going to come out, but Salvo Core actually does find most of the mark. Huge plays coming up from Zeri. Zeri will win the damage trade overall. And he'll win the Tone Mirror this time, with a score being 1-2. Zeri's favor.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Zeri, of course, needs 2 more rounds in order to send Lightman to losers.
They aren't winning by much. Take 'em out.
That way he himself can advance to grand finals. But Lightman's not out of it yet. Even though his compatriot has the round advantage, he does not have the matchup advantage here. It's going to be Tone versus Monarch, which is not ideal for the Monarch. Lightman opts to spend a lot of 40mm ammo, and Zeri can't really do much to capitalize on it. Chain gun will do its job, however. As you can see, Lightman eating a lot of damage. Zeri dodging rockets on reaction instead of actually just... Lightman's trying his best to mitigate with the 40mm shots, but Zeri smartly just dodging on reaction. Unfortunately, that curve went into the wall. We can see just how this specific map style geometry is hampering these tones from being able to land their damage output. Zeri happy to stick in mid, trying to see what kind of aggression Lightman will inflict, but Zeri will get the Doom on a Lightman. Lightman's trying to charge forward, trying to see if he can land a Salvo Core. If not, bully out Zeri out of mid. Maybe he can get the battery. Never mind, Zeri will come around the corner. He used the smoke as cover to bait Lightman forward. because he thought that he would go for the battery. Instead, Zeri circles back around and he kills the Tone by gunning him down. Zeri, all he needs is one more round. And again, he has his best pick available. He has the Ronin.
Pull it together, 6-4.
We're going to see if Zeri actually locks it in. Lightman on the Ion. What does he see? Is Zeri actually lock in his trusty Ronin? And he will lock in the Ronin. Again, Zeri's plan of action at this point is just force the Ronin pick to eventually win the round for him. It is his best Titan. Lightman's going to get 2 bats to 1. Which you would figure is a huge deal because of the fact that Lightman will get the laser core. The problem is that great laser shot actually. Zeri didn't block that one. Zeri not able to do a whole lot of damage actually. Lightman's just going to take the outright fight versus the Ronin, and he will get the laser core online. Can Zeri disengage away from this laser core? He does. No, he doesn't. He doesn't make it all the way around. Matter of fact, Lightman's going to be the one who's going to get the doom on a Zeri. Unfortunately, arcing the tripwires. Zeri not successfully disengaging away from this laser core, and Lightman pushing all the way up and getting a phenomenal ref on Zeri. He's going to win a round for himself. The thing that Zeri needed to do there is that Zeri, he can still play aggressive versus the Ion, but he has to disengage once Laser Core comes into play, because Laser Core will come up first no matter what he does. And once the Laser Core is down, he's effectively able to just Sword Core Ion to bits, but Lightman takes the all-in. He plays aggressively, and he'll take another round on Zeri. Lightman now is on the Monarch. We saw how the Monarch played out last time. Lightman this time going to get the mid battery again for himself. Despite the fact that Zeri is getting these side batteries, he's losing out on the map control aspect. However, he is here immediately. Both the Siphons land. Great Arc Wave though, however. Even though both the Siphons land, Zeri can totally still win the matchup. Another great 4 shotgun shots. Lightman hasn't been able to mitigate the fight from the Ronin. However, Zeri is looking kind of low on health. Well, Lightman doesn't have a lot of chain gun ammo, and Lightman's out of rockets. He needs to pin for his life. Great Arc Wave. Another great melee. Another great melee. One more melee will seal the deal. Zeri, don't throw this time. Zeri, don't throw this time. Oh, Zeri, no! Zeri, unfortunately, decides to throw another round towards his teammate. I have no words. I don't know what Zeri is doing. I cannot tell you, and I cannot fathom what's going on. Zeri decides to play with his food, and Lightman is now in contention to win this game. Lightman gonna select a Ronin for himself, and he might meet Zeri at the battery. He's trying to bait it. You can see it right now. Lightman's trying to bait this battery pull. Zeri won't fall for it, however. Zeri's gonna go for mid, but he might get punished by Lightman's shotgun. Actually, doesn't even get that much of a punish. Zeri now with the one with the overshield advantage. Lightman gets a good chunk of Zeri's shields by playing away from him. Zeri doesn't play aggressive, actually. He decides to just reset for cooldowns. Lightman down a phase, down on another Arc Wave. Now Lightman effectively has no kit, and Zeri's going to be the one to come around the corner aggressively. Zeri taking the reload, and now Lightman's going to be doomed. Sword Core, no, not even Sword Core. Try to go for a phase rip. Zeri gets one melee. Is Zeri going to finish the job this time? Lightman takes the eject. Zeri, again, I don't know why Zeri is playing so much with his food, but this time he does get the game, and Zeri will advance towards Grand Finals. 4-3 over the Lightman, 2-1 being the set score. Holy my goodness. it almost happened again. But, despite it happening twice, Zeri cleans it up, and he gets to go to Grand Finals. I'm going to go check in with Boyka in camp. Well, at the end of the day, things go the way that they're supposed to. Right now, we're going to have a little bit of downtime. The current losers match is Boyka and Camp, I believe. They're currently running the winners semis. Oh, well, they already... well, they were nice enough to restart the game for me, apparently. I didn't mean for them to do that, but I guess we're going there immediately. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, to shoot you a quick update. Right now, we're going to loser semis, in which we're going to watch Boyka versus Camp. Now, earlier in the bracket, Boyka and Camp faced off, and it was Boyka that won, and he got the all-expense paid trip towards Lightman in the bracket. Right now, the players decided to invite me early, and they decided to just restart the game and put me in. But we're going to reset the game towards where it was. I've been informed on what the picks have won. So far, Camp right now is sitting with a 2-0 round lead. Camp has won with the Legion and the Tone, respectively, while Boyka hasn't gone a round of his own yet. The map selection is a crash site, and the set score currently sits at 0-0. Previously, when we tuned into Camp playing versus LSD, he sat with a 1-0 lead. This time around, that is not the case. So we're going to put the game back into the point where it was, and we'll get our loser semis started. And so, without further ado, we're going to begin our loser semis immediately. Camp currently sits with a 2-0 round lead, again winning with the Legion and the Tone. I am unsure who selected this map specifically, but I would figure this map is more Boyka favored. This is going to deter Camp's North Stars. This is going to deter the style of Camp that likes to play. Camp is more of a defensively orientated player, whereas Boyka is more of the aggressive one. Forcing Camp into a close quarters environment means that he gets to play the less of the cheeky side of the game that he likes to play. Camp, instead of fighting for bottom bat, opts to walk up the hill. Camp anticipates that both players are here, and the Monarch Mirror is going to be the thing to come out. Camp doesn't use his rearm. In fact, he just takes straight chain gun damage, which is very overall a net positive for him, but Camp couldn't find out where Boyka was juking. Now, Boyka has a chance to make up a lot of damage. Boyka, unfortunately, cannot find the damage himself. Siphon for Siphon trade. The Monarch who siphons last has the advantage. However, Camp, again, not using his rearm, means that Boyka is going to get upgrade core before Camp. Boyka's still alive. Camp actually trying to find a Doom with a rocket salvo, but again, Camp not using his rearm to get this return siphon means that Boyka will win that round. While the chain gun DPS early on was good, the Monarch, again, who siphons last, will essentially net positive on shields. And with Boyka's going to exploit that, and he's going to win the mirror. Heads up, 2-1 is now the round count for this first game of loser semis.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
Camp, now piloting the Ion. He's on the bad side for the rest of this first game of semis. However, he decides to take the bottom side for himself. Trying to see if he can go Boyka to come around the corner. Instead, opts to secure a battery of his own. Boyka takes top bat as well. Boyka will have the positional advantage, but we need to see what the matchup is. And it's going to be an Ion mirror. Boyka will win the initial laser shot trade as both laser shots are down. Now Boyka actually does re-embark, disembark, so he has full energy while Camp is slightly lagging behind in the energy department. Tripwires are both dropped. Boyka does get the punish for exploding the tripwire. As a matter of fact, he'll get a second laser shot of his own. Tripwire's going to come out relatively soon, and it might detonate in this E-smoke. It almost did. Boyka looked for the damage, but now Boyka's not going to have the tripwire. Great punch from Boyka. Boyka's holding up the laser, gets another melee for himself. Camp finds the blind laser shot, but Boyka's going to be the one with the core first, definitely in this matchup. Camp doing his best to deny, but Boyka has a laser core online, and that's going to be Camp's life for sure. Boyka barely not finding it, but Camp commits to the laser core, meaning he can't defend himself anymore. And Boyka will win another heads-up engagement. Boyka made another small decision that actually mattered a ton in the end. He decided to disembark, re-embark to get his full energy refill, where Camp started that engagement with slightly less energy as well as slightly less shields because he lost the laser shot trade early. These little decisions go a long way, especially in a 1v1 format where there aren't really external factors. It's just you versus your opponent. We're going to continue with along. Camp going to lock in the Monarch. Boyka, I'd imagine at this point, he more than likely locked in the Tone. Camp playing this bottom side. Trying to figure out what Boyka is playing. And Boyka did lock in the Tone. Great dodge on the rockets by Camp. Actually, no, the rocket curves were slightly delayed. Actually, will catch Camp. Camp doesn't have a dash. Boyka actually just walks up for the battery position. Rocket curve is overall relatively good. And Camp is now stuck in an awkward spot where he has to heads up fight a Tone with a particle wall. Tries to get on the crate, can't find it. Now he's stuck fighting Boyka, still heads up. Boyka misses that rocket curve and he's reload soon, but Salvo Core is online. Matter of fact, this Salvo Core is going to come in and do the Monarch in another heads up fight. Lost by Camp. And Boyka, who was down 2-0 round count, is now up 3 straight. Camp needs to find a way back into this game, because it's slipping away very fast.
Transferring controls to pilot.
We haven't lost yet. Let's show them what the 6-4 can do.
Camp, having to claw his way back in, will select the Ronin early versus Boyka. Of course, the Ronin is where Camp shines. Camp will happily take the bottom bat. Boyka's gonna take the top bat. Bat exchanges are good. Actually, Boyka hasn't gotten his battery yet. He will get it now. Maybe just got stuck on a little bit of an awkward wall, but now he has to fight versus Camp's Ronin, and it will be the Ronin duel. Camp has told me himself that he has a hard time fighting Boyka's Ronin specifically, mainly because Boyka just has a heads-up knowledge on what Camp wants to do. So we're going to see if he can overcome that boundary in this specific tournament set. Great shots. Camp is already winning early, huge, mitigating a lot of Boyka's damage and forcing him off the high ground. Now will be Camp trying to take the high ground. He's trying to bait one of Boyka's options. Actually messes up the map tick, unfortunately. Gets a good amount of damage there as well. Burns both his arc waves. I don't think either Ronin has an arc wave available, so both kits are essentially exhausted. Sword Core Duel comes out. Camp could have found the melee. Camp could have found the second melee. If he had gone for it immediately, he would have hit it. Arc waves are exchanged. This is still a very even fight. Camp tried to find the follow-up. He gets pinned twice. He gets hit a third time. Sword Core offline for Camp. Camp's not going to be able to take any further damage from Boyka. Boyka is doomed, but Camp now has no phase. The problem with learning double arc wave is that your phase doesn't come back off a cooldown, so he can't look for a phase rip here. Instead, he'll play heads up in front of Boyka. Boyka wins the Sword Core duel, and Boyka wins Crash Site. Camp had the right maneuver on what movement style Boyka was going to do. Boyka threw a melee, whiffed it, and the most common response when you whiff a melee like that is to back off. Camp instead tries to double dash towards Boyka and land the follow-up melee and also get the pin, but because of a missed time by Camp, that doesn't happen. He instead gets pinned, and because he gets pinned, Boyka lands another follow-up melee. Scrambles happen, and Camp will lose the round. Interestingly enough, we're going right back to Glitch. We saw Glitch previously in our winners final set that just concluded. And here we are again. 1-0 is the set score for Boyka. Camp on the back foot this time. Boyka needs to win this game of Glitch, and if he wants to advance towards further in this loser's bracket. Unfortunately, this is a Sin City team kill. One of the members of Sin City is going to have to go home. And they're going to have to take on, I believe after this is just losers finals, they're going to have to go fight Lightman in losers finals, who has been looking phenomenal. Boyka takes the North Star against Camp's Ion. Camp with the Reflect. Boyka holds mid. Railgun shot is great! Matter of fact, did a ton of damage. Try to find a follow-up one. Great cluster missile, gonna get chained into some damage as well. Boyka opts to back off, decides to pull the battery. Camp might be able to make it over here and punish. Camp didn't make it. Did Camp opt to go for mid instead? No, instead he's still here. Meaning that Boyka gets to play as aggressive as he wants against his Ion, because he will get the Flight Core online eventually, especially if he lands enough railgun shots. Even partial charges are good enough for Boyka right now, especially with the life lead is slowly building in his favor. Camp has to fight back towards Boyka's North Star. Great block by Camp. However, the problem is, again, he's eventually going to get the Flight Core no matter what you do. But Camp is doing a phenomenal job. If these tripwires can land, another great block for Camp. The cluster missile is building some damage onto Boyka himself. The splitter rifle, splitter lens. Unfortunately, Camp can't find the accuracy. Melee's come up from Camp. He's trying to get the Doom. Both Titans are feeding for each other's Doom bar. None of them will get doomed. Boyka will grab another battery. Is Camp going to secure mid for himself? Boyka does. He actually tries to kill. He actually tries to do Camp's Titan, but he couldn't pick between trying to goose the pilot or dooming the Titan. So because of that, we're now back in an even game state. This one left side battery is going to come back online. Now Boyka has to contest Camp. Boyka having a fantastic position with this North Star railgun. Going to put himself at a very difficult angle to snipe. However, Camp is actually going to come around the corner instead. He's going to barrel through a cluster and a tether trap. And he's going to eat another railgun shot as Flight Core now comes into play. Camp can back away, but the Flight Core is going to hit his toes, and he's going to be at 1 HP now. Boyka's going to secure himself another battery. Does Lizard Girl come down the hallway? And it does, but it can't find the North Star. And Boyka will seal the deal. First round of glitch going to him.
Transferring controls to manual operation.
We had a lot of scrambles in mid, but despite the CQC engagement, both Titans don't get doomed. Boyka can't pick between getting the doom on Camp's Titan or goosing the pilot. Doesn't get either. Camp tries to walk in, but eventually the Flight Corp came online and put his eye on essentially in an unwinnable position. Boyka's going to run forward now. He unfortunately is experiencing a little bit of a connection issue. Decides to crouch down and wait it out. He's walking forward. Now he's going to take the heads up fight versus Camp. Camp drops a tripwire. Tripwires for tripwires are exchanged. Camp didn't look to pop Boyka's tripwire. If he looked to pop Boyka's tripwire there, he would have likely gotten some damage, but instead, the exchanges mute. Laser shot for laser shot. However, Boyka's the one that's winning overall. Camp doesn't have to punch Boyka back towards his tripwire, so because of that, Camp is going to be down in a lot of life. Boyka did a lot of very low committal actions, and now Camp is in a position where he's going to lose the game. Boyka trying to fish for the doom. Camp doing his best to mitigate damage. Lizard comes online. Camp can't get the punch. Boyka even then had the heads up eject. No matter what Camp did, Camp was going down. And that's going to be another round for Boyka, winning another mirror match over Camp.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Again, it's all about these exchanges. Camp didn't contest Boyka in the hallway. Boyka comes up and decides to fight him outright for free.
You're bloody well destroying them.
Boyka gets an early later shot. Boyka decides to push advantage further. Boyka decides to split her down Camp. Camp doesn't block any of it. Boyka now going to select the Ronin. He's going to go down straight down the same hallway again. We're going to see if these players decide to just keep brawling here. And Camp is unfortunately on the tone. Self-anchors his battery pull, but you can't self-anchor out a Ronin. Camp does successfully get the battery without getting goose, but he's down. He's going to be down a lot more life. However, Boyka is taking this heads-up fight, which overall is good for Camp because as long as the Ronin is in front of him, he will be able to deal damage, especially if Boyka's not careful, but Boyka's going to get the Sword Core online. Camp has to make this next rocket salvo count. Camp's going to get doomed. Goes for the punch. Boyka tried to find it. He couldn't find it. Now he's doomed. Camp and Boyka both doomed. Camp doesn't go for the melee. Camp goes for the sonar pulse. And because of that, Boyka is going to steal another round away from Camp. A almost clean shutout has been achieved by Boyka. If Boyka wins one more round, he will go on to run it back versus Lightman. This is Camp's map pick, by the way. And overall, it just hasn't been working out for him.
Focus. Plan. Attack.
We're doing great, team. They don't have a chance.
Boyka smartly declining the Kraber 1v1. Instead, he wants to win. And he wants to go further into this bracket for a chance at that money. Boyka gonna select the Monarch because he understands that Camp is gonna pick Ronin, and Camp is gonna go for this battery, but Boyka's just gonna get mid for free. But instead, Camp will circle back around the corner and he'll do a ton of damage, but Boyka successfully gets the battery. Camp can't pull this battery as long as Boyka is here. Maybe he's gonna try to go Boyka down the hallway. Instead, Boyka will just fight Camp outright. Boyka thought about going for that other battery, but he decided against it last second. Camp backed all the way out onto the other side. He might just be content with Boyka to have this battery. He's trying to build Sword Cord the same way he did versus LSD. Boyka awaiting Camp's arrival. He's going to land the first siphon, and he might look to land the second. Unfortunately, he missed. Camp already threw the preemptive Arcwave, meaning he's to be down on Arcwave. However, he has a Sword Cord incoming onto Boyka's position. Camp misses one melee. Boyka tries to box for his life. Gets one. Tries to shoot for his life as well. Boyka gets upgrade core, so he's going to continue living. But however, the life deficit is so not in his favor. Boyka's Monarch will get shut down, but that is Camp's best pick to keep himself in the game.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Camp is going to have to make a tremendous comeback if he wants to extend this set. Boyka's going to lock in the tone because the Ronin is no longer available. I wonder if Camp has selected the North Star. No, Camp will select the tone himself. We're going to have a tone mirror coming out. Those rockets are going to get partials as Boyka does stick around. He's going to get the return lock-ons on a Camp, but Camp will find a little lock-on trade of his own. Camp mitigated most of those rockets, but unfortunately got hit by the tail end. I believe right now Boyka is slightly winning, but Camp has the lock-on advantage overall. He will get it. Particle Wall is down for Camp, however. Camp goes for a dash rocket barrage, but Boyka is going to guarantee get the battery. With that, however, Camp will get the rocket lock on, but he misses, unfortunately. Rocket for rockets exchange. Salvo Core is online for both players. Salvo Core is activated for one. Salvo Core activated for another. Both one gets doomed. Both gets doomed as well. Boyka tries to find the rockets. Boyka can't find the rockets. Camp finds the particle wall. Camp is still alive. He's fighting tooth and nail to keep himself in the tournament. Dash shot. Dash shot is good. Boyka will seal the deal. And Boyka will win 4-1 on Glitch. He's going to move further on into the bracket, and now I believe Boyka has to take on Lightman in the losers finals. Zeri, of course, sitting comfortably in the grand finals at the very, very end. Let me double check and make sure that it's losers final. It is in fact losers finals next. So now we will have the run back of Boyka versus Lightman. We saw how this went earlier. Boyka took the Boomtown game over Lightman, but then Lightman proceeded to adapt, and he won I believe the Crash Site game. I believe also Colony. Regardless, Boyka is out and looking for some revenge. Camp will go home. He will now enjoy a nice, comfortable spot in the spectator seat, along with us, as we get to watch a losers finals. We're going to have Boyka versus Lightman. Oh, Boyka instead opts to ban the Boomtown. Colony and Boomtown are both out of rotation. I wonder if Lightman's either going to select a... I wonder if these players will opt to select... Actually, wait. No, it's Boyka selecting the map. Okay. I misread. Boyka selected the Boomtown map. This is the map he won on in the previous set, and he's going to see if he can make that story repeat itself. He won via an all-in maneuver versus Lightman's Monarch. Lightman, unfortunately, not able to mitigate the laser core. Both Titans were doomed, and Boyka got a clutch rip.
Stronger united.
So the question is, can Boyka do it again? We saw how he tripped up. Actually, that's right. The last game previously was on Angel City. So we saw how he tripped up on Angel City, but let's see what kind of adaptations can be made. Boyka versus Lightman begins. Losers finals. Losers finals is 2 out of 3. Only Grands is 3 out of 5. Lightman selecting the tone. We're going to go in immediately to this mid choke point that he likes to play. Sonar Pro's coming out the gate, and he has spotted the North Star. Gets the Pulse Echo locks. Does find the tracking rockets. Great curve from Lightman, but he might get punished on this battery pull. No, he doesn't. He does get a little bit of Boyka's health bar, so he does have health advantage, technically. Boyka sticks around a little too long. This is going to be a guaranteed lock-on for the Pulse Echo Town. Tracking rockets incoming. Boyka doesn't get fully out the way. Lightman lands another phenomenal 3 shots. Boyka hovers into more rockets. Another rocket salvo comes out. Gets even more damage. Lightman is just taking it to Boyka's North Star. Boyka doesn't even have the confidence to go for the free shot that he was given. Lightman dashes around left, gets the punish on the hover. Cluster Missile comes out, but Cluster Missile doesn't even land any damage. Boyka hasn't done any damage technically to Lightman. His damage is still technically 0 because of the shields. Lightman plays aggressive. Cluster Missile are finally gonna lock away Lightman's shields. Boyka tries to go for the shot, but the particle wall is there to block it. Boyka less than a bar. This is where the North Star could technically look to play aggressive, but the problem is that Boyka is so down on life. Tracking rockets are good, and they're going to more than likely find the Doom. Lightman preemptively puts the wall down, and he can afford to do this because of how far ahead he is in life. Boyka has to make a huge play happen. Boyka tries to make a dash shot, but he can't find it. Lightman will come around the corner, secure the Doom for sure. 3 shots, another set of rockets. Not done yet. Boyka tries to dash forward, but he's essentially out of options. Lightman still with plenty of 40 mil ammo. He's going to take the bird out the sky. 1-0. 4. Lighthouse's own Lightman.
The sword is yours, pilot.
As I stated before, getting the tone out the way early is really good, especially the fact that you don't have to run into a Ronin, you don't have to run into anything else that could pester her. Typically, I would say Northstar is a phenomenal pick into tone, but we see how Lightman is just able to mitigate shot after shot, as well as land consistent damage with his 40 mil plus Pulse Echo kit, allowing more rocket barrages to happen. Lightman's going to lock in the Ion, and Lightman is going to go for... Actually, no, he decides against going for Boyka's battery. Boyka not able to find the lock-ons, however. Boyka's going to get out for the battery in front of Lightman. Lightman takes the smart play. He makes sure that he doesn't accidentally splitter glitch his opponent. Very nice play from Lightman, getting a ton of damage onto Boyka early. And remember, he is running the overcore. He's going to play aggressive. He's going to try to see if he can get the laser core before the salvo core comes online. Lightman blocks the tracking rockets at a phenomenal timing. Another set of tripwires come down. Look at all of this minefield that's just hanging around Lightman. Unfortunately, doesn't block that rocket salvo. And remember, Boyka takes the turbo engine, meaning that Lightman still has a chance to get laser core online before Boyka can get salvo core. Boyka having to run away due to the fact that if he tries to walk down this hallway, he will be in trouble. Lightman holding up Vortex. Boyka tried to go for a low curve, but the rockets are being held, and the rockets will destroy the shield. Now laser core is online for Lightman. Again, Lightman waiting out abilities correctly. Opted to take less damage for himself, because had he popped the laser core, he could have gotten doomed for that exchange. Boyka is the one that plays aggressively on a Lightman, and Boyka will find the lock-ons, and he'll get a set of locks for himself. Boyka comes around the corner, almost eats damage from the tracking rocket that he threw at Lightman. Health bars are relatively even. Laser core comes out. Tracking rockets are good. However, Boyka survives, and he'll get the rip on the Lightman. Lightman going down for that round. 1-1 being the score. That's the thing with Boyka, is that no matter how far down he is, he doesn't back down. He isn't afraid to make the play versus his opponent. Lightman tried to doom him with the laser core. Boyka held strong on the steering wheel. Able to secure the rip, knew what to do in the situation, and survived barely. Very nice job to Boyka for evening up the round count. However, with that, I believe both tones are completely out of play, and it's going to be Lightman that's going to immediately lock in this Ronin. We're going to see, does Lightman opt to be aggressive, or does he look for his own battery? Judging by the fact he has no phase, he will in fact look for his own battery. Is Boyka here? Boyka is not here. Boyka doesn't even secured his own battery yet. Likely Boyka might be playing something of a heavier variety. Maybe he's playing the Legion out of that, or he took a bit of a slow time to get his battery. He's playing the Monarch, so he will have the matchup advantage. Lightman will opt to play a bit more patient. Again, we've seen Lightman hang out here a lot, where he tries to goad his opponent forward. That way he can eventually be in range and land his abilities and do damage. It's either that or his opponent decides to just draw the round. Thinking about this position a bit more, if you attack Lightman from behind, he already knows what's happening, and he can easily chase you down the hallway. Alternatively, if you attack Lightman from this ramp area, you don't have that much options to evade Ronin unless you play further back away. Lightman tried to find an arc wave, he couldn't find it. Cheeky shots through the window are pretty good, plus an arc wave combination. Not going to be able to destroy all of Monarch shields. Boyka can look to be aggressive here, but he did lose a decent amount of shields. Had an opportunity for a Siphon, doesn't take it. Boyka opts to walk forward. Lightman fully aware of where Boyka is positioned. Boyka does land a Siphon. 2 Siphons are good. Arc Wave unfortunately misses the mark. Now Lightman's going to actually start taking real damage here. Lightman has to land another Arc Wave, and it will be Boyka that turns around and just starts taking it to Lightman. Lightman has 4 shotgun shots. Lightman does get Sword Core online, but he is missing a decent amount of health. Being at this % of health versus Monarch is a little scary. 1 punch is good. Rockets are good as well. Boyka still hasn't gotten the Doom yet. Boyka will get the Doom, and Boyka will find the rip! Clutch boy coming out from the Xbox player, kicking Lightman down. 2-1 will be the lead for him. Lightman had some impressive moves with the phase movement, combined with the Sword Core, was able to find the Doom, especially with the fact that his phase was well timed and doesn't get doomed himself. But at the end of the day, Boyka, again, he holds strong. He holds strong and is able to clutch it out. Does get the rep. Sets himself on a nice 2-1 lead.
They aren't winning by much.
He's not out of it yet.
6-4.
Until that round count is 4, can't secure a game. Lightman this time going to lock in the Legion, and he's going to advance towards the Grandma side battery. Boyka is going to grab his battery immediately. As a matter of fact, he's going to take Lightman's battery. However, he has to be careful because, actually, never mind. I would say you have to be careful because Lightman's a Legion, but it's going to be Legion v Ronin, and the Ronin is the one that has the battery. Melee for phase. Arc Wave incoming. Double Arc Wave as well. Does Boyka get much of a punish on the reload? He does get 4 shotgun shots. Sword Core is activated. Is he going to block the power shot? He does block the delayed power shot. Great stuff to Boyka. Boyka has a gigantic advantage. Great phase as well. Boyka playing the Ronin, mitigating as much as Legion's damage as possible while taking the heads-up fight. Will put Lightman's Legion away. And he's going to go up 3-1. But now we've seen this story time and time again. One person uses majority of their picks that they are comfortable with, and now they aren't left with too much. 1-3 might be the round score, but this could be an opportunity for Lightman to crawl back into the game. Lightman decides to lock in the Ronin again. He doesn't have to run into a Monarch this time. And so, he'll gladly take the Ronin. I haven't seen what Boyka has locked in yet. It will be the Ion. Ion v Ronin is the matchup. Great block on one Arc Wave. Unfortunately, doesn't get as much value as he's looking for out of his ability dump, and Boyka will meet him at his own battery. Lightman can't pull this battery with Boyka being so close. The problem is that Boyka is running the turbo engine. Lightman tried to find the Arc Wave over the roof. He's not going to be able to do damage that way. Laser Shot has already been used by Boyka, and Boyka decides to disengage. Boyka is actually kind of hurting. Lightman's debating this battery. He's not 100% sure on how close Boyka is. That melee will ping him on the minimap. Great shotgun shot by Lightman. He's super close to Sword Core. Lightman might look to phase over these tripwires, and he does. He successfully makes it over. One Arc Wave misses. Shotgun shots exchanged for Laser Shot. Another Arc Wave finds the mark. Boyka, again, he's just taking the heads-up fight versus Lightman. Lightman doesn't get doomed. Boyka does. Lightman with a pixel. Sword Core activated. He's looking for, I believe he's looking for the double Arc Wave execution. He tried to find it there, but his second Arc Wave wasn't up yet. Boyka versus Lightman. The stare down happens. Again, Boyka gets another Laser Shot. We've just seen him time and time again. Just take it to Lightman. Lightman running low on life. He might just opt to look to draw this round. Maybe opt to see if we can bait Boyka forward. Boyka did take the lower position. We saw it with overhead camera. But the tripwires auto-detonate and kill Lightman. Unfortunate. The tripwire timeout did him in, and it was enough damage through the sword block that Boyka is going to take the Boomtown game again. If there is one thing about Boyka that I respect about the way he's playing this 1v1 is that he is down to just, if Lightman tries to go for a punch, instead of counter punching, he just tries to punch Lightman right back. He's down to make these aggressive plays. He's down to do stuff like take Lightman's battery straight from his Legion. And he's down to just run the game. Lightman tried to play a bit more cautiously towards the very end, but again, we saw Boyka. He stepped up. Hey, I hit another laser shot. Hey, I'm gonna use this opportunity to throw tripwires here. Hey, I'm gonna use this opportunity to just position around these specific areas. That way, you can't just do what you want for free. And now, we're going back to Colony. Set score is 1-0 Boyka. He was in this position previously, but the next two games he had to play did not go his favor at all. We're going to see, does the story repeat, or does Boyka take it over Lightman? Boyka on the Ion, Lightman on the Tone. Already pinged out early. Again, Lightman with the Pulse Sickle kit, meaning he already starts out with 2 sets of locks. And we're going to lock on immediately. Boyka smartly waits for the lock-ons. Boyka tried to go for a double laser shot, so he's not going to have much energy, but he will use the last of it. 2. Oh my goodness, he almost got goose, but thankfully Lightman barely didn't find it. Boyka can go for a laser shot here, but unfortunately he didn't have the right angle. He's going to get it anyway. Lightman on the Tone, fighting Boyka Ion. Boyka playing very aggressive. Tries to just take the fight versus Lightman. Now Boyka has to reload. Incoming rockets. Great catch by Boyka, mitigating a lot of damage. Only got 1 rocket out of that salvo. The thing is, Lightman isn't running rocket barrage, meaning that his rocket salvos are going to have less rockets overall. But however, he's going to find that one, meaning that he's going to get salvo core. Again, Boyka stepping up, getting another brave laser shot in. trying to mitigate as much damage as possible. He decided to get out and get back in for energy. He was in a relatively safe spot. Well, Lightman can look to push aggressively and pop the salvo core, but opts not to. Again, Lightman is more... He's trying to pick and choose his moments well, and he will find it that time. Tries to do the ion in. Unfortunately, couldn't find it. But because there's such a low health pool that it's going to be very difficult to win this next set of exchanges. Tracking rockets come out. Great catch from Boyka. He's going to go for a dash laser shot here. No, doesn't look for it. Instead, looks for the standing still one. Dash. Can't find the laser shot again. Again, Boyka plays so brave. He has so little life. He knows Lightman is watching this corner, opts to sprint up and not hold Vortex anyway. He holds a laser shot at 1 HP, decides to exchange batteries with Boyka, somehow doesn't get Goose, but Lightman sees the Titan and gets the first round win. Splash shot enough to do the ion in. Our next set of Titans coming up to the bat. Boyka going to be the one to select the tone. Lightman going to be the one to select Ion. Lightman already with the early laser shot. He's going to find a second one here because Boyka is not going to like to use his particle wall. Going to want to save it for when the actual engagement starts happening. Or maybe potentially a self-anchor. Lightman tried to find the rocket reflet. However, the 40 mil damage is very good. Boyka will get the battery for himself, which is a huge deal for him. Gets another set of lock-ons. Now Lightman is the one stuck in a bad position. However, the 40 mil damage is beginning to add up. Boyka has lost his shields, but he's going to take this heads-up fight versus Lightman, and Lightman is more than happy to oblige. Tries to throw the tripwires in the E-smoke, won't be able to find the damage. Boyka sitting very comfortably on a nice, healthy life advantage, but doesn't opt to throw the rockets. Still hasn't thrown the rockets. In fact, he'll get another battery for himself. He does a laser shot for it. But this round has just been all 40 mil, baby. Lightman has the laser core, so Boyka has to be careful about what position he puts himself in. Tracking rockets inbound. One of them does find the mark. The reflect doesn't happen. Lightman doesn't pop the laser core yet. He opts to play patient as he can actually make up this life advantage. Despite the fact that Boyka has gotten 2 batteries, Lightman's the one with core already. Another great laser shot from Lightman. Lightman is actually going to get this battery too as well with the laser tripwire anchoring for him. Gets the lock-ons. Boyka needs to be a little bit more aggressive with throwing these tracking rockets. Lightman's been using a lot of laser shot around corners, and he hasn't been punished for any of it. Boyka hasn't adapted yet, but Boyka will push forward. Boyka now has the salvo core online, so this can be a scary situation for Lightman if he doesn't mitigate the score correctly. The entire core unfortunately doesn't connect well. This means that the Ion has now free reign to play aggressively. Boyka tries to get the lock-ons, does find it, but the problem is, never mind, Lightman doesn't opt to come around the corner with the laser core and finish the job. Lightman does block the rockets, and now Boyka has dashed out in front of Lightman. Too many hip fire shots will do him in. Lightman, despite being down 2 batteries, wins that round. Again, Boyka just hasn't been able to find the mark with these salvo cores. He keeps going for these higher end execution cores, and he keeps missing them. On the other end, as I stated before, he didn't punish Lightman for holding laser. He didn't mitigate damage that well either, but... And despite some of the exchanges he got, Lightman just able to win the game. At the very end too, of course, he banked on too many hipfire shots. Hipfire is very inconsistent, and, well, that's how the cookie crumbles. It's going to be Lightman on the Scorch versus Boyka's Ronin. Boyka going to pull this battery in front of the Scorch. Lightman is more than likely, actually, surprisingly not watching it. I thought for sure Lightman would have been watching it. Boyka opting to face forward. He's going to encounter Lightman for sure here. He just one arc wave. Keeps the second one in reserve. I'm surprised he didn't look for a melee there. Lightman didn't get the bat the first time, but he'll get the bat the second time. The problem, however, is that he's missing a lot of health. Sword Core incoming, but we're going to see how does Lightman opt to deal with this. Holds the thermal shoot out the Rodent's face. The problem, however, is that the trap placement is not ideal for what he wants to do. Lightman's going to get doomed. Lightman's one swing to his own fire. And Lightman will not burn the Ronin this time. That is going to be a round for Boyka. A little bit of a fumble on the battery. And unfortunately, Boyka's goes for a kind of greedy pull. Because technically the Scorch has line of sight. But it works out for him again. It's another bet. Pays off for Boyka. That's going to be Boyka's Ronin eliminated. And Lightman is going to be the one that locks in the Ronin this time. Boyka, however, has the matchup advantage. He's locked in the Monarch. He saw the phase particles. He knows for a fact the Ronin's in play. Opt to go for the battery. Bat exchange happens. Is Boyka going to hang out on the same spot that LSD did? No, Boyka instead is going to opt to play slightly aggressively. He's trying to see if he almost was able to get that siphon off the tip of the Ronin's sword. Lightman, of course, is going to play as patient as possible, willing to wait out as much as he needs to for the matchup. In his best ability to hear where the Titans are going, but obviously Lightman knows exactly where Boyka is. Position's far away. Can he get the siphon through the toes? No, go for it again, perhaps? Boyka's still trying to advance. Can't find Lightman's feet, unfortunately. Rearm's coming back up, so he will still have the double siphon play available to him. Both players playing this very slow. Again, whoever wins this set gets a shot at the money. First place getting $200, second place getting $100. Lightman opts to disembark. He might actually be looking for a cheeky arc grenade or a battery spawn. Which battery is Lightman at? No, Lightman got back in. Oh, Boyka is lagging, and unfortunately, Lightman will happily run away to the bank. Actually, no. Instead, I'm not sure what the agreement between the players is. Boyka's going to take the eject, and he, unfortunately, will lose that round. Lightman proposes that we could have waited it out. And if they had decided to agree on a draw, technically speaking, Boyka could have potentially grabbed both batteries, healed it back up, and then they could have just drawn the round that way. Lightman is asking Boyka if he would like to redo that round. And Boyka agrees. Okay, unfortunately, we're going to go all the way back here. I didn't get to spectate in time, so it's going to be a little awkward, but so now I'm just going to have to do the good old-fashioned manual eject. Alright.
Alright, 6-4. Destroy those enemy Titans.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, to give you a quick update. Boyka unfortunately spiked when Lightman approached him as Legion, and instead of Lightman taking the round for himself, we're just going to reset the game back to the position that it was in. Both players have agreed to run it back.
The sword is yours, pilot.
Instead of doing it the old-fashioned way, we're just going to reset the game back to its previous point. Because before that point, technically at least, both players, neither player really took any damage. So, Lightman is elected to do the honorable thing. And now we are back. Again, to remind everybody, and I know I sound like a broken record, okay? Whoever wins this set in particular will be entitled to having a shot at the money. Winner of this set literally gets minimum $100.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Imagine you can enter a tournament for free, and if you get minimum second place, you get 100 smackaroos. Granted, it's Lightman's own money, but just saying,
We haven't lost yet.
you could be here.
Show them what the 6-4 can do. All right, 6-4. Destroy those enemy tanks.
I just realized I don't have a fire star. Boyka's opting to select the Monarch. I believe they're going to run the matchup right back immediately. Boyka got a little bit of damage early. He's going to secure himself a battery, and Lightman will like to... Actually, doesn't even look to do the same. Lightman instead tries to do some damage to Boyka, and now he will get himself a battery. Lightmans are down. Rocket Saddle tries to goose, doesn't find it. Boyka will find a little bit of damage. The problem, however, is that he's very close to the Ronin. The Ronin misses the Arc Wave, which is very unfortunate. Boyka's going to play for his normal cooldowns. He's going to chip down the shields with the chain gun, but now he's not going to have that to actually do damage. Lightman going to play aggressive with the Ronin. Comes around, gets Boyka's shield. However, Boyka maintains a little bit of life advantage. Problem, however, is that Boyka is out of shields, meaning that he can't mitigate damage away from this Ronin. He used one Siphon, meaning that if he wants that Siphon cooldown back, he has to use the rearm. Just the rearm. I'm fully aware that is on cooldown. He's missing 2 chain gun bullets, doesn't opt to reload his weapon. Instead, keeps it in case Lightman decides to go on the aggressive. But we've seen how Lightman likes to play this Ronin. He likes to play very patient. He likes to goad his opponent forward because he understands that the battery's coming up, and Boyka is not in a great position to contest it either. Boyka instead going towards this middle area. He doesn't have line of sight of the battery, and Lightman actually is in front of Boyka, gets the Siphon, doesn't get a great punish with the XO16, and now Lightman effectively has full health plus sword core. Boyka, good luck. You need a melee box for your life. 1 swing, 2 swings, double arc waves, upgrade core comes into play, punch. Lightman waits out the melee. Lightman gets the doom. Lightman can't find the rip, however, but again, Lightman's just going to continue to run away from Boyka. Boyka's going to be one to have to chase, but it's looking very unlikely he can make this comeback. Boyka at this point has 2 options. He can either look to park, or he has to chase down Lightman's Ronin. Boyka is going to look for this battery very greedily. Lightman's not going to let you get that one, Chief. And because of that, Lightman will secure another round. 3-1 for Lightman on game 2.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Boyka this time, he's going to lock in the tone. See if he can make things happen with... I accidentally threw the fire star because my pilot controls didn't load in time. So here we are. Boyka banking on the tone for this game 2. Lightman gets out for the battery, and Boyka lands a phenomenal punish with the tracking rockets. And Lightman trying to seal the deal with Scorch. Lightman has to flicker this thermal shield correctly, because if the tone does successfully land the lock-ons, it will spell a lot of damage. Lightman's very close to Boyka, and that shot will land huge damage coming out from the Scorch. Another set of locks incoming. Can't find the splash shot, unfortunately. Shield for shield on both of these Titans. Boyka slightly edging out over Lightman, but it will be Boyka that opts to play aggressively. Nice fast curve from Boyka. That one's a really hard one to catch. And he'll start doing actual damage to Lightman. Back turn curve, a little delayed. That means Lightman's going to catch that one for sure. Tries to look for the splash shot. Wow, a phenomenal dash shot from Lightman. Barely peeking out with the Scorch. Gonna keep those lock-ons up with the 40 mil. Sonar Pulse gonna continue with the lock-on train. Boyka tried to look for an underhand curve, and he actually does find some damage despite some tracking rockets going into the wall. Lightman will pull the battery in front of Boyka, but Boyka will punish with their lock-ons. As a matter of fact, gets a second set. Now Boyka will activate Salvo Core. Can he actually find it on top of the Scorch? Great Thermite Trap from Boyka. Boyka should get this one guaranteed, and he does successfully hit the Scorch this time. Scorch less than a bar, but the problem is that Lightman has 2 batteries. Meaning that Flame Core can come online and potentially still swing the game in his favor. Boyka, however, has a ton of health. Lightman is going to have to lower him down towards the execute threshold. Boyka is going to pull another battery in front of Lightman. Please do not pull this battery while the Scorch has Flame Core, and he opts not to. Making a very wise decision, pushes towards Lightman, and finally... puts the Scorch away. Boyka gets another round to his name, but he still needs 2 more rounds if he wants to secure this set.
For yours, we are stronger united.
All right, 6-4. Destroy those enemy Titans.
Boyka versus Lightman continues. And we're going to have Boyka on the Ion, taking on Lightman's North Star, already down almost half his health. Boyka has to be very careful about how he approaches this matchup because the North Star Plasma Railgun is very devastating, especially at this point in the game where Boyka can potentially be crit. Boyka, again, Boyka plays very brave with the Ion, but even though he plays brave, you can see how he's getting ripped apart by the Railgun, not holding Vortex and not mitigating damage. Lightman will happily secure another battery for himself. Boyka was not in position to get a relatively good punish. Lands a decent amount of damage, however, but Lightman has almost full health. Matter of fact, Lightman's just going to pop the Flight Core, and that's going to be the end of Boyka. Unfortunately... Boyka is not going to win here, and now Lightman has evened up the set count 1-1. Lightman doing his best to get a shot at his own money. Picks and bans are being discussed for maps. Lightman banning Eden and Exoplanet, meaning that Boyka will now have the map selection. What will he elect to go for? Boyka again selecting AC. Last time he selected this didn't work out well because of the battery control that Boyka neglected, and Lightman happily took advantage. So we're going to see if Boyka cleans it up here, or again, is it going to be a repeat? Time tells all tales, but the tales happen in the present. Final game, losers finals. We have Lightman versus Boyka.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
One of two possibilities happen. Either Lightman gets the run back versus Zeri, or Boyka moves on and fights Zeri. Lightman already selecting the tone round 1, opting to go for this mid position. Gonna see if he can stun around Boyka early. I wonder if he'll hit the star. He will. He does hit the precise built spot on the star building, immediately securing 2 lock-ons. However, Boyka does get the laser shot trade. Boyka tries to refill his energy, and Lightman will get the side battery. Boyka will pull mid, meaning the bat exchange is overall Boyka's favorite. Lightman does get a little bit of cheeky damage, but that's his pulse echo down. Has to fire the rockets early if he wants value out of it, and he does. Boyka plays very aggressively. You can see, again, how much damage Boyka is willing to barrel through just to start fighting Lightman. Lightman has to take a reload. Tracking rockets are in play. Doesn't opt to fire them. Fires them now. Boyka gets a nice reflect. Now the life bars are essentially a little even. Boyka unfortunately misses the laser shot. Does he look for the battery while Lightman has locks? He does. Lightman will get the lock on. Salvacore inbound onto the Ion. Boyka's aggression, or excuse me, greed, being hard punished by Lightman. Lightman electing to just beat him down with the 40 mil because at this point he has a gigantic life advantage. Boyka again just not blocking, trying to laser shot, just trying to do damage. He's trying to barrel his way through, but you can't barrel your way through when you're that far down in life. Lightman will happily take the first round of Angel City.
Welcome back, pilot.
Lightman now locks in the North Star for round 2, and he's going to look to see if he can make his way up this mid hallway again. Hover peak. Boyka on the North Star as well. It's going to be a North Star mirror coming out from these two. But I believe Boyka runs the overcore, and Lightman has the turbo engine, meaning that he's going to have the movement advantage overall. Flight core doesn't really matter that much in North Star v North Star. And Lightman already hitting the first shot. Boyka trying to see what he can do with the dash shot. Unfortunately can't find the mark, and now will be Lightman with the advantage, already setting the pace early. Lightman understanding there's only one way for Boyka to peek, really. Boyka can't find the shots. Using this mid tower very well as a piece of cover. Lightman is tethered. He sees Boyka's feet. Again, wow, great shot from Boyka, already evened up the life advantage. However, Lightman will exchange batteries with Boyka, meaning that Lightman will get one, and he'll try to rotate to the second one as well, unless Boyka already gets a cluster missile on it. Instead, no, the North Star is just going to all-out brawl in mid. Boyka already rotating towards the battery. Instead, this time decides not to be greedy. Boyka tries to go for a shot. Unfortunately, both North Stars miss. Cluster missile is dropped. He's a little bit of a tick. I believe Boyka is the one with the advantage right now. Lightman has to make a play here. Lightman heard dash left, and both North Stars exchange shots. Matter of fact, Boyka's going to go grab the battery, and he's going to get hit really hard for that one. Again, Boyka's greed overall just coming into play. But speaking of greed, it will be Lightman's greed that will be his downfall. Lightman, unfortunately, got out for mid battery. I think he had an idea of exactly when it was going to spawn. Tried to throw the arc grenade so he could deter Boyka's movement. Boyka had already hovered over the wall. And because of that, he's going to lose that mirror match. Lightman this time going to lock in the Ion. Ion coming up mid. Holds the Vortex Shield to mitigate whatever damage is being thrown his way. And now he's going to fight the Tone. Tone v Ion is the matchup. Laser shot. Great laser shot around the shield. Just going to see if we can spot out Boyka here pulling this battery again. Going to be Boyka eating another laser shot for his troubles. 40 mil damage is really strong, however. I believe he got some crits in there. Boyka's going to push up forward. However, again, Boyka is willing to just barrel through all this damage just so he can have a chance of just beating up Lightman. But I believe right now he's losing the life trade pretty hard. There's another set of lock-ons. One rocket barrage can change the trajectory of the game. Lightman decides to reload. Tripwires are in play. Boyka decides to mitigate damage. Boyka is getting splittered. Great catch on the rockets. And Boyka's used his dash. That means he has no movement. Laser Core is going to do him in for sure. Actually, Boyka smartly decides to crouch behind the wall. Because of that, Boyka can look to get the battery here if his stone is properly covered. But no, it's not! The particle wall! Not extending far enough upwards. Lightman will splitter him for game. Unfortunately, Boyka decided to walk upwards towards the battery. I'm not sure if his Titan either wandered or the fact that he decided to park his Titan up there. Had he just parked his Titan exactly where it was, he would have been able to get Salvo Core and would have had a shot at still winning the game. Also, Boyka not really using the advanced tone strats. When you have a lock-on set on Ion, you can use your wall as a means to block the reflect and still continue fighting the Ion. But regardless, Boyka now going to have to go up against Lightman's North Star. Do you know the matchup, Boyka? A few shotgun shot damage, or a little... Not that much damage. However, Boyka will get mid at the cost of some of his life. Not that bad of a trade overall, but Boyka shouldn't really be looking to push this angle from field. He should just want to take mid. Shot has been missed. That means he's going to get a lot of free damage here. Boyka takes the phase, but he misses the movement over the wall. Lightman is stuck very awkwardly in front of Boyka. Unfortunately, Boyka doesn't find the arc wave, but he does find very good lead wall damage, meaning this allows Boyka to play the slow game if he wants it. Lightman barely not finding that unblocked shot. That unblocked shot would have changed the course of the game. Boyka misses the phase dash over the wall. It's another missed piece of movement. Boyka's going to slowly but surely start being chipped down by this North Star Railgun. If he lets go of block even for a smidge, he himself will eat damage. Lightman tried to bait Boyka into pulling the battery. Boyka has to be careful how he sticks his face out, because every time he does, he's going to eat a North Star Railgun, and these North Star Railgun chip shots are starting to add up. However, Boyka somehow safely gets back in the Ronin. If he can land this movement, he can Sword Core Lightman's Titan immediately. No, doesn't opt to go for it. Does Boyka pull mid? He doesn't pull mid either. Sword Core is popped. It's behind Lightman. Tether's in play. Boyka opts to use the Arc Wave instead of the phase. Boyka still hasn't landed a good amount of melee damage, but he will now. Successfully disengages from the Flight Core. Doesn't opt to just push for game. Lightman has to back away from the Ronin. The Ronin only having all of the close range damage. Blocks the Railgun. A great job from Lightman. Still staying alive with a Doom Bar. But Lightman has to come up huge. He needs to land 2 very big shots, at least, if he wants to stand a chance. Boyka can totally play for time, but knowing Boyka, he's going to want to kill this North Star. Cluster Missile to dissuade him from the alleyway. Boyka playing in the alleyway. He's just playing patient. He's waiting. Willing to bide his time, giving Lightman a taste of his own medicine. A Cluster Missile on the other side now. Boyka standing in the perfect spot to completely mitigate damage. Boyka opts to phase in. Boyka opts to just keep waiting, trying to get another shot out of Lightman. And once he does, takes the lead wall for himself. And he wins the North Star versus Ronin matchup. With that, the round count is even. However, Boyka's Ronin is now out of play. Lightman might look to select the Ronin for himself. Typically in this situation, that's what Lightman has been looking to do. And here it is. As I stated, Lightman does lock in the Ronin for himself, and he's going to go up mid and try to bully his way for this battery. Instead, no, he pulls field. This is a great play from Lightman, because now, even if one person gets mid, the other person has to contend with the Ronin. And even if that doesn't happen, Lightman will get 2 batteries for his Ronin. Huge play coming out. Even though Boyka landed the Siphon, it doesn't really mean much because of the fact that Lightman has another battery. and Boyka's not going to be able to out-mitigate this sword core that's eventually going to be incoming. Lightman's going to run his Trident True strat where he goes in with the Ronin, mitigates as much damage as possible, and then gets the sword core, gets the Doom, and more than likely will frustrate his opponent by being as far away as possible. Lightman is so close to core because of the 2 batteries he's already pulled, so it means he starts with a 60% core. Upgrade core will eventually be a factor, but it's not looking good for Boyka. Boyka technically has health advantage, but the batteries will respawn, meaning that Lightman will totally be able to heal the health disadvantage right back up. Lightman understands where Boyka's position is. And Boyka will grab the field battery immediately. However, he's going to come face to face with Ronin, and Lightman is just going to gladly disengage, I imagine, towards his mid. And he will find it. Boyka will find a slight punish, but the sword core is now in place. Sword core incoming on a Boyka. Boyka has to run for his life. 1 arc wave, 2 arc waves are good. 1 melee is good. Great pin by Boyka. However, the rocket salvo is not ideal for trading in this scenario. Boyka still hasn't kept going for punches, and because of that, Lightman will get the Doom. Unfortunately, nobody has been able to mimic the style LSD has, where he was the only one to successfully pin out Lightman's sword core. Lightman actually opts to play aggressive. 2 shotgun shots for his name and an arc wave to follow up. I said he's the one that's trying to end Boyka. Boyka opts to disengage, but you have to make an aggressive play on this Ronin, otherwise he's just going to roam the map for free. Lightman already positioning for this dockside battery because of the positioning that Boyka's in. Boyka opting to just take field. Lightman getting another battery for himself. Again, the name of this game specifically has just been battery control. Boyka has been lacking that, and Lightman's been exploiting it. So what? You get another battery as a Monarch, you're already doomed. Unfortunately, Boyka not running the Survival of the Fittest kit, which actually would have pulled him out of Doomsday. And because of that, Lightman's going to easily win that round.
Let's leave them in the dust.
Now here we are. Lightman locking in the North Star again. Remember, he did lose the mirror earlier, and now he's going to be the one piloting it this time. Gets an early shot on the Boyka's Monarch, and that's going to do actual damage because Boyka had no shields to follow it up. Boyka, instead of looking for the back exchange, opts to barrel towards the North Star, but he has a great distance to go. He has to be very careful about this position, especially. If Lightman lands one more shot, that could be the end of this set. And here it is. There's another shot, and he successfully dips away, meaning that Boyka now is in a position where the next shot can outright doom him. More than likely hasn't found the doom yet, but the next, that isn't, it can only just be a partial. Unfortunately, Lightman misses the shot, meaning that Boyka still has a chance in this game. The problem, however, Boyka has one final hurdle to overcome, and that final hurdle is going to be the fact that Lightman is going to have Flight Core. Boyka barreling towards Lightman. Lightman has the Flight Core. Lightman could look to pop it, doesn't opt to. Dash shot is good. Doom is even better. Boyka has to run away from this Viper Thruster North Star, and he will somehow survive. Ooh, Lightman with the clean dash shot exactly where Boyka was positioned. And he will take the Angel City away from Boyka once again. And he himself has advanced for his run back versus Zeri. Again, similar to the previous set they played, the main issue was battery control. Just occasionally Boyka is in positions where he can win the game, but either he makes a misplay and Lightman exploits it, or alternatively, he's just not in the spots he needs to be to contest specific options. But Lightman will take Angel City away from Sin City. Sin City, the next event, is going to have to claim that right back from him. But for now, we're going to have a grand finals coming up. It's going to be from 2 members of the Lighthouse Discord. On one side, we have Zeri, who almost threw winners finals, but cleaned it up. He got the job done. On the other side, we have Lightman. Taking a second to get our grand final set up. And once it happens, we can start the conclusion of the 1v1 Roulette PC tournament. And here he is, Zeri, showing up to face off against his final opponent, his partner in crime, Lightman. Lightman has shown to be phenomenal competition. But Zeri able to edge it out over him. So now here we are. We get to run it back. Who will come out on top? Will Lightman earn his money back? Most of it. Or will Zeri secure the bag? While waiting for picks and bans, I just want to say, Cap, you think you're so funny, huh? Also, to address some bug issues, of course, we, at the TBT Discord, we obviously pick and choose what bugs are allowed and not. Obviously, we try to ban some of the game-breaking ones. But we allow some of the bugs. I think once we saw Benny pull out the triple power shot bug once in tournament. Unfortunately, it did not see the success that he wanted, but the fact that someone actually used it, I think, is very interesting. Friendly reminder, everybody. We are in grand finals. Grand finals is 3 out of 5. So we reached 3 out of 5 point. Zeri sits on the winner's side. He would only need to win 1 set, whereas Lyman needs to win 2 whole sets if he wants to take the tournament for himself. But now we're going to begin. We're keeping it classic. We're going back to Boomtown again. This time we'll be watching Zeri's POV. And we're going to see what he gets to get done.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Zeri going to immediately lock in the Ion for our first game of Grand Finals. And meanwhile, on the opposite side, Lightman's going to lock in the Tone. And we're going to match versus battery. He sees Lightman is already watching it, so he has to be careful, but he will take the early laser shot versus Lightman. And he'll take a second one as well, already doing a good amount of damage to Lightman. Again, one of the problems with this pulse echo kit is that in the heads-up fight, it's not that great, but Lightman will try to secure Zeri's battery. Unfortunately, the tripwires don't go off. Very nice job from Zeri. One side with the tripwires, other side with the E-smoke. The problem, however, is that now he's face-to-face against the Tone. Those rockets, unfortunately, did not find as much of a mark as Lightman did. In this situation, I think technically core game might be even. Lightman might have been able to look for a rocket salvo there, and he does find one, but Lightman's going to happily just disengage around this corner. This is a corner not going to be able to find the home. Lightman, surprisingly, did not get that much parcels, despite how low the vortex shield was. Salvo in the air. Zeri trying to find the rip, but he is not going to be able to get close enough. Lightman will win the Tone versus Ion matchup.
The sword is yours, pilot.
Unfortunately, Zeri couldn't find the damage with the laser core despite getting it first. Wasn't able to execute the Tone. Tone fires back with the salvo core. Salvo core ends the game. But he was confident in his play and decides to run it back with the Ion. Not going to be able to run to the Tone ever again for the rest of the Boomtown game, so we're going to see what kind of stuff Zeri can bring with this pick. And it's going to be an Ion mirror match. Laser shots have been exchanged. Lyman will get out for the battery. Zeri tries to find the goose, can't find it, but he will get out and get his battery for himself. Lyman not able to find the return goose, but I believe Lyman overall is at health advantage. Zeri didn't opt to go for a punish, instead tried to go for the all-in on the goose on the pilot. Doesn't pay off. But Lyman will find a great cheeky laser shot all the way from the rubble side. That will put him at a comfortable shield advantage. And now both shields are completely gone. Lyman with a slight health advantage, and now with another laser shot advantage. Zeri's going to be the one that plays offense towards Lightman. Has to be careful of the tripwires. Zeri smartly not dropping his own tripwires, but unfortunately tags Lightman's anyway. I believe because of the ramp hitbox, the ramp slightly tilting the tripwires. Again, tripwires' vertical hitbox is gigantic. That might have been what did Zeri in there. Lightman mitigating more damage with the vortex shield. He does find another laser shot. Zeri going over the all-in aggressive laser core. Tracking isn't good enough. Isn't going to find as much damage as he was looking for with it. And now it's going to be Lightman holding all the cards with it in this Ion mirror. Zeri has to chase Lightman, and Zeri's gonna have to make do with what he's got. Very nice dash movement by Zeri. Is gonna go find some damage, but however, Lightman will seal the deal with the laser core.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
Zeri now down another round.
Pull it together, 6-4. Regroup, team up, and give.
However, he still has all his picks available. Gonna go with the tone this time. Gonna move forward and see what he can do. Lightman grabs his battery early, and Zeri will follow suit. Sonar pulses middle, does find the ping actually. He finds that it is a Ronin that he's going to have to fight. So this is going to be a very tough matchup for the Ronin, or the Tone. Speaking of, the Ronin has found the Tone. Double Arc Wave has been popped, but he did find a good amount of return damage with the tracking rocket. Another great salvo actually. I believe most of those rockets hit. The problem, however, is that Lightman is going to have Sword Core, and he's going to come charging at you, brother, and you do not have any ammo left. Salvo Core has to be activated in this situation. He doesn't cover back upwards to buy himself more time, meaning that the Ronin has free reign to just do as much damage as he wants, and no matter what he does, Lightman returning the favor towards Zeri, actually trolling him, but this time, unlike Zeri, will not throw the round, and that's going to be a 3-0 lead for Lightman.
Taking a beating. Come on, we can still.
Here we are. Potentially the final round between Lightman and Zeri. Zeri right now getting a clean shutout. But he's going to select the Tone. He's going to see what he can make happen. Again, Zeri's strategy has been save the Ronin for last at all costs. That way he can force his Ronin down and win the game outright with it. Here he hasn't seen Lightman. Lightman pulling out the Scorch once again. Dragon Rocket lockouts have been achieved and will be fired. And we'll find some partials on Lightman. However, he's gonna have to contest with this Thermite Launcher primary. Some of the fire damage also does land, but we can see just how effective Scorch's primary can be. But meanwhile, Tone full salvo lands. Unfortunately, Lightman doesn't block that one. One rocket tries to separate from the pack, but the house will block the damage. I don't think any of those rockets are hitting for sure, especially given the angle that Zeri was at. Zeri still staring down Lightman's Scourge. Lightman not looking for that much aggression. Instead trying to slow peek like he's playing a North Star. Another Thermite Trap to destroy Zeri's backside. And we can see how much damage is adding up from the primary. Salvo Core online. Salvo Core has been activated. Zeri's going to try an interesting core curve. And he actually does find some hits and gets the Doom. Very nice play coming out from Zeri. The splash is good enough to get the Doom onto Lightman. Lightman now locked on. He needs to block the salvo or perish. He does successfully. He needs one good shot of the Thermite Launcher in order to get the Doom, but can't find it. Tries to call out Lightman's aggression. Doesn't get the right read. Tracking rocket curves. Zeri goes aggressive with the MGL again, and he's going to find the kill onto the Scorch. We've seen Zeri time and time again go for this MGL, and not once has he been killed for it. He'll secure that round, and he'll start his momentum train back through Boom. Zeri locking in the Monarch. Again, unlike the other Monarchs, he decides to take the Overcore, meaning that he'll get his Core 1 online sooner. However, differently in comparison to most of the Monarchs, he decides to run Rocket Salvo and not Arc Rounds. Monarch Mirror is in play, and the Monarch that siphons seconds always wins the day. Zeri hasn't reloaded his weapon. We'll reload it now. Lightman will go for the Siphon. Zeri will return the favor. Great Siphon and a Rocket combo. That's going to buy a lot of health for Zeri. Matter of fact, he'll get Upgrade Core first because he's running the Overcore. Going to run towards Lightman. Lightman stuck, unfortunately, in a bad spot. Zeri's just going to keep pelting him down with damage, and the Rocket Salvo, E-Smoke, and Exo 16 combo damage will win the day over the other Monarch.
Pilot mode online.
Zeri doing a phenomenal job fighting his way back into this game. If he wins one more round, we all know what pick is coming. He's going to pick, he's 1,000% going to pick the Ronin. And matter of fact, right now, he's going to select the Ion first. I will say, one of the picks we've never seen Zeri rock yet is, I don't think Zeri has ever selected the Legion. He tries to bait the bull out from Lightman. Understands that Cloudster Missile is in play, and actually calls out Lightman's aggression correctly. Tries to flicker Vortex, tries to get Lightman to shoot. With great timing on the Plasma Railgun will win Lightman health advantage. Both Titans are opting to just do damage to each other. Lightman will fire now. Yes, he will, and he'll get the catch. Nice job from Zeri. Lightman tried to find another shot. Lightman gets one more shot. The Ion will be doomed. He might be able to look for it here, and he does get it there. Unfortunately, Zeri didn't put up the Vortex in time. Zeri looked aggressively with the laser shot, and because of that, Lightman will land the crit. And that will be the first game of Grand Finals going to Lightman. I like Lightman's strategy. Instead of going for the bat trade, he opted to go straight for Zeri's battery. And by contesting him, of course, Zeri doesn't get the free battery. And even if Zeri decided to lock in Ronin, he would still have to play Ronin v Northstar. He wouldn't have a battery, and it'd be a lot harder to do. And now here we are. We're going to lock in Glitch. Last time, Zeri had a really strong showing on Glitch. Able to just, I want to say completely outpace, but relatively well outpace Lightman overall. Until, of course, you know, he started to legitimately throw.
Pilot control initiated. Focus.
And so here we are.
Attack.
Game 2, Grand Finals. Lightman vs. Zeri continues. Lightman has a 1-0 game lead. Set is 3 out of 5, so he still has to win 2 more maps. He wants to reset the bracket. Lightman gonna take the tone. He's gonna push up towards mid and see what he can find. Zeri already here. Pulses exchanged already. Zeri gonna take the reload early, meaning that he's gonna have a full set of 40 mil ammo if Lightman decides to fully engage. However, that will be Lightman's initial barrage left to dust already. Lightman opts to back up. Zeri smartly dodging these tracking rockets very well. Both walls are going to be melted, but Lightman's going to have overall more salvos than Zeri is. Zeri doing his best to mitigate damage. Rocket barrage coming into play. Zeri opts to pop his wall early, meaning that he's going to get pushed out of his own wall for sure here. Pulse Echo, 1 pulse, 2 pulse, or lock on has been achieved. Not really much. Well, actually, never mind. Great strafe from Zeri. Phenomenal damage mitigation from both of these players coming out. Unfortunately, not able to find a great way to pull the battery without getting punished. Lightman's going to have Salvo Core. Salvo Core's going to come online. He can dash aggressively and use it if he wants to. Waiting for Zeri to drop the wall. Zeri drops another set. Unfortunately, Lightman glitched out his Salvo Core because the particle wall was in the way. Particle wall back. But unfortunately, both toads glitch out their Salvo Core. Both Salvo Cores are duds. But Lightman overall comes out ahead.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
I figured the play was going to be wait for the tone to drop the wall and eventually drop the Salvo Core through the particle wall. Instead, both particle walls are going to completely glitch out. It's a rare bug case where if you pop a Salvo Core too close to a defensive ability, the Salvo Core will just completely despawn and disappear. Meanwhile, Tone Beyond is now the matchup. Lightman trying to see what he can do by holding aggressively in mid. Zeri with a nice timing with a dash peek, meaning that he won't be able to get laser shot. He might have been able to get his toe that time. Ooh, Lightman barely getting that battery, but he's going to get heavily punished by Zeri. Does get a nice laser shot in exchange. Doesn't find the return laser shot. Great cross shots from Zeri as well. However, Zeri's going to be the one with the huge life advantage. Lightman trying to do his best to make up. Had to dodge that one. We haven't seen any one of these tones abuse the fact that Glitch is a skybox, meaning that you can vertically curve Salvo Core at will. Lightman opted to just split his laser straight up at Zerito's face. Zeri's going to activate Salvo Core. He's going to get the Doom, and he's going to get the kill, actually! Very nice plays coming out from Zeri. The score has now been evened up. We have 1-1 round count. Lightman going to select the Legion. He's going to go up this mid position. Again, both these players have just been opting to just fight mid. Zeri going to get punished a little bit for that Vortex Shield. Great double catch by Zeri. The problem is Ion can't afford to stick around in front of Legion for very long, and Lightman will successfully get this reload as Zeri unfortunately messes up the pull. Does get power shot for his trouble anyway. Problem is, however, Lightman is losing a lot of health very fast. Tries to find a cheeky close range power shot, not able to find the mark. Zeri might be close to laser core, and if he does get the laser core online, he can look to all in Lightman, but he does miss. Great movement from Lightman. That's going to put him in a position to potentially win this game. Close range power shot comes out. I'm not sure if that hit or not. It might have just hit the tripwire, but he's going to find that one for sure. That's going to even up the life total. Smart Core has been activated, meaning that Lightman is now allowed to all-in Zeri. But the cover in the way will keep the Legion at bay. This time he gets out as a pilot towards a Smart Core, and he tries to wind around that way. Not today, says Lightman.
But not by much.
A very brave attempt at a pilot kill from Zeri once again. However, not going to work out very well when the Legion literally has an aimbot. Lightman pushing mid. Lightman going to pull mid, but he's going to get surrounded by Zeri's Monarch. Zeri's Monarch will get a small punish, but the problem is that Zeri's Monarch has already used one of the siphons. Zeri trying his best to mitigate whatever damage he can, but the problem is now Ion has a ton of core advantage over the Monarch. Zeri doing his best to punch and throw rockets as best he can. However, Lightman has a laser core online. He can play aggressively with it, especially now that Zeri's out of ammo. Zeri, understanding it's relatively over, tries to punch, but no dice. Will get taken out of the game. And that's what happens when you do not show up to mid. I'm not sure if Zeri just tried to bait the battery. I'm not sure if Zeri was just slow. If you don't contest mid battery, either A, you get snowballed, or B, one person pulls two battles. We saw earlier on Angel City versus when Boyka played versus Lightman, where the battery control just was not in his favor. He was given it, but he forfeited it multiple times. And with that, Lightman's going to take a 3-1 lead. Lightman needs one more round, and he will effectively move the set to 2-0. If Lightman wins one more game after this, he'll have reset the bracket and will go straight to a new set of grand finals. Zeri is fighting a North Star as a Legion. Lightman's going to wait out the gun shield, going to likely look for a dash peek, but Zeri smartly disengages. Lightman overall has health advantage. Zeri tried to go for a long-range power shot, but the micro strafe from Lightman was phenomenal. Little bits of bullet damage starting to add up. Again, very good stuff from Zeri. Like, picking and choosing how he wants to peek very carefully. But Lightman, on the heads-up play, will go for this battery. Legion will get mid. Lightman will get the side pull. Zeri has to rotate to this other battery without getting shot. But actually, he pulls from relatively far away. This is an alright trade. Ooh, gets us some splash damage with that power shot. Very nice play from Zeri. The issue is, however... Oh, Lightman is so smart. Lightman rotates back. He thinks he can find Zeri's Titan. That might cause the Titan to jump out. No, it doesn't. That means Zeri is going to have two batteries to Lightman's one. Long-range power shot does find enough of a mark to make an impact, at least with splash. Now Zeri, I think, is the one with health advantage. Tries to find a long-range power shot. It means Zeri's stuck around a mid. It means, yes, exactly, a free charged railgun shot for your trouble. Tries to find another one. Great block from Zeri. Phenomenal timing by both these players. Zeri might throw another power shot. No, he's not even in mid anymore. There's the power shot. Tries to go find the North Star. None of these long-range power shots have made a direct hit. They've only been splashes so far. Lyman's trying to find the shot. Gun shield in play, meaning that he can't push any further aggression. Instead, him and Lightman will exchange another battery. This overall does favor the North Star because this means the North Star is allowed to peek with a lot less trouble, and the fact that North Star has flight core. But she's not going to want to flight core the Legion, especially at this threshold. We can see the peak style play is slowly but surely starting to favor Zeri, as Zeri has full health. Lightman's trying to get this battery. Is he going to get spotted out by Zeri? He will. Pops the smart core, try to power shot him through the window, but he needs to chase the Titan now, but I'm not sure if he popped the gun shield. Here comes Zeri. Zeri does get the shields. Zeri gets a little bit of health too, so he actually technically still has the health advantage because he has full plus shields. Lightman throws a cluster missile behind him. 30 seconds. The clock is winding down. Great pre-shot. Splash power shot on the return. I do not believe that Zeri has lost health advantage. MGL shots come through. One long-range power shot tries to seal the deal. Pilot 1v1 potentially in play. 10 seconds left. 8 seconds left. 7 seconds left. 6 seconds left. Bad for bad exchange. Zeri's going to come out, I think, slightly ahead of Lightman. 1 second left. We're going to find out right now. Does the battery apply in time? No, it does not apply in time. That means Lightman will lose the round.
This is yours. We are stronger united.
Unfortunately, Lightman will fall down, and Zeri will continue onward. Lightman this time locking in the Ronin. Unfortunately, Zeri locked in Legion, so he has to draw the round. So we're just going to continue like nothing happened. So here we are. Continuing the trend, Zeri is trying to make the comeback. Lightman now picking the Ronin, opting to go up this left side. He's going to run straight into Zeri's Ronin. The Ronin mirror is the call. Lightman going to pull one battery. Meanwhile, Zeri's going to pull mid, and Zeri has the anomaly kit, so he's more than likely going to be able to rotate all the way towards the other battery immediately. Lightman going to get chased and follow suit. Removed by Lightman, but Zeri's already here. Now the one issue is that the anomaly Ronin actually Lightman finds 2 arc with unblocked, huge damage coming out from Lightman. The problem here is that Lightman is going to have to keep the aggression on this anomaly Ronin, otherwise he's going to eventually get his cooldowns back, and it's going to be Lightman that's actually winning the Ronin mirror versus Zeri. Great melee boxes coming out from Zeri. Another great melee, and no, unfortunately Zeri gets greedy with the swings. Lightman will take down Zeri's Ronin. 4-2 is the score, and that's going to be the end of Glitch. 2-0 for Lightman so far. Wait. Guys, it's 3 out of 5. I'm not sure why the lobby disbanded, but we're getting things set back up. Friendly reminder, Grand Finals is 3 out of 5. That invite did not work, so I'm going to go tell them to send me another one. Thank you, Light. Already on the ball. I'm just going to let them know that Grand Finals is 3 out of 5. Alright, cool. Just informing the players that it is in fact still 3 out of 5. This means that we still have one more game of this set to play at least. Now the question is, does Lightman seal out this set 3-0, or does Zeri make the comeback? And bracket is reset. Okay, hold on. They're telling me to go to voice chat, but I need to put this game in windowed mode only because, like, this game is weird, and I accidentally messed up my launcher. Hold up. Alright, let me go hop into voice chat, clear up the rules.
3 out of 5.
Hello.
We have
Yo,
three
yo.
to play. 3 more to play.
Okay.
So is the final just 2 best of 5s?
Yes.
Is that the case? Okay. So
Yeah,
that's the all clarification we needed.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're good.
So right now the set score is 2-0 U Lightman. Okay.
The way I was reading the 3 out of 5 is I was reading the first is the best of 3 and then best of 5.
Yeah. No. The only losers finals and like winners finals, those are still 2 out of 3. But right now we're in grand finals. The only 3 out of 5 we play.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
Sounds good.
All right. Cool. I'm gonna go back
Yes,
to casting.
very cool.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, my Pierce showed up anyway because the game decided to do that. Weird that it did that, but it's all good. Alright, I will clear some rule set for the people. I'm a little confused how it worked because, of course, up until this point we played nothing but 2 out of 3. But, again, grand finals is 3 out of 5. Right now, they're going to work on the map picks and bans, and we're going to get underway with potentially our Ooh, and it seems that Zeri has selected... Now, has he selected War Games? Or was that a typo where he's trying to say what? Interestingly enough, Zeri has selected Eden. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first Eden pick we have seen in the last... I think in the last... Since we've started running tournaments again in TBT, this map has been legal for a while, but everyone has been avoiding this map like the plague, but instead, here we are. We're playing Eden in 2024 in a 1v1, no less.
Welcome back, pilot.
And so here we are. The first 1v1 of the year being played on Eden. Personally, I actually like this map. Mainly because this map has a lot of technical aspects to it. But it's going to be quite difficult for the players to position, I imagine. Because this map is so different compared to what people are used to running. Lightman, unfortunately, or not Lightman, Zeri, unfortunately, going to come up against Lightman's Legion. However, Lightman was stuck in the long range mode, meaning that Zeri's going to get a lot of free damage, but he's going to have to be careful trying to mitigate around this Legion, who's just charging forward at him. Zeri's stuck in a very awkward position. Now he has to face Lightman just head on. Zeri does get the Core 1 upgrade, but the problem, actually, he doesn't get the rip. Great boxes from Lightman to continue surviving. Lightman is going to have another power shot ready. He's going to put Zeri in the ground, and Zeri's going to die. Unfortunate. So close. Very clutch play coming out from Lightman. What great boxes he had to keep Zeri at bay.
Transferring controls to pilot.
Unfortunately, Zeri not taking the arc rounds kit, meaning that he's not going to have access to the extra 10 bullets that specific core upgrade gives you. Instead, he took the rockets, and the rockets weren't enough to do Lightman in. Lightman's going to happily take that round for sure. Zeri going to run it back again with the Monarch. He's going to take this left side, most likely go towards mid. Again, we've seen these players. They know what's up. They know that they have to fight this middle position. The interesting thing about Eden, however, is that with the way the lanes are split up, you can take more than one angle to contest mid. And we see it here. Lightman taking up this right side with Zeri to follow suit. Unfortunately, Zeri trips the tripwire. And this is going to be Lightman is definitely going to get the laser core online relatively soon. Zeri could look for the bat trade. Zeri's just going to hard barrel through. He tried to kill Lightman on the battery, but the problem now is that Lightman has the laser core. Laser core going to do a lot of damage. Laser core actually going to outright doom Zeri. Thankfully, he's not dead yet. Tripwires are in play. And laser shot will win the day. Lightman with a quick 2-0 on Eden. Now again, if Lightman wins this specific game, he will reset the bracket. He needs looking on a great track to do so. He's just had unhalted momentum so far, while Zeri put up a great fight on Glitch. It hasn't been going his way so far, just ever since. Lightman gonna secure a cheeky battery with the Ronin, unfortunately coming face to face with Zeri's Tone. Zeri's now stuck in a rock and a hard place. Saves the particle wall for the arc wave, tries to get a punish there. Lightman keeping up the aggression. The Tone is already at half, and despite the amount of tracking rockets that the Tone can fire, it's not really gonna matter in the end. Lightman somehow surprisingly doesn't have the sword core available to him yet. This particle wall is gonna buy Zeri time, but Lightman's gonna come in, shoot the shotgun shots, throw one melee. He can throw all the melees he wants into the brink because he's got the cooldowns available and the health. That's gonna put Zeri down. 3-0 for Lightman. Again, just absolutely unhalted momentum from him. Lightman right now storming Eden. 3-0 to his name. And one of the best parts, he still has the North Star available. North Star, a very good Titan on this map with the amount of ways she can contest the map. Long range haven for her. Zeri selecting the Tone again, but it's going to be the Tone Mirror. The Tone Mirror can be interesting on this map. I was going to say if both players decide to contest mid instead of where they are now, where now there's a lot more open space. Lightman instead will opt to go mid. Now this is going to be a real test of Zeri's tracking rocket curves because that entire overhead rail is going to give him a hard time trying to land his damage. So he got one splash shot through the wall. He tries to find another one. Can't seem to find it. Will dash aggressively, take the damage on a Lightman where he can get. But now he's out of ammo, which is a little bit awkward. Lightman's going to get another set of rockets on the Zeri. Particle wall doesn't come up in time. Zeri spends his rocket, unfortunately, trying to break Lightman's wall instead of trying to curve around it. So he's going to lose a lot of damage on that one. Zeri's going to see if he can find the battery. The pulse echo is more than likely going to come up relatively soon, but the bat trade is agreed upon. Lightman gets mid. Zeri gets one of the side bats. Zeri has salvo core, but the problem is that Lightman still has particle wall. Lightman doesn't opt to use it. Lightman actually doesn't get doomed. He does now. Particle wall gets broken, gets some partial damage with it. Zeri can dash forward, look for a punch here, but Lightman played the spacing perfectly. Despite this fact, Lightman has the wall advantage. Lightman successfully outplaying Zeri so far. Lightman has a huge advantage over Zeri. He's going to try to look for the kill with the pilot, and even though he trades, it's not in time. Zeri, unfortunate. Unfortunately, Zeri will perish. Couldn't find the 40 mil shots through the smoke. And as well as just couldn't seal the deal with the salvo core either. And so with that, Lightman has successfully reset the bracket. Lightman now only needs 3 more games, and he will have successfully claimed, honestly, most of his own money. Friendly reminder, there is $300 in this tournament. First place gets $200, second place gets $100. These are 2 grand finalists, and Lightman himself was the person who put up the money, meaning that Lightman's going to get a cut of his own check. Ooh, here we are. We're going back to Colony. This has been one of the most played maps of this entire bracket that we've had today. Lightman taking a second, getting whatever he needs to get done. And we're going to continue on with the final set of our grand finals. Score now is 0-0. Lightman reset the bracket with a convincing 3-0 over Zeri. Zeri was the one to put him into the loser's side. But Lightman looking like he just wants to win the whole thing outright. Map's been selected. Players are now ready. Countdown begins. Zeri versus Lightman continues for a second set. Here we are. Lightman versus Zeri in a new bracket. Bracket resets happened. Score is 0-0. Colony is the map. And we continue. Let's take overhead view to see what the players have locked in for their first pick. Lightman already selecting the tone. Sonar Post comes out. Doesn't seem to land the mark. That means his kit won't get any value since he's running the Pulse Echo. Lightman hasn't seen anything. He understands the Titan is directly in front of him. We saw a glimpse of it there. Tries to find some shots. Try to find some splash shots, but Zeri with a nice dash, a laser shot. Lightman's gonna go up close for this tracking rocket damage. Zeri lands a decent amount of damage back, and matter of fact, gets a bit of a reflect. That means that Lightman's less than a bar. Zeri also countered his shot, so he smartly pulls the battery. Zeri has laser core now, and Lightman is running out of options. As a matter of fact, he's gonna go down. Lightman going down very fast. Zeri convincingly putting himself on the board in the bracket reset. Here we are, 1 round for Zeri. We're going to move right on. We're going to see Lightman lock in the tone again. Doesn't seem like he's found the spawn point sonar. And this time, Lightman's going to change up his strategy. He instead is going to immediately pull this battery. Zeri is going to get a bit of a punish, and actually a nice chunk of change for himself. Doesn't find the follow-up curve, however, meaning that Lightman can now turn the tables onto Zeri. Once the rockets comes out, very good for Lightman. Doing actual damage to his life bar. The main issue is that Lightman still has the shields, and he has the height, meaning that these tracking error curves are going to be very hard for him. Lightman smartly strafing to the right. Zeri landing a good amount of damage there. Now the playing field is essentially equaled health-wise, but the problem is that Zeri is losing the core war, I believe. Never mind, Zeri will get the core through damage. Salvo core is now up in the air. Can Zeri find the mark? Is it still up in the sky? Zeri has to do a very careful job of juggling over and over again. As a matter of fact, the core is more than likely out of play by now. Salvo core coming back out. But unfortunately, Lightman glitched out his core, and he's just gonna punch for dear life, and he's going to rip Zeri's hopes and dreams away of winning, despite the fact that Lightman's core despawned, believe it or not, on the enemy Titan, which can happen. He still wins the round. He doesn't give up. He doesn't give in. And he will even it up 1 round apiece. Moving on, we're going to have a Lightman moving on to the Ion. Tone will still be the selection from Zeri. Does get the spawn sonar, so he knows exactly where the Ion is going. Lightman trying to mitigate damage first. Alrighty, so he can laser shot Zeri's toes. Unfortunately, can't find it. Zeri couldn't find the 40mm damage he was looking for. Lightman trying to see if he can get Zeri poking out. Zeri keeping his options close to the chest. The one thing that Zeri has going on for him is that he can look to self-anchor this battery. Great punish from Lightman. Gets a good set of rockets, tries to get the reflect, but the bad exchange is going to have to happen. Lightman goes out for the battery, but actually doesn't get it in time. Goes for it again. Zeri doesn't get the goose twice. Hopefully Zeri got the lock-ons, and he did, but he's losing in health advantage overall. Laser shot comes out. Laser shot doesn't find the mark. But now, unfortunately, Zeri feeds, but thankfully he turns and punches, which thankfully the rockets don't find their mark. Lightman takes a dash forward. The tripwires do not go off, but they're going to go off eventually. Zeri turns and blocks the crit from Lightman. However, Laser Core comes out. Salvo Core does as well. Who's going to win? It's going to be Zeri. Lightman tried to buy as much time as he could by ejecting while using his core. And that almost did Zeri in, but Zeri will survive. Zeri now has the lead.
The sword is yours, pilot.
But can he close it out?
They aren't winning by much. Take them out, 6-4.
Apparently, Zeri has accidentally locked in a Titan he'd already selected. Unfortunately, the second time he's done it. But we can just draw the round, thankfully. It's already halftime, so we got to worry about side switching. Obviously, these players are, you know, they're friends. They've played with each other a lot. So, of course, they're going to have a good time in the grand finale. Lightman now locking in the Legion. We're going to see what Zeri opts to select to. The nice thing about Lightman locking this in is the fact that Zeri doesn't have any of the Atlases available to him. So I think this is a great pick coming up from Lightman. And it's going to be even better with the fact that he's run into Zeri's Monarch. Lightman closely watching the battery. Zeri's going to come aggressively around the corner and just eat 2 power shots. Already down below half his health. Lyman, actually Zeri is the one with the upgrade core online. Another power shot comes through the smoke. Lyman has the smart core. Zeri needs to get out of dodge, and Lyman will happily just take a reload. Zeri can potentially look for this bat if he's not stuck in the garage, but I believe he didn't make it all the way down the hallway. He's going to come face to face with Lyman. Lyman will get the Doom easily. Another dash power shot coming up relatively soon, and he will find the kill with it. Shutting out the Monarch with the Predator Cannon. Sorry, buddy, but my gun's bigger. 2-2's now the round score on Colony.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Lightman locking in the Ronin this time. Let's see what Zeri opts to select. Zeri has a variety of picks available to himself, but again, he has not shown to want to play the Legion. Matchup is Ronin v something as Lightman is looking to play patiently in mid. He has an idea where this other Titan is, and we're going to look on third person. It's going to be... Actually, I say Zeri has been locking the Legion, and there it is now. And actually, I am slightly mistaken because Zeri has locked in the Legion on glitch before. Nice long range power shot splash, but now Zeri's out of ammo, I believe. He's taking a reload right now. Now it's going to be 4 shotgun shots plus 2 arc waves. That's going to be a lot of damage onto Lightman. Or onto Zeri, I mean. That Lightman inflicted. Lightman more than okay with disengaging away from this Legion and just playing the passive game. Zeri has already used his gun shield, meaning that he's not going to have it for this next set of Ronin harassment. This next power shot is going to be very difficult for him to land. Lightman baiting Zeri forward, blocks the incoming damage output. Lightman about to have all his cooldowns available, so he's about to go in for this free harassment on a Legion. That power shot, however, is going to even up the scoreboard. Lightman has the sword core, double arc wave in tow. Can't seem to find the Doom. Both these Titans somehow still not doomed. Lightman has to be careful because if Zeri has a right read on his movement, he can spill the end for him, and it will spill the end for him! Zeri, with the correct timing on when Lightman wants to move, will get the crit and demolish Lightman's Doom Bar.
Transferring controls to pilot.
Again, this is the scary thing about playing passive versus Legion, is that if you play passive, if you stay in front of them, Legion just will commit to melting you. If you play passive, then you have to play the rotating chamber of power shots. Lightman not mitigating enough power shots properly. Did him in. This time over, Lightman is going to lock in the Monarch. We've seen Zeri's strat is to simply pick the Ronin at the end of the game and force it down whatever pick you play. Zeri's Ronin is phenomenal. He dodged both the siphons. Lightman is trying to back up all the way to the field. But we're going to find out if this field play is good enough to keep Zeri at bay. Zeri running the anomaly, meaning that his phase is going to come up very often, unlike most Rodents we've seen who have opted to take the double arc wave kit. Unfortunately, the arc wave is not landing for Zeri, and now things are starting to become an awkward spot as this Ronin hasn't done that much damage. Zeri, not sure what he wants to do, if he wants to disengage or not. Zeri will get the sword core, but Lightman is so healthy that he can just phase tank all of Zeri's damage. Wow, phenomenal swordplay by Zeri, but it's not good enough to get away from the quad dash Monarch, and that's going to be the end of the round.
Victories are yours. We are stronger united.
Now here we go. We're sitting at a final round for our first game of the bracket reset. Lightman has selected the North Star. Zeri, of course, unfortunately hitting an early shot by Lightman. This is going to be a huge hill for Zeri to make up, given the fact that he has no health bar. Lightman finds the goose on a Zeri, and that's going to be the end of Colony. Lightman takes Colony 1-0. Gives him a little bit of the tea. And that's going to be the end. Currently, the set stands with Lightman 1-0 in the bracket reset, 4-0 overall in the set. Absolutely taking it to Zeri. Zeri still hasn't been able to clutch a game out ever since Grand Finals has started. Zeri needs to find his footing here. I'm not sure if Zeri saw the North Star or not, but he opted to phase boost and not block. By him not blocking, ate an early shot, then tried to do a risky pull against Lightman, who still had hover, and Lightman is able to land the shot and the game. Both players are debating maps, and we're going to go to Boomtown Game 2. By no means is Zeri out of this tournament, but the hill is starting to get larger. He has already been down in this position before. What he needs to do is he needs to stop Lightman's momentum. All the momentum right now is in Lightman's favor. All Lightman has to keep doing is playing like how he is, and he will eventually take the tournament. Zeri put his thought to him once before, but does he have the gas to do it again? Game 2 is going to be Boomtown. I'm going to see what Titans opt to be selected. Here we are with Zeri selecting the Ion early, taking the Overcore. Gonna look to build out Laser Core and try to zap out whatever remains in front of him. Zeri taking his time, trying to see what strats Lightman is up to. Lightman has had the... Zeri couldn't find the goose. But Lightman, like I said, has had the momentum overall, especially in the tactics game I've noticed. Where Lightman has been overall just... What's the word? He's been demanding the state of play. That one shot is going to be for sure a lock on. He's going to fire the rockets. No, instead completely opts to hold it. Doesn't get value out of the pulse cycle that time. Try rocket curve. Partially finds the mark, but not too much damage on both ends. There he takes the reload. Already dropped the particle wall. Doesn't look for a laser shot. Looks for some splitter. Tracking rockets come out. Great catch from Zeri. Actually, no. Doesn't catch all the rockets. Gets more partials for himself. Zeri drops the tripwires, which in a very nice angle to cover one set pathway of escape. But because of that, Lightman will just happily take the other and box him away. And now Zeri is the one that's at a huge life deficit. Lightman, tracking rockets incoming. Great hit by him. Again, Lightman is just dictating exactly what's going on in the match. Lightman already has Salvo Core. Doesn't opt, actually does opt to fully engage with it. Can he make it around the corner and catch Zeri? Zeri with a nice juke, but he walks back out, meaning the Salvo Core is going to hit him. Laser Core comes out. Can Lightman find the kill? He will definitely with that salvo. And that's going to be the end of Zeri. Again, Lightman has unparalleled momentum. Zeri needs to shut him down. And it's locked. However, it's not looking too good for him.
Plan. Attack.
Zeri opting to select the Ion again. We've seen it a lot, actually. Instead of selecting a different pick, most players opt to just run back whatever they selected first, trying to get the pick out the way. If not, maybe they try something new with the same Titan. We saw last time how Zeri hung out at the back of the map. Instead, he will push up and encounter Lightman's Ronin. The good news, however, is that Zeri is keeping space, meaning that he's allowed to chip away at Lightman's Ronin. The battery exchange happens, but because of how far away he is, Zeri's not going to get much of a punish, so the exchange has to be in play. Lightman, I think, may have had to block those tripwires, so he'll lose some of his shield because of it. Zeri saw there's an arc wave down, and he thinks Lightman's going left. Actually, Lightman is definitely here in mid instead. Zeri with the splitter rifle. Smoke plus arc wave. Doesn't block either. Gets a return laser shot. The problem, however, is that this Ronin is going to for sure build the sword core. He has to be careful about how he uses the next tripwire. Zeri gets the laser core before Lightman gets the sword core. Huge damage on the Lightman. Matter of fact, secures the Doom. Phenomenally played by Zeri. Laser shot. And instead of backing up, he goes straight for the punch. And he'll get the rip onto Lightman. Huge backhand coming out from Zeri. Even about the round count, 1-1.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Here we are, we're going back again. Zeri now on the Monarch. I find it so interesting that he opts to take this overcore instead of the turbo engine. It's going to hamper his movement. One bat is coming out. Matter of fact, it's going to be your battery, Zeri. The siphon was a little early. The problem with that is that that's not actually going to siphon the Ronin shields. That one will, however. And thankfully, he's going to get a lot of good damage on a Lightman. Problem is, again, that Lightman's going to get off its other battery. He's going to claim it, but is the Ronin going to get doomed? Unfortunately not. This means that the sword core is definitely inbound, and here it comes. He needs to box in this smoke so that he can make the Ronin take as much damage as possible. Rocket Barrage is good, gets the Doom. Another set of rockets. Frothy Omen setup coming in strong, actually. And the chain gun ship is huge. The Ronin is going to fall to the rocket build. The spray and play is good.
Half-time.
And because of that, Zeri's going to take the lead. He's putting his foot down on Boomtown.
Come on, let's leave them in the dust.
Zeri now taking up the tone. Lightman has picked the Ronin non-stop, so I believe he's counting on Lightman to pick a different Titan. However, that is not the case, as there is still a Ronin coming towards you, and you no longer have a particle wall. Ooh, he does hard punish, however, the first arc wave. Zeri needs to look for a reload here because the Ronin is backed away and created space. He does look for it now, but he walks out into two lead wall shots, and now he's just going to outright fight the Ronin. Heads up. Problem is, he's going to get doomed here. Lightman can look for the phaser, but he can't find it. But the eject plus salvo core is phenomenal! Very nice job from Zeri, winning the Totem v Ronin matchup. He's going to have a nice, comfortable 3-1. And we all know what he's going to do at this point. He's going to run it down with the Ronin. Lightman being stubborn, declaring in the chat that he's going to keep playing Ronin until he wins.
We're doing great, team. They don't have a chance.
And here it is. likely we have the Ronin mirror between these two. Is Lightman a true man to his word? Is he still gonna rock the Ronin? He is! And we're gonna have a Ronin mirror with no batteries in play. Fortunately, Zeri misses one arc wave, does face through the second one, meaning that the opposite Ronin no longer has a kit, and Zeri does, so he will have kit advantage overall. Overall, the exchange is pretty even at first. I believe Lightman slightly winning. Tries to get the melee. Lightman doing the smart thing and disengaging and trying to mitigate as much damage as possible. With that, he's going to have a huge advantage over Zeri. Both Titans are doomed, but Sword Core activated. But unfortunately, Zeri runs straight into the Arc Wave. Because of that, Zeri will die. Lightman will win the mirror match again. The main thing that Lightman's doing in this mirror match is that he just has the positioning and is willing to just back away from Zeri, having Zeri chase him. Even though Zeri has the cooldown advantage, Zeri doesn't keep up the aggression, he keeps resetting. And because he keeps resetting, it means that Zeri has to eventually come back in. Meaning that he takes damage on the way in, meaning that Lightman gets to do more things as his Ronin. And eventually things just kind of go downhill from there. Zeri, however, this time, he's going to go for the battery. Get stuck on the window. He's trying to Kraber Lightman style. Oh! He got the Kraber on Lightman's pilot! Oh my god! We got a Kraber kill!
Drinks are on me.
In Grand Finals! Unbelievable! We got another one! First it was Kemp, now it's Zeri! Hey, he's gonna win Boomtown 4-2. What a way to close it out. I'm being honest. Even if I was Lightman, I would be feeling a certain type of way. Now, for those of you who don't know what's going on, we're currently changing the servers. I believe I'm not sure where we're going exactly. I think these last three might be on New York. But to update everybody, yes, the score is now 1-1 in the bracket reset. And what a way to make it so. He waited for Lightman to grab the battery, and he hit him with the Kraber shot. Right now we're getting the server set up so that way we can play the rest of Grand Finals. But, oh my god, I can't get over it. He really did that to him. He waited for him to pull the battery and he goosed him with the Kraber. I cannot believe it. What an absolute legend. Believe it or not, for those that are uneducated, I don't know why, and I don't know how it is, but for some reason, there are a good amount of LTS players who run the Kraber. As a matter of fact, I would be one of them. You'd figure, of course, LTS would be filled with cars, and, I mean, obviously it's the car. Yeah, duh. But there are people like Zeri and myself who decide, yeah, we'll just take a Kraber in here. That sounds good to me. And look at that. The Kraber can, in fact, win you the game. Zeri's going to roll away game 2, score being 1-1. Now we're gonna figure out where we go for game 3. We actually saw a similar maneuver in Xbox, I believe, where I think it was Vent who got aggressive onto Sally's battery. He tried to get aggressive with the car. Sally Riley turned around and turned on Vent, and he won that round. And that's something you totally can do. It's not exactly the most honorable thing to do, as you know, it is by all intents and purposes a last Titan standing tournament, but it is something that you can in fact make happen. But we're going to move on. We're going to War Games. The first War Games of this tournament. I honestly like War Games as a 1v1 map. But it's going to be a little interesting because of the fact that obviously one side gets fast pull. But I think fighting mid is a very interesting thing that you're going to have to do. And we're going to see how this plays out. Zeri going to go up this right side already with the Ion. Lightman, not sure what he is. I believe Zeri is usually it's like the Ion round 1. Ion mirror is what's happening. Ooh, nice! I think Zeri might have laser shot Lightman's hand. And that's going to be a good amount of damage until that tripwire comes into play. Lightman going to get the mid battery. Lightman going to have the laser core. Now he's stuck in an awkward spot. Zeri going to try to laser core back, but he doesn't have enough health to take it. And that's going to be the end of Zeri's Ion. Lightman already taken one round in the third game. Moving on, we're going to see if Zeri opts to just lock in the Ion again, and he will. Again, I think Zeri just locks in picks until he wins. He might change mid-round, but this Ion pick first has always been the play for him, I think. And he's going to come toe-to-toe with Lightman's Monarch. He's going to get some actual health damage there, which is nice. Interestingly enough, we haven't seen, unlike, I believe, the previous tournament, we haven't seen anyone take the Entangled Energy. We've just seen people take the straight 0-point tripwire and just call it a day. I'm going to try to see what kind of peek he can do with the Energy Siphons. They're going to walk up this left side, but he's not going to have a tripwire to make use of in close range. There, he's going to do some splitter rifle reflect, or some splitter rifle play into a vortex reflect. And now he's going to do more splitter rifling. He does do a ton of damage with the burst of the splitter rifle. However, Lightman, again, he's just going to get another battery for himself. Doesn't seem to mind. And Lightman's just going to back out because at this point he can go for a 2-for-1 bat trade if he wants. The problem, however, for Ion is that Ion doing damage to Monarch is not ideal when she has shields. Breaking the shields is a very difficult task for her because her poke damage just isn't enough to do it. She would need to reflect bullets as best as she can. Is Lightman going to opt for the aggressive option? No, he opts to exchange the battery. This is a very smart decision because now I believe Lightman has the arc rounds online. The siphon is going to connect as well. As long as he siphons after Ion laser shots, he's always going to net positive. And he can just arc rounds the Ion to death at this point. At this point, Lightman could play as aggressive as he wants, all in the Ion. But he's not going to look to do that. He's going to look to play more of the patient game. Make the Ion come to him because the Ion is running out of resources and advantage. He's not going to be able to Vortex here. Lightman's just going to spray him down with the Exo-16. And that's going to be the end again of Zeri's Ion. Zeri's down 0-2. Despite the performance he put up on Boomtown, he seems to have come to a halt so far. Is he going to try to run it back with his Ion pick again, or is he going to pick something different? I wonder if Lightman's going to select the Ronin. No, we heard the loadout. It's going to be the Legion from Zeri. We don't know what Lightman has selected yet. We'll find out in just a moment. Zeri also doesn't want to pick the Ronin, mainly because he likes to save it for last. But the other thing, yep, Lightman has selected the Ronin again. Again, Lightman has a theory in mind of how he wants to rotate picks. Zeri's going to look for this mid battery, but Lightman is more than likely until ready to punish or exchange. Lightman already here for the punish. And Lightman's not going to stick around. He's just going to go for that other battery more than likely and get himself a nice amount of core gain. Problem at this point is that if you're Zeri and you're Legion, you're down a ton of core. You can't pull this battery. Oh my! What a wild power shot! It does find the mark, but the problem is Zeri is stuck in long range mode. One arc wave comes out, other arc wave comes out. Sword Core is online. Doesn't find the dash power shot. He's down a power shot. Lightman will take the full engagement now. Great pins coming out from Zeri. However, unfortunately can't find that power shot as well. You put up a gun shield versus Sword Core? Absolutely insane. Zeri is dead to rights. Lightman gonna take his time. Gonna troll Zeri. He actually had an opportunity to rip him there, believe it or not, but I'll find it. Lightman, oh, he's playing with his food a little bit much. Zeri's gonna go for the all-in with the FGL. Oh, unfortunately, the FGL doesn't do enough damage. Lightman gets away with playing with his food. Barely. Barely. But that's going to be 3-0 for the Lightman.
Transferring controls to pilot.
The interesting thing I've noticed is that both the players have elected to use all their outside of the North Star, obviously. They've elected to, well, Zeri specifically has elected to save the Ronin. Did he pick the Scorch? He did pick the Scorch. Lightman is on Scorch. Zeri is on Legion. Could be a very scary experience for Zeri. We're going to see how that pops out. I was going to say that they could use the Ronins for the fastball, but that hasn't been the plan. Lightman getting a battery of some kind. Is he pulling the other side? And it's going to be Lightman Scorch versus Zeri's Legion. This is going to be a fun matchup. Ooh, you're not in close range mode. You're going to get backed into by this Scorch, especially with the fact you don't have SWPC. Move away from this fire. It's an awkward situation because now Zeri has to push around this corner if he wants to contest the battery. But if him being here means that Lightman's just going to throw some fire all the way down this hallway for sure. He needs to get into close range mode. Lightman successfully blocking his toes, but now Zeri doesn't have any options against the thermal shield combined with whatever fire Lightman wants to put out. Great power shot from Zeri, but Flame Core's going to come down the hallway, and that's going to spell the end of Zeri. Zeri actually gets burned alive by the Scorch. Lightman taking it 4-0 on the War Games, and he's up 2-1 in the Grand Finals reset. Here we are. We're approaching the final game of... potentially, I should say final game of the tournament. If Light wins this next game, the tournament is over. However, Zeri can still win the next game and make it a 2-2. And here we are. The next map is Complex. Can Zeri clutch it out? Or will Lightman seal the deal? Here we are. Approaching the final, potentially, game of the 1v1 LTS Roulette. Lightman selecting the Ion. Ooh, already goosing Zeri off the battery. He's off to a phenomenal start so far. That's going to be the first round already for Lightman. Lightman's going to happily run away with that round. It's going to be on Zeri to fight back. Lightman is locked in an ogre of some kind, and it's going to be the Scorch once again. This Scorch has been feast or famine. On War Games it was feast. Today on Complex we're going to find out if it is famine. I like the position where Lightman is playing. So he's going to come face to face with Zeri's Monarch. It's going to be a little awkward because one Siphon plus a little bit of chain gun damage means that Monarch just doesn't have to interact with Scorch. Great shot from Lightman, already doing damage to Zeri's shields. Great block on the Siphon as well. Zeri going to rearm and he's going to play aggressively towards Scorch. Fortunately, that trap didn't bounce exactly where Lightman wanted, so he's gonna actually barely not lose his shields. Zeri did a little bit of damage, just means that he can start playing passively. As a matter of fact, he's got a ton of shields available. That thermite stick was huge. Zeri, however, now he's in an awkward spot versus the Scorch. Zeri has the upgrade core, but unlike every other Monarch, Zeri takes missiles and arc rounds. This means that he's not going to have the ability to delete the thermal shield like every other Monarch will. Flame core incoming onto Zeri. Does find a home. Zeri less than a bar. He's going to come face down with this thermite launcher. Unfortunately, doesn't find the mark. Somehow Zeri still not doomed. Lightman opts to hold backwards. Zeri going all the way in. He doesn't look for the rip, but Lightman will! And he'll be up 2-0! Lightman, again, looking unstoppable. He won another round with Scorch. He's got a ton of picks available. We're on a Complex. I wonder if he is going to lock in another Ronin pick. No, he picks the Legion this time. I think the thought process behind this pick is that he has the positional advantage of the good side, meaning that whatever Titan is locked in on Zeri's end is that Zeri is going to have to fight into it. Zeri hasn't looked to pull his battery. Usually, we've seen time and time again how both players opt for an equal exchange. Zeri will get his battery now, so he'll get that nice little shield advantage. however. Lightman trying to see what he can do with this Legion. Zeri's sticking out in the open for a very long time. Does eat some damage, so that will whittle down his shields, but he has to go up against Lightman's Legion. That was a very good cluster missile from Zeri, almost goosing the battery. Lightman using the windowsill to peek exactly where Zeri is. Tried to find the pre-power shot damage, couldn't find it. However, now both players are just playing the slow game. Lightman's just going to hold his mid position. He's just going to wait for Zeri to make a move. Cluster Missile is going to force Lightman to move. Actually, no, it will make Lightman play aggressive. Couldn't find the Gooster with the double power shot. And Lightman's just going to hang out behind this windowsill area. Northstar unfortunately doesn't have a projectile small enough to fit through that area. She tries there, you can see it. The windowsill is just too big for the plasma railgun, but not big enough for the Predator cannon. Ooh, Lightman heard a tether. That means the Northstar is in this blue hallway. He's trying to bait out the railgun. Playing very patient. Cluster missile on his feet. Gonna have to force him to move away. That's gonna chip away his shield just a little bit. The issue here, however, is that 30 seconds are on the clock. Zeri's been spotted. He's stuck in this hallway, and it was a very scary predicament for a second. Zeri opts to slow peek the Legion instead, and he will lose health advantage. Unfortunate. That means that Lightman is easily going to run away with this round. He's going to come aggressively towards the Legion. He pressed hover in front of long range mode Legion. Legion's going to hit all this damage. Great juke on the power shot, but it's not going to matter. Lightman is going to walk away with a 3-0 lead in this potential final game. Zeri needs to step it up and get it together right now. Otherwise, he is going to lose this tournament. Now is the time. Do or die. Zeri has to win here. Zeri unfortunately opted for a slow peek versus a Legion and then realizes that he's running out of time and must make up advantage, so he's forced to use all his movement aggressively. Had he been able to actually make it down the hallway, he could have potentially looked for a dash peek, but instead, that's not going to happen. Lightman now going to select the Ronin and seal the deal with this Titan. Because he won with the Scorch, he has... Oh my god, Zeri tried to kill him again with the Kraber! The shot was fired, but it didn't hit the mark. Now, whatever Zeri is playing, he has to make it count. Zeri is now on the Ronin. Double Arc Wave versus Anomaly. A tale as old as time. However, Zeri let the double Arc Wave reset. Now he's allowed to play aggressive, especially with the fact he has shield advantage. One melee comes out, another melee for phase. Arc Wave comes out, and this is how you know. This is exactly what Anomaly wants to do. Anomaly wants to keep forcing the aggression versus the Ronin. And as long as the double Arc Wave Ronin doesn't get positioning and doesn't get to reset, Anomaly will eventually win out because you're just allowed to do more options than the other Ronin. With that, however, Zeri, in a desperate last attempt, has used the Ronin to stay in the tournament. Honestly, you have to do what you have to do at this point. Your back is to the wall, and Lightman's just going to keep locking in this Ronin. Zeri's going to have to come up huge against Lightman's Ronin. Especially in this final game. Doesn't seem like he's up to any Kraber tricks, as Lightman, unfortunately, will get stuck on the wall. Takes a little bit of fire damage, but nothing too significant. And now Zeri has pushed all the way up and is in front of Lightman's Ronin, and Lightman does a good amount of damage with that E-Smoke plus Arc Wave combined. I'm not sure if Lightman has done any actual health damage, however. Lightman slowly but surely gonna try to make it towards that area, and he actually has. Zeri's gonna have to be the one that has to force aggression. One arc wave, 2 shotgun shots, another arc wave comes through. Swordcore now in place, Swordcore activated. Zeri's gonna have to be the one to box for his life. Can you save yourself in this tournament? The rocket salvo actually dooms Lightman. Great. Siphon, and actually a better box. Zeri still stays in the tournament. What an actual beast. Zeri actually making the play with the rocket salvo, getting the doom, siphoning Lightman so he himself can't get doomed, can't force a draw, Lightman forced to go back in, and because of that, the Monarch wins the day. However, that's 2 picks out for Zeri. Zeri still needs to make 2 more miracles happen because Lightman again is still going to lock in the Rodent. What's the plan, Zeri? How are you going to stop him this time? No Kraber shenanigans being allowed. Got to that bat pull. Actually, no, a lot slower than I thought. Lightman taking the phase. I think he assumes that Zeri's on some kind of ogre. No, actually, Zeri's on the Ion. Unfortunately, he misses the laser shot. Double arc wave dump. Double arc wave dump is good, meaning that Zeri no longer has shields. Lightman gonna play patient because he has the health advantage. Gotta do what you gotta do to win. Lightman takes the ult in now. 4 shotgun shots are fantastic. Zeri now fighting again with his back to the wall. Opts to melee the tripwires. It doesn't really matter at this point. Laser core comes out. Laser core misses the mark. Lightman mitigates damage well. Zeri is technically still not out of it. Arc wave is good. Lightman is in a phenomenal position to just outright win the tournament. 2 shotgun shots, 3 shotgun shots, 4 shotgun shots are good. Opts to back out. Doesn't even get doomed as well. He's just gonna go pull a battery for his trouble. Because why not? Bats are exchanged. The problem is that Lightman has all the life he would ever need on his side. I don't think Ion at this point can do enough damage to doom the Ronin unless Lightman just hard throws. Uses his phase. Both players taking a second to debilitate back and forth. Lightman tries to go for the rip but can't find it. Zeri has to back away. Zeri gets arced once. Shotgun shots are good. Zeri gets arced again. One more chance. Lightman coming out with the pilot. And he'll find it. Lightman is your tournament winner. Winner of the LTS 1v1 Roulette on PC. Taking a phenomenal grand finals. 6-1 overall. And with that, that's going to conclude this event. Lightman winning himself his own money. Quite literally. 200 of his own dollars return. $100 will go to Zeri. This time, Lightman will reign supreme. As a friendly reminder who we had in this tournament, we had Camp, we had Boyka, we had LSD who won the Xbox tournament last week. Unfortunately, lost to Camp. And also lost to Lightman early. We had a few new faces who, unfortunately, didn't get too far into the bracket, but it's nice to see new people play the game. And if you want in on this action, don't forget, it is free to sign up. All you need to do is be here when the tournament starts. Ask someone for an invite to the TVT Discord. Happily let you in. But regardless, that's going to be the end of this broadcast. Again, congratulations to Lightman for winning the tournament. Second place followed up by Zeri. Third place being Boyka. My name is Lethal Force. Tune in again next month. We've got some fun things planned. We haven't decided yet on what the next TBT tournament is going to be, but we're going to have something special in mind for next month. So we might run a third event. For those of you in general, you guys probably know what I'm talking about. But until then, I'm going to end the stream here. Again, congrats to Lightman. Huge showing out. Absolutely taking it to the competition. The only person sending the losers was Zeri, and he absolutely collapsed everything onto Zeri. Zeri wasn't able to keep up, and that's going to be the end. But my name is Lethal Force. I'll see you all next month for the next set of Titan Brigade tournaments. Have a good evening, everybody.